Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Hi everyone, it's 1 o'clock and it's Sunday and it's a Catter Day because Kat's here from Hunkydory. Hello, my love.
Hi.
How are you doing?
Really good.
Good to
yes,
see you.
Yes.
I wonder what day of the week it was for a minute before I came on then, and then I saw you and I thought, yes, it's got to be Sunday. Great to have your company. Welcome to Hobby Maker, right the way through until 8 o'clock. It's myself and also Sherilyn later on looking after things from 5 o'clock. And this is what we've got coming up for Sunday afternoon. It's a perfect menu for a Sunday afternoon, really is. You don't need a roast, you just need Hobby Maker. 1 o'clock, we've got the brand new Garden Friends decoupage kit from Hunkydory. We've got the foam pads back. We've got the foam strips back. We've got the boxes for your 6x6 cards back in stock. It's going to be a monumental show, so that's coming up next. After that, we've got the brand new FolkArt. Lovely Lizzie is going to be here, and she's actually designed some of the stencils we've got in the show for you. But you can actually paint FolkArt. You may not think you can, but you can. And tune in to for that one. A brand new launch of stamp sets from lovely Janie'S Originals at 3 o'clock. Janie's back for a second visit to us at Hobby Maker. Press Petals, Ultimate Collection with Kat and myself at 4 from Hunkydory. Another look at the crafting inspiration with personal impressions at 5. That's with Lizzie again. Another look at Hunkydory at 6 and more from Janie at 7. So a lovely afternoon on this Sunday, the 7th of April. We've got a great afternoon, lots of variety, which is always nice. Now, first things first. What we've noticed recently, when Hunkydory have brought out concept card kits, they have just ballooned in popularity. They've become massive because people buy one, love it, and come back and buy the next one, the next one, the next one. We've got a brand new launch of Garden Friends from Hunkydory to start our Sunday afternoon. And if you look at the artwork's amazing. When you look at the cards that you can make, I've got some here to give you an idea. Let's show you some finished cards first off, because you can make a dozen of these cards with the envelopes as well. But look, you look at it and you see the image, but then you look at it and it's very three-dimensional. Aren't they gorgeous? So you've got enough to make 12 of these beautiful Garden Friends cards. Here's a little rabbit. He's the most adorable, cutest little creature you could ever wish to see in your garden. He's out of the hutch. He's let loose. We've got this one. Now, you can do your own thing with these cards as well. Oh, hang on. This one's stuck together. Oh, there we go. So this one, for example, here, as you can see, is a beautiful easel card, but made with acetate. So you can put your own twist on it. If you're someone that doesn't like to kind of follow the conventional design, you can put your own twist on it. And I know Kat's going to give you a few ideas. We've got butterflies. We've got wonderful dragonflies that visit the garden, maybe. They're just gorgeous. And of course, you can, if you want to, decorate boxes with these if you don't want to make them into cards. There's all sorts of ways of using them. And look, I'll show you the artwork, shall I? I'll give you a little pick and flick through. Let's show you. Now, this is so new. We don't have many finished cards here. But if I show you, each sheet is enough to make 2 of those wonderful three-dimensional cards. And look at the artwork that you've got. Look at the blue tit. Look at that dragonfly. If I turn it around, there's our little friendly rabbit, or the hare, the squirrel. Oh, reminds me of the Tufty Club, and no one under the age of 50 will know what I'm talking about at all. So you get 2 sheets of each, and you get 6 designs in total. So you can make 12 cards. The bee is always welcome in my garden. Love them. Look at that. Is that a red admiral? I'm not really sure, but it's red and it's a butterfly, so it might be. Aren't they gorgeous? They are absolutely beautiful. So there are your decoupage elements. They're all die cut, so you just pop them out simply. Then you've got your card blanks. And the idea is that you actually kind of pop out the center of these. And they're all beautifully foiled, wonderfully printed, already pre-scored. Plenty of room to write your handmade by and sentiments. Now, we haven't even got the price on the screen yet, but you know with Hobby Maker it's going to be a fantastic deal. So yeah, you're just putting them in your basket and checking out. Rebecca in Staffordshire has checked out 2 already. Nice one, Rebecca. You're going to be really pleased with the price. Look at that dragonfly again. There's the hare. And all of these, look, are die cut. So if you don't want to keep that in and you want to use that maybe on the inside of the card and then put the decoupage on top, you've got that option. There we go. So there are your beautiful, beautiful, beautiful card blanks. And they're 6x6 in size, and they're absolutely magical. So that is £14.99 at the moment. And that is your deal price for this afternoon, £14.99. We're just sorting our camera out and plugging it in. Sorry about that. But there you go. Now you can see it perfectly. How beautiful is that? CVHD 79. You are going to get your inserts as well. They're included too in coordinating colours. You're also going to get your envelopes as well to pop them in the post. But do give yourselves a heads up. We do have the return of the boxes in the show as well, which are perfect for putting your decoupage cards into as well. But this self-contained kit is beautiful, brilliant, amazing value for money. You can make 12 cards from it. Kat, I just love these concept cards.
It's absolutely stunning. Like you said at the beginning of the show, concept cards have become so popular through Hunkydory. And this design of concept card, we really struggle to keep it in stock. Yep. Whenever we bring you a new launch of it, we've done the garden birds, we've done Christmas ones, we've done like the robins and things. You just absolutely love it. So we love bringing you new designs with this set because it is just it's so simple, but there's so many different things you can do with it. It's gorgeous.
Now the details have been on screen literally for seconds, and already over 10% of the entire stock has gone. ZVHD 79 baskets are getting fuller and fuller and fuller. If you put them in your basket now and check out, there's one for you or two for you or however many you want. That's not a problem at this stage. But will we have stock left by the end of this hour? Because there is supposed to be another show of this a bit later on. And it's about £1.25 a card. And, you know, you could sell those for probably £4 or £5 each, I would have thought.
Definitely, yes, with all that detail and that decoupage element on 100%.
Or maybe you're not selling them. They're going to be for your best friends. They're going to be for your best relations. They're going to be for those special people in your lives. And these sort of cards can be just any occasion cards. They're not just for birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, anything like that. They're just beautiful, back to nature. We're kind of getting our gardens ready. We actually got my garden sorted yesterday. We got a couple of gardens around to get it ready for spring, ready for summer. So it feels like it's on the way now. And this is the perfect card collection to go along with that sort of feeling, don't you think? £14.99, order yours right now. Kat, put one together for us.
Should we do one?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. So we are going to start with our beautiful little blue tit here. So I have gone in. Now, I have skipped a step and I have gone and added some foam pads to the back of this sheet. I've got a couple more just to add in. But I hope now you all know how to put a foam pad on the back of a card. I will do a couple, but I didn't think you needed to see me put a foam pad on every single piece of this here.
Do you put your foam pads on when they're still in the sheet? Is that the way you like to do it?
It all depends. I have got into the habit of doing this, but then some days I'll just take a flight of fancy and do it. I'll pop them out, put them in order, and then pop the sheet on. You'll see I've gone ahead and done the top one because this is one I'm going to do for another show later on. So you just take your card base. You've already got that score line in there for you perfectly. So if you just grab your, it says a burnishing tool, but you can't find it. It's just hiding up here. And we just crease that out to get that really, really nice crisp edge. You pop out your centre, and this is going to work as your base. And then it's just a matter of turning this over.
Is it pretty obvious what goes down first?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
But if you miss a layer, it's not the end of the world. There's so much detail in there. You might want to be really frugal and just do every other layer so you can split it out and put another decoupage element on another card later on.
Fair enough.
So just have a play around. See how you want things to work.
And it's really therapeutic to do it too, isn't it? Just putting those matching layers one upon the other.
It really, really is.
Each one getting a bit smaller as you go. And it brings the character to life. It brings the animal to life, the bird to life, the butterfly, the dragonfly.
Yeah, and there's elements, it's not just the foreground image that you're going to push forward. You're also going to get elements for the background as well that'll pop out as you go along.
20% gone, Kat.
Wow, that doesn't surprise me. I am getting a little bit worried for my show later on because I've nothing else if it goes.
I won't be here, but I'm worried for you.
So we just pop these out.
Have you got a cabaret act or anything like that?
Well, yeah, let's do some country karaoke.
Country karaoke. You are the country karaoke queen, I hear.
Country queen, maybe not karaoke. I don't think I'd subject anybody to that. Oh, they're asking if I've got party tricks. No, I don't think I
We don't want
have.
that on Sunday lunchtime, Dan. Dan's our director.
So we're just building these up, and you can see just how beautiful this bird is popping out and popping to life now.
And we have got foam pads in stock, which isn't always the case with Hunkydory. We've got all of them in the show today. So if you want to stock up, today's the day. And with this collection, you need your foam pads, don't you, really?
You do. It is a bit of an essential. But to be fair, all you need is foam pads and either some construction glue or some tape for sticking your insert down, and that is all you need.
That's a really good point. So if you're a new crafter and new to card making, you think, I don't want to go out and buy, you know, £100 machine here, £100 machine there. With this collection, you don't need it. You just need a bit of adhesive that's in the show and the card kit. So it's a great, really affordable way to get started. And they're actually ornaments as well as cards, I think, these.
They are, definitely. They're the kind of card you'd get out again and again.
Yeah.
It's not a one and done kind of card. So all we're going to do now is we need to adhere this to the back, but you get your insert as well. And the way these are designed is that you just pop them in the middle. I'm going to use construction glue because I like just having that little bit of wiggle room so I can get my centre perfect for where I'm going to pop my topper that we've just created back on top. So we're just going to pop that in. I
suppose if you wanted to be frugal and actually use the topper on another card, you could do that and just use the decoupage in the middle.
Absolutely.
So you could get maybe twice as many cards out of it.
Definitely. And you've got so many layers there. Like I said before, you could split that in two, so you'd still end up with 2 decoupage toppers. They just wouldn't be as deep. And then all we have to do is add a little bit of glue to the back of here. Again, you could use a foam pad if you wanted to raise it even more. And then I pop it through the aperture in the middle, and then you don't have to worry about it opening for you. We've got our little sentiment there. And you can pop that wherever you want. I'm just going to go in that top right corner. And it's, ooh, it's flying off.
Let your glue stick first. Yeah.
Yeah. That's just the thing with construction glue.
Look at that.
It is as simple as that.
It's as easy as that, and it's as striking as that. And actually, if that's on the mantelpiece and you walk past it in the lounge or whatever, or in the conservatory, whatever you've got at home, it looks like the bird's actually moving. Very, very clever and so enjoyable to do and so affordable. So many of you are multi-buying. Anne in Merseyside's gone for 2. Maria has gone for 2. So has actually a brand new crafter. Hello to you. Don't know your name. You've gone for 5 of these. So you're going to be able to be making 60 cards, and you've spent £75 just under, £74.95 with 1 P&P. Or did I tell you, it's 1 P&P per day with us at Hobbymaker. Yeah, £3.95. You pay that on the first thing you buy, and then the rest of the day, forget about postage. There's no more P&P charges whatsoever. Brilliant news, though. And last time I showed you these boxes, someone had put them together and they'd all got sticky tape on and they'd all stuck together. It was like one big wodge of cardboard. We've got a brand new set to show you. Yours will come like this. We've got, I mean, they do come with envelopes and they will fit in the envelopes, but if you're a little bit worried about them getting crushed or anything like that, we came in today and we had them on the show, but we didn't have any stock. We have fought for stock and we've got stock. So thank you, Hunkydory, on a Sunday for giving us what we wanted. Let me show you these boxes. You make 12 boxes, so perfect to go with a card collection. They're like pizza boxes because they just literally open like a pizza box would. That's my tea sorted tonight, I think. That's me convinced. Pizza for tea. Look. Perfect. So if you want to make them more of a gift rather than something that you put in an envelope, a box just elevates it, doesn't it? Makes it more special.
Does, yes.
And if you don't want to use these in these boxes, they are 6 by 6 in size. And the idea is you can put them together without adhesive, as we've done, but the best thing is to use your red liner tape to make sure they're really strong and sturdy. But you're going to get 12 of them. I've got a really deep voice today. Really husky, I don't know why. That's how they come. They come flat. And they're pre-scored, pre-cut. You just literally fold where the score lines are and then just tuck them in. And before you know it, you've made a pizza-style box for your card. Now, they are $6.99, and that's why they are hardly ever available. They go so quickly. So you've got literally a box for each of these wonderful decoupage cards, ZKHD41. If you want to decorate the box, you can do. If you want a Santangle on it, put your toppers on it. Or actually, what would be a good idea? If you're going for the collection today, that topper that pops out, if you don't want to use that on the inside of the card and cover it up with a decoupage, put the box lid, put the topper on the box lid, and then you can have your three-dimensional card with the same design on the inside with your decoupage. That would look good, wouldn't it?
Such a cute idea, isn't it? Yeah, it is our 300 GSM white ink me cardstock, so you can ink it, you can stamp on it, you can use your alcohol markers, your brush markers on it. So there's so many different ways you can decorate this box up.
Now, I know we were able to get treble figure stock for these boxes, and already a quarter of that stock has gone at £6.99. So they're very rarely available. When they are, they go very quickly, and we've got a brand new sample here, so they're not all stuck together. Yours don't have tape on. You can either use wet glue, probably better to use red liner tape. Would you recommend?
You get a quicker addition, what's the word? Quicker?
Adhesion.
Adhesion, that's it. I was almost there. But again, your construction glue is perfect. You're just going to need to peg it for a couple of minutes to do it.
Can I get you to build one?
Of course you can.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
They don't ask me to do stuff like that, 'cause they know what I'm like. Now, that was one made up that actually Kat did before the show started. I mean, I could do this. Anyone can do this. It's so simple, so easy. All the score lines are there. You haven't got to punch them out or pop them out of a carrier sheet. They're all done for you.
So the first thing I'm going to do is just go in and bend all the score lines in just so they're nice and crisp. And this is just going to help it stand up really straight and stay really smart for you. So we go down here. And then it's just a case, let's go in with my red liner tape. Mm-hmm. And you just need, you can add a little bit more than I'm doing here, but I'll just put a little strand on each section. So you're just going to go on each of these little square tabs on the outside.
Now, loads of you are phoning through to the call centre today, which you're more than welcome to do. They're lovely up there. It's a UK-based call centre upstairs, and it's a free phone number. So if ever you want to order anything, you want to talk to someone to process your order or put an account together for you, if you've never shopped with us before, just give that free phone number a call. It's free even from a mobile, 0800 001 4433, and they will process your order and welcome you to Hobbymaker. Easy.
And then we're just going to go on the underneath of these top little tabs here. This is just going to secure everything down.
I think when spring's around the corner, Kat, I think a lot of people start to think about crafting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an all-year-round thing, I
Yeah.
know, but especially when the weather starts to get a bit warmer, maybe you're thinking about, you know, hobbies that you can take up during holidays, that sort of thing. Crafting's perfect.
It is, and I think just the freshness and the flowers coming out just makes, it reminds you, doesn't it, of all the wonderful bright things that go on in craft. It's just that, like you said, that time of year.
I was at the supermarket last night before I went back to my digs, and just getting into the car in the car park, I thought, oh, wow, the bird song. It was so gorgeous, really loud. It was great.
Yeah. It's so nice to hear them again, isn't it? So you've got all that tape off, and then we're just going to work our way around. So you're going to bring your tab up and take that to the flat corner there. The same on the other side, and then you just fold your tab down at the top, round to the other side. Do exactly the same. Get those corners nice and crisp. Fold that down. And there you've got your pizza box, you've got a score for your flap at the front here, and then it's up to you what you do with that. Maybe you want to put some Velcro on it, you could go inside or outside, it'll work either way, or you could use your red liner tape, really secure it if you're sending it off. But there you go, you've got that perfect box.
And you get a dozen. So if you're buying maybe 2 of the collections, go for a couple of the boxes. That would be just under £14. But look, this is one of the boxes that's been decorated with some of the elements in the Decoupage card collection. Isn't that cute? So you can put that on the box if you want to. You can put the little insert with some mirri maybe on the back and put a sentiment and write a little message on the back there if you want to. But of course, if your cards are precious and you want to make the cards and they're going to be given or maybe transported and you're worried about crushing them or anything like that, then the boxes are going to give you that extra protection and it kind of elevates it to a gift rather than just a card. Okay, we'll let you know if we have any stock towards the end of the show. Now, we've also got foam pads in stock. Now, you may think that, well, that's a bit odd. Don't you have them in stock all the time? No, we don't, because again, Hunkydory can't keep them in stock. That's the problem. Now, you're going to get 12 sheets of each, apart from the black ones, where you're going to get 6. Now, these are the small ones. So you're going to get 12 sheets of the small foam pads, okay? Now, these are really cute, really cool, little cubes, as you can see. Now, lots of you are finding the strips already. They're on the website. I think the whole show is on the website. You do get some slightly larger ones in what we're calling the smaller pad collection. So you do get some that are like, what would that be? Maybe a centimetre and a half? Might be an inch. maybe. But you get that size as well. 12 sheets, there's literally hundreds of foam pads on there for you. Perfect to go with the decoupage kit today. $9.99, they're in stock now if you'd like to stock up. If you've already ordered the kits and put the phone down, phone again, it's free phone number, and you've paid your P&P. So everything else for the rest of the day, free postage. So that is KWHD13 if you want to stock up on the small ones. Now the strips, before they sell out, these always sell really quickly because this is the perfect foam pad to have if you're doing things that need a bit of support, maybe in the middle and on the sides, but also if you are doing things like shaker cards and you don't want any breaks in the foam pads, you know, you can use a couple together at the same time. You can separate them, use one at a time, but the strips are continuous. There's no breaks in that at all. And you're going to get 12 sheets of the strips as well. And they, again, vary in their widths a little bit. You get some that are slightly wider, some that are slightly narrower. But again, stock up while we got them because I've lost track of how often these have not been available. You get thin ones on one side there, and then over the other side, slightly thicker. There you go, 12 sheets of your strips. You found them already on the website, RGHD19, and half of that stock we were able to get for the show today has gone. That's RGHD19. Hello, another full screen for people calling through. Ruby in Aberdeenshire is thinking, I want 2 of those. I'm not going to run out again in a hurry. So that's under £20 for 2 sets. That's your strips. Then we've got the large, or the, oh, okay, we'll do circles. Yeah, let's do circles. Circles. These would work really well with this collection as well, but circles, I don't know, sometimes you want a rounded surface rather than a straight edge. And also, don't throw away the carrier sheet that these circular foam pads come on, because what you'll be left with is almost like a honeycomb rectangle that will be perfect to use as adhesive behind a big topper or something like that. So, or you can cut it down if you want to as well. So don't throw that away. But you're going to get literally 12 sheets again of your circular foam pads. And if you're doing anything like penny sliders that you need things to kind of revolve and rotate, you don't need straight edges, you need circular ones. So there you've got 12 sheets of your circular foam pads from Hunkydory there. Again, in stock today, right now, for you to fill your basket with, £9.99, VJHD25. Then we've got the large foam pads. The large ones, again, you're going to get 12 sheets of the large. And when I say large, they are really quite substantial. Let me just take one off so you can see the size of it. There we go. Look, that's the size of one of the foam pads, okay? But again, you can trim them with your scissors if you want to as well. So that's the 19 by 38 size, that's mil. 12 sheets of those. Again, £9.99. VYHD 45 if you want your large foam pads. And the ones that always struggle to stay in stock are the black ones. Now, with the black ones, you're going to get 6. You're going to get 6 sheets. 2, 4, I've got more than that here, so I don't want to show you more than you're going to get. You're going to get 6 sheets of the black foam pads. So these, obviously, if you find that white ones are too easily visible, they kind of stand out a little bit possibly when you're looking at something. The black one's going to be a lot more discreet. If I just take the backing off one so you can see that they are black, because they look the same as the white ones until I do this. There we go. So double-sided foam pads, mixture of sizes, 6 sheets of the black ones, and they are £9.99 as well. We get 6 sheets of the black, 12 sheets of all the others, okay? So an ideal opportunity to stock up all the different sizes and shapes and sizes that you need of foam tapes or foam pads are in the show today, right now. Whether they will be in the shows later, because Kat has 3 shows today, I've got my doubts they're going to be in later shows. So it's always worth watching us from the very beginning of the afternoon. VWHD 91, welcome if you just tuned in. I'm Dave, Kat's here, it's Sunday, we're Hobby Maker, and we're bringing you the most amazing decoupage collection today. It's Garden Friends, brand new. The first 100 have checked out already. Garden Friends is the theme. You can make 12 of these cards, but you can also, if you want to, put your twist on them and make them different if you don't want to stick to the way that the designers originally felt, okay? You get all the inserts, you get the card blanks, you get the envelopes, and you get all the sheets of the decoupage with 2 characters on each sheet, and you get a total of 6 sheets. But of course, you get 2 cards out of each sheet. Okay, Kat, now you're going to do one as intended or one with a bit of a twist?
Oh no, we're going to start twisting it up. Let's start having a play. So the beauty of these is when they come to you, the top is placed in, so the card's like in its traditional kind of way that it opens like that. But of course, all of these, the first thing you can do is just turn them a 45-degree angle, and you can use them as 10th fold. So that's what I'm going to do with this one. but don't worry, I'm going to go a little bit more fun than that. So I'm going to open this one up, and I'm going to take one of my straight edge circle nesting dies, and these are a really, really good addition to add with these, just so you can do some really fun things.
We've got those in the show today, and when we show them to you, you're not going to believe the price we're taking those nesting dies to. It's ridiculous.
So I just want to make that opening just a little bit bigger, and you'll see why in a bit, just to add a little bit more detail. So I'm just securing that down so I've got a nice even border all the way around there. And then we're going to take this through the die cutting machine. So we are going to pop that on there. Let's go in to pop our sheet on top, so we should get that lovely crisp cut, and let's just run this through the die cutting machine. Helps if I press the run button. And then take that through.
Yeah.
And again, this is still going to be really, really simple, but you're going to get a completely different look from that first one that we did.
Okay.
So we're just going to pop this out of here.
And if you haven't got circular nesting dies in your craft room at the moment, you definitely need them. They're going to be so invaluable. And when you see the Hunkydory price, you'll be shocked.
So you can take this out. Now, because I'm not going to reuse, I don't think, this circle back on this card here, but because you get two in your set, you could use this with your second red card to use that somewhere. So what I'm going to do now is pop this on to my trimmer. And we are just going to go 2 inches, maybe 2¼ inches from the top. And just cut that down. And then we're going to take the bottom piece, and we're going to take this to 2¼ inches as well. And we're just cutting out a little section here. And then I'm going to bring in some acetate. And I'm going to use this as a little guide of the size that I need here. So we're just going to place this underneath my card. I'm going to use it as a guide just so I get the right size.
No measuring really, just use the blank.
You can measure, but it's just as easy. If I measure that up to the edge of that there, I know I'm going to get exactly the right width.
Perfect.
And the same with the length. It should be the same, I'm hoping. But we'll just thingy. But if you want to mark it, you can just, it's hard with the acetate, but you can just like use your scoring tool. That'll give you a little mark in there for you. It just needs to go a little bit over this way. And I can cut that there. So we're creating like a faux front, and we're going to add the pieces back on, but just by taking that piece out, it's just going to give us a little bit more interest. Okay. So I'm just going to use a little bit of our red liner tape.
Hunkydory should have acetate on the website under their brand shop. Yes,
yeah. It's another Hunkydory essential. It's just going to elevate your crafting.
Yeah.
I'm going to pop that on there. And we'll just take off the backing. Sticking to me. We'll do that.
I wonder how many of you at home are actually getting your garden sorted this weekend as well, getting things put in place, getting the garden furniture out maybe?
Yeah, I know there's plans at my house to be doing it today. I think the hubby and my middle son are going to start doing
things don't blow
bits.
away anyway.
Yeah.
Bit blowy.
So we're going to pop that on there. Then we're going to bring back in this bottom piece. And we're going to pop that on there. So you can see how we're just changing up the front slightly. Now, just in the essence of time, I'm going to cheat and I'm going to go in with my tape roller.
Okay.
Just so you're not watching me faffing with red liner again. But again, that's what I advise for when you're at home. So we're going to stick that back on the bottom there. We'll go in with our insert in the middle. And again,
your trusty construction
glue. Yeah, and like I said, whenever I'm doing anything like this, especially when you're going to see it through the front of the card, I like using like my construction glue because it gives me that wiggle room, so I know I can get it exactly where I want it, so it's going to be nice and even when we show on the front.
And even though that's an insert, you can't see the glue through the insert. Sometimes with other glues you can.
So I'm quite happy where that's sat there. And then I have gone ahead and I've pre-built up the decoupage because you've already seen me do it once today.
Yeah,
you don't need to see me do it for every card. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to try and be a little bit tricksy with this one. I'm just going to take a little foam pad and we're going to stick the base to the back of the acetate, and it's just going to cover some of those workings up for us. So if I just put a little bit of a foam pad in the back there, I know that's going to be covered up by the workings. If I place this centrally in my circle, and then I can pop that down on the back.
Oh, okay. I wonder where that was going then.
There's always method to my madness. And then we can pop this back on the front there, and then this can go back over the top, and you just line in those images up again, and then we go in with our sentiment. Let's pop this down here, and we'll finish this one just with a couple of gold gems.
Okay.
Just to really bring that out. And think I'll pop them onto that acetate so they're looking floating. It's there, we're making a feature of it.
And if you want to copy the technique that Kat's done, of course, that's why we do the demos. So it gives you inspiration, gives you ideas how you can put your own twist on the card collection itself.
Absolutely. And this is just one. I'm trying, if this does last to the second show, I'm going to try and show you a different technique for each card style that we've got in there. So hopefully that'll be 6 across the shows.
Okay, so this hour and 6 o'clock for this collection, if the stock lasts. But there is your finished card with a twist on it. Isn't that beautiful? And you can make 2 like that. There are 6 designs, 2 of each, 12 cards in total you can make. But look at the 3D effect that decoupage gives you. It's amazing. Love it, love it, love it. Do you want to have a little look again at what's in the collection? Because I know it's Sunday lunchtime and a lot of you got things on, family get-togethers, Sunday lunch. Now, it is so busy on the phones, it's busy on the website. More of you on the phones than normal, which is interesting. Website's fine, app's fine, you can use that. And you can also register for an account free of charge on the website, on the app. And you can also call the call centre, it's entirely up to you. But the call centre are great, and they're upstairs, it's a free phone number. Lots of you like to talk to someone, which is absolutely fine. Okay, so let's have a look at the decoupage itself. You've got the little red squirrel down the bottom. My favourite is the bunny. Look at the face on that bunny, his little perked up ears.
So
really cute. So you get 2 of those. So you can make 2 of the squirrels. You can make 2 of the rabbit cards. Then we go on to your bumblebee. 2 of those as well. And the red, I think it's a red admiral. I might be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Then you've got your beautiful, beautiful blue tit bird. And then you've also, of course, got your dragonfly as well that just flit along the streams, don't they? Or maybe in your back garden. Maybe you've got a water feature and they're always kind of dive bobbing, having a drink. And you get some sentiments on there as well. But all the elements, it's really obvious what goes down first, what goes down second, what goes down third. It always kind of, the rule of thumb is the largest piece goes first, next largest, next largest, next largest. And then you end up with things like this. Look at this. This is how the conventional card is designed to look if you use it in the same way. But if you don't want to do that and you want to kind of throw caution to the wind and do something like Kat's going to be doing in the shows throughout the afternoon into the evening as well, you can do it your way too. But I think a lot of people, especially when they're starting out and maybe are new to card making, follow it as is. You can't really go wrong with a Hunkydory card. The quality is amazing. Look at that. And there's usually a Hunkydory card or 2 on my mum and dad's windowsill somewhere. This is another way of doing it. Look at this. Using that as an easel, so cutting it rather than scoring it and folding it, but using it as a really beautiful easel, again introducing acetate on there. It works so well with this collection, the acetate, it really does. Now the whole thing is going to come with inserts and envelopes. So you've got your main toppers, the card blanks with that very beautiful pop-out die-cut topper in the centre, which you can do with what you wish. You get 2 of your bumblebees, 2 of your blue tits, there we go, in that lovely blue. You get 2 of your dragonflies, and you also get 2 of your butterflies as well. So 12 cards in total, all 6 by 6. You then get your envelopes, you then get your 12 inserts, and that's it for 12 No, £14.99. So £1.25 per card. You'll have the enjoyment of putting it together. The person who gets it will have the enjoyment of looking at it on their windowsill or on their fire surround or whatever. But if you want to put them in boxes, remember, we've got boxes back by popular demand. 40% of the stock of the main collection is gone, and this is supposed to be hour one of a 2-hour airing of this today. There's supposed to be another show at 6 o'clock, and we're only just after half an hour. So, yeah, very, very busy. And then the boxes, I call them pizza boxes. It wouldn't be a very big pizza, but it's the same style as a pizza box. Half the stock of the box is now gone, £6.99, and basically they come like this, flat. But you just fold them where the creases are, get your bone folder out to make sure it's a nice crease, and it will make a beautiful protective box. And to offer a card in a box to someone that's buying it from you, you can probably put another £1 on the card, I would have thought. Maybe even more.
Yeah, more.
More. Look, 12 boxes, £6.99. You can even, if you wanted to, just make boxes and decorate them and sell them empty as decorated boxes. Because this was the box that I had a few minutes ago that's decorated. Here. That's using the little bunny rabbit to decorate the box, and the card could be inside that. How special would that be? Really lovely touch, and you can write a nice sentiment on the back of the box as well if you want to. But if you want the boxes, they're hardly ever available. Today, though, they are available. They're the perfect box to put your 6x6 decoupaged card in, and it's working out to just over 50p a box, isn't it? 12 of them for £6.99, so it's about 60p a box, something like that. But perfect size. If you want to put some tissue paper in there or something, you could do that as well. ZKHD41. Now, we have got other varieties of the concept cards in the show today. Now, we have got this one, which I think is, hang on a sec, let me just double check. Country Days. Yes, it's this one. Now, we've done this before. It's been huge. Absolutely huge. Now, we haven't got much stock because we have had these on air before. Let's just clear a little bit of space for you. Look at these. Look at these. This is why these have sold out so many times. It's like you're going for a country walk in a little village near where you live or on holiday maybe, but how beautiful. Oh, actually, it's one of these. See? So you can make a twisted easel if you want to, or conventionally make it. It's entirely up to you. This is another one that's got a little bit of a twist to it. Oh, look at this one. Look. So that's been made into almost like a box frame. So you can do that with it if you cut into it, if you want to. But look at those cottages. Little church in the background as well. Lovely spring or summer's day. Really lovely. So let me show you the sheets. So this one is called your, what was it called again? What's it called again? Country Days. Country Days. Okay. So Country Days, same sort of concept. You get 12 sheets. Some of these have been popped out. Apologies. Aren't they gorgeous? That I'd love to live in a village like that. Oh, don't tell me you live in a village like that.
No, no, I really don't. No.
Look at the spot foiling. Look at that. Yeah, I thought Kat was going to say, well, my house inspired this. No. You've got the riverbank there as well with the church. Beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful imagery. And again, the foiling's amazing. The printing, the colours are just spot on. And again, you're going to get the same sort of idea. It will make 12 cards. Your card blanks as well are there. Again, apologies, these have been on shows before and certain things have been popped out. So you've got 12 of your card blanks with the die-cut toppers in the middle. Gorgeous green. Nearly 20% of this is gone already. Who would you send a card like this to? What would the occasion be? Would it be good luck in your retirement? It could be a birthday card. Could be any occasion you choose. Or it could be someone maybe abroad, maybe someone that you know that hasn't got like places like this that we have in the UK near where they are, maybe in America or somewhere like that. You could send this, and this is kind of quintessentially British, isn't it? Don't you?
It is. And what I would love to do with this is maybe buy them. And it could sort out 6 birthdays in a row because you could send one every year as like a collection and they build up the collection over 6 years. I think it'd be fabulous.
Would be really, really cool. So same sort of idea, same price, $14.99, and already 20% of the big stock has gone. And you will get in the packaging little sheets for inspiration as well, which shows you what the cards should look like if you want to do them in the conventional way. But of course, you don't have to be conventional. You can put your own twist on them if you want to. But Country Days, stock available right now, MNHD31. Free phone number 0800 001 4433, and also the website and the app are there, hobbymaker.co.uk. You can order either way. It's entirely up to you. Now, we've also got Delightful Birds, new season. Now, it's confusing because there are 2 Delightful Bird kits. I've got the right one. This is the new season. The other one's called Just Delightful Birds, I think. So this one is the new season one. Thank you, Lauren, for putting all the little post-it notes on for me so I know which is which. Okay, I'll show you a finished card to start off with. Delightful birds. Oh, look. I wonder how many little birds there are around at the moment.
I know, all hidden away in those trees.
I know.
There must be a few.
Seeing mum and dad swooping in to feed them. Right, let's show you the artwork. So you've got not only conventional birds that maybe you see in your garden, you've also got things like owls in here as well. So this is Delightful Birds, a new season. There's that owl. How gorgeous is he? Is that a thrush, I think, maybe? Anyone that can help me on those, shout out. You've got, again, the swans down the bottom, or the ducks down the bottom there as well. Cherry blossom. Aren't they lovely? So again, they work in the same way. Just layer them up one layer at a time. Before you know it, you've got a lovely three-dimensional card. Again, with the inserts and the card blanks and the envelopes, but equally they will fit in the card boxes brilliantly. I say card boxes, you can use those boxes for anything, but they fit these cards perfectly. So again, 12 for just £14.99. It's £1.25 a card, which I think for the quality that you get with Hunkydory, with the adorable scorable, the beautiful foiling and printing, is crazy value for money. Really is amazing. And these are going to fly. If you are selling your cards at a craft fair, a spring fair coming up in the next few weeks, people will be, I'm sure, absolutely in love with this artwork. Lovely colours.
Definitely. They're going to be so eye-catching. That foiling that we've got in there, the little foiling that you've got on all your decoupage layers, is just going to be stunning. On a nice spring day when it catches the light, people are just going to be drawn in, aren't they?
Absolutely. So that one is the Delightful Birds, a new season, £14.99, AGHD06. Now, it could be that you bought these before. There's 12 in there, which is a really generous quantity, but of course it doesn't take you that long to actually put the cards together. So it may well be that you've actually used up your kit that you bought maybe a few weeks ago from us. Stock up today. People are multi-ordering that one as well right now, AGHD06. Right, Kat?
Okay,
That's all right.
So, yeah, I was dead excited with this one because this gave me the opportunity to do something that I've never done with these before. Because we brought them to you a few times, we've done lots and lots of different things. So to discover something new, because this foil in here is quite, I don't know how well it's picking up on the camera. You've got quite big gaps and stuff there. I thought, why not colour this in? Why not? Give it some extra colour and dimension. So I have got my...
Would you have to use alcohol pens?
Yeah, I'm using my alcohol markers. They will dry down in a matter of seconds, really, so you're absolutely fine. And I'm just going to, again, I've gone ahead and I've built up my topper ready for you here. So I'm just going to try and pick up the colours that we've got in the design. So let's just go. I'm going to take these and you'll see it's so easy to do. It just glides over. And the foiling works like a resist, so your foiling is still going to shine out beautifully through. Let's pick some of these out. And then we can go in with some more vibrant greens. Just make sure I've got the right end. Just to pick out some of these. And if you aren't the world's most confident colourer, this is going to be absolutely perfect because it is literally just touching the surface with the pen. And it's really, really going to make it pop. I'll just
nice little touch that, actually, using your alcohol pens.
And it just really gives them, when you see the finished one shortly, it just really, really gives them such a great lot. So even with this big flower here, I'm just going to go around, go all over. You can let that dry down for a second, and then you can go in and just add a little bit more depth to that colour. And just build that up, and we'll just do a blue flower before I go ahead and show you the finished result. But you can see just how gorgeous this is, and it just gives you a completely different look that we've not been able to do before because the foiling designs are quite usually closed and quite encapsulated.
Yeah, these are nice and open though, aren't they?
They are, this one. And it's always fun to discover something new. So you go round, we colour that all in. I've just realised I've popped my insert in the wrong one, but so you'll have to forgive me. And when you're all done, you're going to end up with something like that. And it just gives it such a different look.
That's amazing.
And then all we're going to do, this is super simple to make this one different, is if you go to the back here, we're just going to go to Somewhere, I think that is about 8 notches over the back of the card here. We're going to put in a score line. Just snip off 2 little corners here and here. We are going to fold this over, add in our red liner tape, and just by making the back a little bit shorter now, when we bring the front round, we're going to get a lovely like beveled arch front to the front of the card. And remember, what I'm showing you here and what we're showing you with all these demonstrations today is that you can take these techniques to all of the card collections that we've shown. So when you put this round here now, it's just going to bend that down. So this one will stand up for you itself. And this is another great one if you get in the boxes because you've got that extra depth. So you can just see how we've got that bevel to the front there.
Perfect.
If you hadn't been silly like me and put the insert in the wrong one, you would have put your insert in before doing that. But then we can just add a little bit of our glue to the back there. Pop this in the middle, pop that back in, it will go, you just need to give it a squeeze. And it's just, this time, it's just going to create even more of a frame for your thing. It's going to sit it in there. And it just, again, so simple, it's just one score line and you get a completely different look to it there.
And there's your bumblebees, absolutely beautiful. You can make 2 of those cards in that style if you want to, or do it in the conventional way. It's entirely up to you. But we're talking about garden friends. We've got the rabbit, we've got the beautiful bumblebees, we've got the dragonflies, we've got the blue tits as well. And there's also another one, I think. Oh, the squirrel as well, and the hare. All of those, you can make them twice over. So there's 12 cards you can make from that collection. Now, earlier on in the first demo, Kat actually used one of the straight-sided circles, if that's not a contradiction, you know what I mean. The plain circle dies. Now, we've got those in the show for you today. And when you see the price of them, if you haven't got a set of nesting circle dies in your collection, we found this on the system and we thought, is that right? We actually queried it, but it is right. You've got 10 different sizes of circle dies in this, for apertures, for frames, for doing what obviously Kat did in the demonstration, when you just want to kind of cut a frame away from a circle aperture. GMHD46 is the product code. You're going to get 10 different sized circles, okay? There they are. So they're just straight-sided. GMHD46. We are going to honour the price that we could not believe earlier on, and I still can't believe now. You can have all 10. Yeah, I know. £7.49 for all 10 nesting dies. How? I do not know. Just grab them. Grab them. Whether that's someone's mistake or not, I'm not sure, but they are working out to 75 pence per die, and they go up in incremental sizes as well. So that's what I say when you can actually make frames with them, thin frames, wider frames, apertures. They're so useful. GMHD 46 for only £7.49. Grab them while we got them, because I think that might be a mistake. But anyway, go for it. Fill your boots. They're not supposed to be that price, I've just been told. Anyway, they are right now. We'll honour it. Hello, Jacqueline, Wendy, Joy, Linda, Susan, Janet, Doreen, Valerie in Essex has gone for 2. Can't believe her luck. I'm sure you can't. Angela, you're all coming through. Absolutely. Fill your boots. Enjoy. Right. Now, have we got enough time for one more demo? I think we do. Shall I just recap on what you're getting in the Garden Friends? Just remind you, in case, because I know at 1 o'clock on a Sunday, lots of you are coming and going. Maybe you've just finished your dinner, maybe you're just starting it. This is the new collection that will allow you to make 12 cards. All of these are die cut. All of them are foiled and printed to perfection, all printed in the UK at Hunkydory HQ with their big presses and so on. I still yet to go up there and see that. You've got your squirrel twice, you've got your hare twice. There we go, both sheets. You've then got your bumblebee twice and your red admiral. Apologies if it's not red admiral, but I think it is. And then you've got your beautiful, beautiful dragonfly and the blue tit as well. Now, stock update on this collection. Over half the stock has now gone, and we had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, and there's still 10 minutes to go. You've got your 12 inserts in coordinating colours. It's up to you where you put the insert, either on the back or on the inside of the card. It's up to you. You've got your envelopes, which of course the decoupage will fit into. Just to prove a point, if I grab this one, if I grab the dragonfly, it will fit, even though it's decoupage and it's quite high, it will still fit in there, give you enough space and width. So there we go, that will fit in there a treat. But if that's not protection enough for your decoupage card, we've got the boxes, but you will get the envelopes included, okay? And you get your card blanks, 12 of those, all beautifully printed and foiled and scored, all ready for you to have fun with. So garden friends, we're welcoming all the wildlife into our gardens at the moment. Certainly over the next few weeks we will be. And that's why this is such a brilliant collection to go for. So $14.99, CVHD 79. Kat, we can do one more if that's all right.
Yes, of course we can. So this time we are going to go with our dragonfly.
Yep.
So this time I'm going to take my card blank. And I think this is going to make somebody in my ear very happy because I heard them mention this before. We are going to make a rocker card.
Oh.
So I am going to...
Is that Dan?
It was Dan, yeah. So I'm going to take my back piece first. And this time I'm moving on to my stitched edge nesting dies, just because I find these fit what I'm making a little bit. So we are going to pop that on there. Just making sure that the cutting line is completely over the edge, which it is there. So we're going to run this one through first. And we'll take this through.
So this is due to be on again at 6?
It is,
And then
yes.
you and me at 4?
With our beautiful new pressed petals collection.
Yeah. So 3 shows from Hunkydory this afternoon into this evening.
So we take that through. I'll just move that off, and that will have cut out the base for my rocker there. Just prise that out with the tape. Take that off safe for later. So we've got a lovely circle there. That's going to create our base for our rocker card. And now, just to add some more detail in, I'm going to take the front. And we are just, again, we're going to place this over the top. I'm just going to go as even as I can around that border here. And we're just going to create a little border with the foiled elements that are on there. She says, let's get that as even as possible.
Oops.
While sending things flying. And tack that down so it's going to stay in the same place. Same again, let's just pop that back on our sheet. And put this on here.
How many ways do you think there are of making these cards?
Oh, lots. Lots and lots.
Dozens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least. So we, like I said, I'm going to show in the 6 o'clock hour. I'm going to do one as is again, but then I've got another 3 ways of doing it completely differently. And in some of the samples that you've shown as well, they're different as well from the ones that we've done. So there's so many different things you can do.
So if you get a chance to record the shows or watch the shows back, if you've missed any of the demos, all of our shows are available to watch back, of course, on YouTube indefinitely, but also on our website for up to 2 weeks after the show, and on the app as well. You can watch the show back if you've missed it.
So we've got 2 borders that we could use for other products there. So all I'm going to do is, because it's easier than trying to find the halfway point, and because it is a wonderful, adorable, scoreable for your base, you can just fold that in half so you get exactly right. Give that a crease and there's no cracking or no creasing, and we've got the base for our rocker. We'll go in with our base here. And let me just build this up. I've misplaced my foam pad. And we're just going to take this. And I think this is why we like giving you 2 of each design in the collection, because you can do one as is and then one something a little bit different with. And I hope we're giving you lots of ideas how to use them. So again, let's just layer this up on here. Then I am going to use this right in front of me.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, lots of you are adding the foam pads into your basket today as well, the Hunkydory foam pads. The strips have sold out completely. We've still got the others though, the large, the small, the round and the black. We're nearly selling out of the large.
And I'm going to take this out of one here. I'm just going to add some of the strip foam pads. Sorry guys if you've missed out on them. Again, they're right in the side. to this one.
Because you can get the strips to kind of go round a semicircle or a circle. They will bend a bit.
They will. You can see I'm doing it here, and this is why they're great for the frames. I don't want to tell you all the good properties in case you've missed out. I'm going to make you feel really bad, aren't I? And then we'll pop this just over there now, and we've just created, this is where we've taken out this inner ring just to give you that. But again, save that for something else. And again, with our sentiment, just pop that over there. And look how different this looks again.
How brilliant is that? And because it's all in the center, it's evenly balanced. It's not going to kind of wonk to one side or anything like that. And every time you go past it, you've got to tap it with your finger.
Yes.
To make it wiggle. There we go. The cat tap. There you go. $14.99 is your price for the brand new Garden Friends. Is it Garden Friends? Garden Friends, yeah. Brand new today, featuring the squirrel, featuring the rabbit, featuring, what were the other things? The bumblebee, the red admiral butterfly, the dragonfly, and the blue tip, all that wonderful artwork. I mean, I think they're some of my favourite cards that Hunkydory actually do, because when you actually see the card made up, the sense of achievement when you actually kind of just see how dimensional it is, how lifelike it is. The artwork's incredible. The foiling that Hunkydory does is always exquisite, absolutely exquisite. And if you want to do something a bit different, you can. You don't have to stick to convention. I know lots of you like to do things in the conventional way, but also a lot of you like to kind of go your own way and come up with a new way of making the card, a new way of making the card look different and special, making it more unique. Yeah, you can do, but if you don't want to, you don't have to. CVHD79, and remember everything else on the show that's still available if you go to our website, which is hobbymaker.co.uk, or go to the app, tap that. You'll see everything that's still there. If it says sold out on the website, sorry, that means it's gone, obviously. But if it doesn't say sold out, you can fill your boots. And remember, 1 P&P all day long of just £3.95. No matter how many things you buy right now, from now until midnight, 1 P&P is all you'll be charged of £3.95. Cheers, Kat. See you with Press Petals at 4.
Yes, can't wait.
Coming up next, lovely Liz Wheeler is back with us. We're going to be showing you how everybody can paint folk art. Do not go anywhere. It's coming up next.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobbymaker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobbymaker app.
Hi, I'm Beth Kingston from Kingston Crafts, and I'm so excited to be joining the Hobbymaker family. Kingston Crafts is a company made for crafters by crafters, and we've gone back to basics with paper, tools, and embellishments that are affordable, colorful, and fun, so you can make what inspires you. So join me, Beth Kingston, on April 8th and 9th when I will be in person in studio at Hobbymaker to launch Kingston Crafts in the UK. I can't wait to share this with you.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Hello everybody, good afternoon. Welcome to Sunday lunchtime. Well, maybe it's after Sunday lunchtime now for you. 2 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. Lovely Liz Wheeler is back with us. How are you, my love?
I'm very good, thank you, Dave.
Good to see you.
Oh, lovely Liz Wheeler. I do like that.
Well, you are.
Everybody should always call me that now.
They should do.
Lovely Liz
Yes.
Wheeler.
Take note, everyone knows Liz. Lovely Liz Wheeler. Now, Liz is here with a different hat on every time you come, really, aren't you?
Yeah, I was just on Thursday doing journals, so a completely different thing. But yes, but this is my mindful craft.
This
doing
is
painting.
all about folk art. Then you might think to yourself, I'm not a painter, I can never do this. Maybe as it's getting into spring, you're thinking, I would love to be able to pick up a really relaxing craft like painting, but I've never been trained, I've never been to art college. You don't need to. And Liz is here to show you how, by buying a kit that we've got for you today, everyone can do this. It's just simple techniques that you follow, and if you follow the techniques, you can do it. It's as simple as that. And I always think of folk art as like canal boats and that sort of thing.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's different traditions across the world. In the UK, it was it came around 17th century. There was a Welshman who adapted a way of applying coating to pieces of decoration so that it was a black enamel type surface so you could paint on the top of it. And then that transferred to people on the barges, canals. Families used to move on board as well, so they made it their own home. So that's where you get the Castle and Roses theme.
Right.
But across Europe, there's different traditions. So in Norway, there's a different way of painting. In Holland, there's different ways. Italy, rose marling, painting roses. And then over in America, the Pennsylvania Dutch brought it over and started this sort of newish technique of folk art, which has been introduced as like this one stroke. So basically you get one brush, load it with 2 sets of paints, and automatically you have that shade and dark to create that folk art.
Now, what Liz and the team at PI, Personal Impressions, have put together for us today is a brand new starter kit. We have the original starter kit that is available, it's on the website as well. That sold out last time, but it's back in stock, and we'll get to that later in the show. But bearing in mind, the show we've just done has been basically a garden theme for spring, and we're around the corner from spring. This is a spring flower themed collection, and it's got everything in it that you need to get started, including brand new stencils that Liz herself has designed. They're the stencils down the bottom that you can see. Now, the whole thing, it comes with paint. It comes also with everything you can see here, including that rectangular box. It comes with coasters that you can be painting as well. You've got brand new laminated brushstroke technique sheets as well. So this is totally different to the first starter kit.
Yes, absolutely, yes.
If someone bought that, this kind of follows on from that?
Absolutely, yeah. So the first kit that we brought on last time is sort of the basic stroke that you need for folk art, which is the comma stroke. But now we're moving on to something called the S stroke and the C stroke. Different type of strokes to create different types of effects.
So if someone didn't buy the first starter kit, can they buy this and still?
Absolutely,
Right.
absolutely.
But if you did buy the first starter kit, then this is the natural follow-on,
yeah,
okay?
yeah.
Now, Already we're getting on the phone lines for it and on the website for it as well. Hello to Alison in Warwickshire, Anne in Lancashire, Valerie in Devon. Right, it's MAPQ96. You've got all of these beautiful paints. You've also got a couple of extra bottles there as well that's got the blending solution in it, I believe.
It's called the floating
medium.
That
Yep.
one, yep. And I'll explain how to use that when we get going, yeah.
But this is fully loaded. It's under £30 to get started. All you need is a brush. We've got those in the show as well for you, or maybe you've got some at home already. $29.99 gets you everything. You're going to get the coasters. You're going to get the rectangular box. You're going to get the paints. You're going to get the brush stroke guides that have been laminated for you. You're going to get the brand new stencils that Liz has designed herself, which will help you, of course, get the dimensions of the petals and the flowers perfectly right. Now you're coming in for this straight away. It's absolutely brilliant. All you'll need is some cardstock or objects. You're getting some objects in there to get started anyway. To have coasters on your coffee table or on your table in your home that you've actually painted yourself, how special would that be? And a little jewellery box, or I mean, it could be a pen box. You could use that box for all sorts. But again, that's been painted already. Yours will be the unpainted one that you can see there as well. Liz, where do you want to start with this? To show us
Okay,
what to
well,
do?
I'll just show you what's in the new starter kit, and bear in mind it's new paints as well, different shades of paints. So
Yep.
we've got a pink, an orange, a green, a purple, your white, and then the floating medium. So brand new to the last time.
Fantastic.
And these are the stroke sheets that you're going to get, which are all laminated, which means you can practice directly onto it, wipe it clean
Right.
if you've made a mistake, and you just keep going back.
So it's all about practice, really.
All about practice. It's about memory, it's about repetition, and then your body starts to get used to those strokes. Your hand,
Muscle memory.
Muscle memory,
Right.
yeah. So we've got the S stroke, which I'll demonstrate. We've got the different scrolls to do. We've got the C stroke, which looks like an upside down.
It's like a tunnel.
It does, but when you turn it sideways, it is an actual C.
Okay, yeah.
And then we've got more practice for the scrolls as well. And also in the kit, we have these brand new stencils.
Which you have designed
I
yourself.
have designed. Because I teach folk art as well, a lot of
didn't know that.
I do. A lot of my students struggle a little bit with, I'll do it the right way up, just with getting that placement right. So they practice on this, and then they think, well, that's all right, but I can't create a flower in my mind. I've got no, a lot say that they need a picture to see or some sort of visual.
Well, it's a bit like Sandra with Sandtangle. She gives you stencils so
Yeah.
you get the outline right.
Yeah,
and then-
yeah. And then some people are sort of, well, I've got no imagination, so I need something to follow. So it's a bit of one that's already prepared for you and one that makes up flowers as well. So this one in particular has a lovely either daisy or sunflower. That one has a little flourish as though the bud is opening. That one again, depending on how many times you paint around that, that can be a sunflower or a daisy or whatever type flower. We've got a lovely little bird there.
Oh, it's a bird, yes.
It's a little bird. It's a little bird. I've got one on that little box there.
Oh,
that
there it
little
is.
Blue bird, yeah.
I mean, look at
So
that.
that's using some of those new stencils.
See, without the stencil, I'd probably get the proportion all completely wrong.
Yeah. So it just builds up your confidence. Then once you've started to practice with the stencil, then you can then carry on. And then the other stencil, as I said, is made up of different petal shapes. So we've got this one here that can do a really lovely pansy, but this one will make up a carnation or a rose. This one is a rosebud, and I'll show you how to do that. And then we've got 3 different sizes of leaves as well.
I tell you what, record this show if you've got recording capabilities. Watch it back again a bit later on. Your kit will be dispatched straight away if you order it today. Free phone number if you want to call the call centre. Maybe this is the first craft you've ever thought of doing, and you're thinking, do you know what? I've seen folk art before, brush painting before. I'll fancy giving this a go. You've got everything. I think the difficulty in the past has been if you haven't had a kit that's been put together for you, what do you need? What do I need to buy?
Yes.
And Liz and PI have put everything together, giving you an amazing deal and an amazing price, and giving you all the tips and all the helping hands you need. And you've even got products that you can paint straight away as well, with the box and the coasters too.
Yes. And we've also got lots of tools as well for those that want to progress and they've got the first kit and think, actually, I do like to do it. I love this. I'm going to keep rotating it. It feels like a raffle drum, but I love it.
We've got
love
lots
it, I
of
love it, I love
people
it.
asking about this. Michael will just get a shot of it for you. It's like having a fairground carousel in the home, but it's designed to hold your paint bottles
Yes.
upside down.
Yeah.
So that they're ready to...
So they're ready to pour then, yeah. And you just push them right in so they won't fall out even when you're going really fast.
That is in the show. It's going to
Because
come
I've
up later on.
practiced.
Yeah.
So there's also this is a loading palette and it fits your paper plates inside as well. It also has a double blender, which I'll show you when I'm mixing colours, but it just has a bottom tray and then the top tray like that sits inside so that you can do the dual stroke, one stroke painting. Then we've also got a smaller version there, which is also a palette.
Yep.
But in that, you also get a sponge so that you can keep your paints nice and moist
Okay.
as well. So yeah.
Let me show you this one first of all. This one has got the sponge in it. So this is the double loading carousel.
yeah,
So that, basically the top comes off. So that's your palette to mix your paints. There's your sponge that Liz was talking about as well. So that just kind of comes together like that, like a frisbee, but you open it up and that's your palette. So we've got that today for £14.99, which is really good. Never seen anything quite like that before, love it. And the other one that Liz is using, just in case you want to jot this item number down as well, this is just called the palette, but it's the perfect size, like Liz says, to put your paper plates inside. So you can do that like Liz has done.
and it also holds the other palette as well.
Right.
It fits inside that. It clips underneath.
Okay.
So it can all
So that
go
will fit in
together.
there.
Yeah. It just clips in.
Okay.
So you can keep everything nice and fresh and clean.
So if you want to go for both of them, that's £9.99. That's £14.99 for the frisbee one that I referred to as earlier on. So you can have both of them for less than £25.
Okay, so I'm using the flat brush that comes in the kit. And what I'm
So
doing...
you get a brush in it.
You get a full set of brushes, I think, in that. There's a 10-pack of brushes.
Is that right?
There is. Or is that in the previous set? So you might have already got them. But
That's
there
in
is
the
extra
previous set,
brushes.
yeah,
There is
yeah.
extra brushes. So I'm using my flat brush and I'm dragging the paint from the side. I'm not dobbering in.
No.
That is a technical term. You don't do that. You just lightly drag and then I'm doing it like an S. So if you imagine the way that an S stroke. So the easiest way is to position two little diagonal lines and you're on the chiselled edge of the brush, which is that very end straight edge.
Okay.
So I'm holding it upright, pushing it down, back upright.
Right.
And I'm doing it in pink because last time I did it in white, nobody could see it. So again, if it's easier, do yourself two little diagonal lines, push down, back up to a flat line.
Right.
So if you can imagine that in green, or that's a lovely petal anyway. So that's the left angled S stroke. And then you can also do a right angled one. So we've also got the sheet to give you in the other direction. This should be.
So basically, you're going to get these laminated sheets in your main collection that we started the show with for £29.99, but we do have them available separately as well. They're £4.99 for set 2, and we've got £4.99 for set 1.
So this is in the opposite direction, so I've done my diagonals that way, and if you can imagine your S push down and back up to the chisel.
Right, gotcha.
So that's the S stroke, up, push, back up.
Easy when you know how,
So you
isn't
can
it?
make it as fat or as thin as you want, just on the pressure that you're putting on that brush as you're dragging it down.
And these sheets just wipe clean after you've practiced.
Yeah, you just a bit of tissue, a bit of water, a wet wipe, anything that you've got.
See, it's good that you don't go onto a project until you're confident.
Exactly, yeah, you're not wasting anything.
And
So
what
it
are the
just-
paints?
that
Are
just
they
likes clean.
acrylic paints, Liz?
So they're an acrylic paint,
Yeah.
yes.
By Plaid?
By Plaid, absolutely brilliant make of paints. But you also have on the show some other different mediums. So we've got a textile medium as well that you can try. It's a try it by price. So if you mix that with the paints, it means you can paint on fabric, t-shirts, etc.
Wow.
Let it dry, iron it once it's all dry, and then you can pop it in the washing machine.
Okay.
So you can blend that with your fabric medium.
So we've got those in the show. We will get to those a bit later on.
So this is your S stroke.
Yeah.
So this is what I've done as the stencil to make your little rosebud, and it's like an eye-popping moment when you see it made. So again, you start on the chisel And as you come up, you push down on the brush and then back up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Instant petal.
Instant petal. But then if you do it in the opposite direction, so chisel, push down, and I'm going to come back down and push like that.
Then you get a bud.
It looks like a bud. And if you just do a little bit that side, a little bit that side, and a little flurry there and there.
Oh, look.
Yep, so
Yeah.
that is what my stencil does. It gives you those shapes because basically that's what folk art is. It's a series of shapes that you build up.
Sure.
And you can recognise those shapes. So that is an S shape. Sorry, a C stroke. That is that shape.
And just keep practicing.
Just keep practicing.
If it doesn't come straight away, it will do. Just give it a bit of time.
When I first sort of teach my students, they do a big one like that and then they'll come down like that.
Right.
So it's about closing that little
Closing
gap.
it together, yeah.
And then just learning how to just do the single ones at the side. So I'm not putting hardly any pressure on, but it's those little strokes that build up your flower. So I will go to my stencil if that's okay.
Yeah, it's like we've got a free tutorial from Liz herself.
I love it. So I've got a white pencil, but because I'm using it on black card,
Okay.
just so you can see what I'm doing. So let's go again with this C stroke. So what you'll see, I'm going to just do that bit first. So I'll take my stencil away just so you can see the build up. But what I tend to do, once I've practiced all the different shapes, I put all the stencil down in one go. So I'll just do this first so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm going to go, I'm following the line and do my first C stroke there.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to come back down and follow the bottom one there. So I'm in that shape. I've contained myself in that shape. So
That is now unmistakably a bud.
yes. So what I'll do, I'll just come further along. So I know that's my shape, but what I'm going to do is put a little flourish to the side, flourish to the side. So if you can see that shape now, yeah. So I've done my practice sheet and now I'm going on to proper card and I'm building those strokes up. So
The stencils are key though, aren't they?
that's my first one. That's my second one. And then I've got, oh, that little flourish there and that little flourish there.
And look.
Yeah. So then what we can do is move along. And what I'd suggest you do with this black card, because it's such a brilliant quality card, is actually do them in rows, date them at the top, and then you've got a sheet that you can go back to and say, that's where I started and look where I am now.
Right.
So do your practice in nice long rows and it'll give you a really good indicator of how far you've progressed.
And Liz, this is watercolour card, isn't it? Black watercolour card.
It's
is that right?
lovely, yeah, it's a lovely quality card.
We have that in the show for you as well, if that's what you'd like to actually paint onto, in addition to the coasters you get in the main collection today, the spring collection and the box as well.
Okay?
Yep.
So now I've got all of my shapes that I've got there. So we're going to start with my top C, my bottom C, a little flourish there, a little flourish there. I'm going to come round with that little shape and round with that little shape.
How good are you going to feel when you actually start to paint flowers that look so real and so realistic, just by following a few really, really, really easy techniques?
Yeah, and then I'm just going to add some of my green, water my brush down. I'm a right dirty crafter. I'm
What
off,
are you going to say
honestly.
there for a minute?
A dirty crafter. So if you imagine how we did our S strokes earlier, I want to put a few leaves on this now. So again, I'm starting with my little diagonal line.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to push down. I've got a little leaf coming that way. I've got a little leaf coming out there. Little leaf coming out.
Oh, amazing.
And then just a little line with the flat of your brush. And
Look
you've
at
got
that.
little rose. So that's very a very basic rosebud, just with one colour of pink and one colour of green. So we've not even started on the blending with 2 different colours either.
Okay.
Which I will show you now.
And when you see the blending with 2 different colours, you're going to be blown away. It's so effective. This, remember, is brand new today. It follows on from our first starter collection that we did, which we still have stock of if you want it. It did sell out before, but it's in the show. But if you want this to be your main starter collection, it's got everything in it, apart from brushes that you need to get started. You've got both sets of laminated stroke sheets. You've got your brand new, designed by Liz, stencils, which give you the outline of your flower. And once you've got that, the confidence goes through the roof because you've got the outline there to give you all the shapes that you need. Plus, you're going to get the 4 colours of acrylic paint from Plaid. You're going to get your green, your orange, your purple, and your pink. You're also going to get your floating solution, which we'll talk about and demo a bit later on. You're going to get your coasters, and you're going to get that rectangular box, which could be a jewellery box, whatever you want to use it for. But the whole thing is under £30 to get started by doing your very own folk art, which is pretty impressive. If you want to search for the black cardstock, that is on the website as well. That is in the show too. And we also have the original starter kit available too as well. That's got the brushes in it, and we'll get to that a bit later, but it is on the website if you want to search for it.
Okay, I'm adding a little bit of this floating medium now. So because my card, it's got a rougher surface, it's not a smooth surface, so it's not a coated surface like my practice sheet was. So the floating medium basically does what it says. It helps the paint float across the surface. Okay. So you can just add a little bit to your brush before you pick up any of your paints. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to pick up half my brush with the pink, half with the white, and then this is where this brand spanking new tool for me comes into it, because you can automatically blend your brush without contaminating either side.
And you're using the ridge in the middle to separate the 2 colours.
I'm using the ridge in the middle to separate the 2 colours.
Getcha.
So I've got white and pink. I've done my shape there, so are you ready?
Yeah.
So I'm going to do my top C. I'm going to do my bottom C, and see with the 2 colours, that automatically brings that shading. Then I'm going to come to the side, round and round.
Look at that.
Well, you can't because my arm's in the way. There
you go. Look at that. Just by using 2 colours. I mean, I would imagine the white is key, isn't it? Don't you use
the
that
white or the black or a dark purple or anything that adds that light and shade.
Now, just to let you know, we do have Liz's stencils on their own as well. So maybe you've already bought the starter kit from us last time and you're thinking, I'd love Liz's stencils to give me that extra boost of confidence. Again, they're produced by Liz and Personal Impressions. So you've got 2 A5 stencils that will give you basically the outline for your flowers and your petals, and even your little dicky bird there as well. They're $6.99. Is that for both? Really? You get both for $6.99, £3.50 each.
I did not know that.
You didn't know that?
I did not know that.
That's the deal we can do for you today from Liz.
Let me get them.
There we go. If you want both of those, DYPQ05 if you just want the stencils. But remember, in the starter bundle, the spring flower one today, they will come in that included. So that's brilliant.
There you go. So now I've done my little leaves.
Look at this.
There you go.
Look at that. How beautiful is that? Gorgeous.
Yeah. So let's do one of the other little templates on here. So let's get our little bird. Dave, you were sure of the shape, were you, on that when it showed you? So again, just trace round it. I like his little beak. So you've got his body, his little beak, and then you've also got his little wing there.
Oh, so cute.
Yeah, so that's a nice little thing. So let's do, what colour do you think? Blue one?
Yeah, let's do a blue.
Let's do a little
bluebird.
A little bluebird.
By the way, this carousel that you're teasing us with is in the show today, brand new to us today, and it holds 6 bottles of this paint on each layer, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 layers.
1, 2.
There's 24 bottles it will hold.
Yeah. It's marvellous. It's marvellous.
New toy.
I know, I am a child, I love it. So again, I'm going to mix my 2 paints.
It's coming soon, don't worry. I know
So
lots
you've
of you want
got
it.
loads of separators in here so that you can really fill it with all your paints. I've just washed it which way is white, it's a little bit damp. Okay, so I'm going to have the white at the top, and I'm just going to follow that shape through. Let's get that down there. So it's got a little bit of shading going on. And then I'm going to come back over where I've got his little wing. Again, so if you had the first kit, you'll know how to do that comma stroke, which is effectively that stroke. It's just like a comma. Or you can push down and up from the first sheet. So add a little bit of floating medium. Because I'm working on that card, I do need it to flow nicely. So let's just do his little wing again.
Isn't it lovely as well to be doing a traditional craft?
It's just beautiful. I absolutely adore doing folk art. I absolutely love it. And, you know, you can just start at any point and then you're well away. With the templates, with the stencils, you don't need to be an expert. You just need to follow the steps and the processes.
I'm chilled out just watching you.
It's just lovely. It's such a lovely set. And I do like the new paint colours in the set as well this time.
Well, the paints, we've actually got those available as a separate item, I believe. So if you want the paints on their own, now $13.75. Now the painting spring flower selection, so you're going to get, just remind me, Laura, you're going to get the pink, purple, orange, green, and white. Okay, so those five, you get those five together for £11.49. So that literally is just over £2, about £2.20 a bottle, okay? So you're gonna get all five of those. You won't get the floating medium, that's a separate item, but you will get those five colours. The white is obviously very, very key. So those, if you want those on their own, £11.49.
Okay, so I'm just going to trace round. This can either be a daisy, a sunflower, even a marigold. So the leaf itself, it has like a floppy centre. It's just an indicator of where to put your brush strokes as you do it. So
Okay.
I'll explain as I'm doing that stroke.
And you know, you
So
don't have to be 100% accurate with the stencil because it's just a guide at the end of the day.
Absolutely, you have the power in your brush, to be honest, once you're doing it. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's get some orange from the new set. So I'm not using very much paint at all, so I'm not going to waste it.
And you know plaid paints won't let you down.
No.
Great quality.
So where did I put my floating medium? So let's get a little bit of this orange. I'm going to pick up a little bit of the white. So even though I'd mainly put orange on the brush, as soon as I dip it in the paint, I can separate those two colours.
I tell you what, I really do think this double loading carousel is a godsend. And I've not seen this until today. We gave you details of it a minute ago. If you do want it, this is the one that's got the veins in the lid, which allows you to, with your brush, separate the two colours. You can have a white one side, yellow one side, whatever you want. So that is what, of course, Liz is using most of here. And this is designed for the sponges for what?
Water.
Okay.
Yeah, so once you put that on the lid on it, it keeps your paints moist.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so you don't have to throw your paints away straight away.
Okay, so if
can
you fancy
let
that
it have it for
palette.
another, good couple of days afterwards.
Okay, no, it will come like that. Just separate it, lift it off, and use it as Liz is using it here today. It's only £11.49. Oh no, that's the one stroke. That's the paints, isn't it? If you want this, that's £14.99. So that's in the show. £14.99 for that one.
Fabulous. Okay, so I've loaded my brush, and I'm going to come in with my little comma strokes, which basically you push down and get to an end. My white's facing the centre, so I've got that nice shadow effect. And just every now and then, just keep picking up bits of paint and reloading it onto your palette. Push down. So that's all I'm doing, is just following.
And you're flicking at the end.
And I'm just sort of getting it to a point on my brush. So again, picking up one side, the other side, and just separating that out. And if you wanted to then go back over, because you feel confident enough now you've got the shape, you just keep going inside. And because you're doing it on black card as well, you have that natural shade going on underneath.
I'd be so if I'd done that, I'd be so chuffed.
And then let's get our yellow centre. So the flower shape is already there for you.
Now these plaid paints, what sort of surfaces can you put them onto?
Absolutely, any surface.
Really?
Yeah. They're a nice acrylic paint, so you can put them on anything. I mean, there are speciality paints for things like glass and other items, but I would always use my acrylics for anything. It will work on ceramic, it'll work on wood, paper, and then obviously if you're doing it on textiles, use the textile medium to work with it.
That's in our show as well.
Yeah.
So all those individual things we're talking about, if you can't find them, just look on the website or call the call centre and they'll be able to sort it for you. But they are all available in the show from Personal Impressions. And Personal Impressions basically are a company that source great crafting products from all over the world, some of the finest makes and manufacturers in the world, and bring it under one umbrella, don't
Absolutely, yeah. So what we've got here is our little, so we're just going to bring it down to a point. And then this separator here, what it means is, and don't worry about turning your card around, don't try and, make it work for you, which way, however you hold your brush. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start there, and I'm going to bring it down to a point, and then I'm going to start on the other side and bring it down to a point. So I've got that natural gap that I had from my template, and then just a little line up the top. And we've got a beautiful sunflower.
That looks amazing.
Yeah, so it's there for you to do it yourself, absolutely.
And it's pretty obvious the stencil is key. Once you've got that outline and you've got that kind of confidence, knowing the proportion's going to be right, the shape of it will be right. They are flying on their own, but they are in this wonderful brand new spring flowers collection today. The whole thing, I can't believe the price is such a good deal.
It's absolutely phenomenal for what you're getting.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You get 6 coasters, you get that wooden box as well with metal hinges and a clasp and all of that, which you can be painting and decorating. You've got the brushstroke laminated sheets, so that's where you practice before you go on to a project itself. You're going to get your floating medium, which, as we demonstrated, or Liz did, helps the paint glide over coarser surfaces or rougher surfaces. You're going to get your white, your green, your orange, your pink, and your purple paints. What else is there in there? You're going to get also, is there anything else? All the coasters, yeah. And the oblong box, yeah, and the stencils, all in there for a brilliant price of $29.99. And this has been developed by Liz and Personal Impressions to follow on from the original starter kit that had the brushes in it, but we do have that on the show as well. So if you wanted both of those kits, they won't duplicate, they'll be completely separate. That would be less than £60 for both of them. The starter kit is here. I'll quickly show this to you because this may well be, now, we've never got enough room here, apologies. Let me show you. To start off with, in the starter kit, this is what sold out last time. We've got it back today. You're going to get a full pack of 12 by 12 black cardstock, which is what Liz is using, okay? That's the watercolour cards. You're going to get that. I don't know how many sheets, it doesn't say on there. Well, 10 sheets. Okay, 10 sheets of 12 by 12. You're going to get, again, laminated plastic sheets to practice with. And this is the original one, so this is different sheets to what was in the first collection we showed you.
Yeah, different strokes.
You're going to get your pack of 10 brushes included as well to get you started. So this is really, truly a starter kit. You're then going to get these coloured paints. So you're going to get your black, you're going to get your blue, you're going to get your yellow, and you're going to get your red, and you're going to get your white as well. And then in addition to that, in the starter kit, you're then going to get these. You're going to get these beautiful MDF shapes that you can paint. You've got 2, 4, 6 of the flowers, and you've got 2, 4, 6 of the hearts as well. Okay, so you're going to get all of that in there for, should be £40 and 83 pence, or 43. This was massively popular first time round. I believe the cardstock you're going to get in there is A4. I beg your pardon, A4 is what you're going to get in that particular collection. You can see it on the picture there. $29.99, it's sold out before. If you are a true newbie, you could go for either or, but of course you will need brushes. So if that's the case, go for this collection. That's got the brushes in it and also the laminated sheets to get you started, and a few really small, not daunting projects to get you started and to get cracking. $29.99.
The hearts behind, I've done it as bunting.
Look.
Using the little rosebuds there.
How cute are they? They could also be little tags on gifts if you wanted them to be.
Absolutely, yeah.
But that hung up in the conservatory maybe, or in the lounge or dining room would look really sweet, or in the kitchen they'd look good too, wouldn't they? And that's just one little rosebud on there, a few little white dots, a background layer of paint, and yeah, a wonderful hanging decoration in the home. So that one is where it all started. Last time Liz brought this, it sold out completely. We brought it back today, and it follows on, the next collection that we've got on the show today follows on from this. So if you wanted to go for this one and that one, that would be less than £60 for both, one P&P, and you'll have lots of different coloured paints. You'll have lots of different practice laminated tip sheets as well. Plus you'll have your brushes, and you have loads of things to get kind of cracking on with and to enjoy painting. You get 10 brushes in there. Yeah, 10 brushes in there as well. For under £30, hello Doreen in Berkshire, Karen in County Londonderry, Jeanette Murray, Susan in Cambridgeshire, hello brand new crafters coming through as well. But that is the true starter kit. And of course the spring bundle we've got today doesn't duplicate anything. I mean, everything you need in there, the cardstock, the brushes, the paints and the tip sheets, all those are included. And you get the 6 of the floral coasters and 6 of the MDF love hearts as well. There we go. So that's that collection if you want that. Okay, now we're going to have to move on to the carousel. We're being inundated with people asking about this. Let me show you. I've got an empty one here. And obviously Liz is using hers, but let me just put this down so you can see it. This is Janie'S. Look, 1, 2, 3. You get 4 holders, 2, 4, 6, and there's 6 holes in each holder. Now we haven't got much stock of this. This is designed to hold these size bottles. You can have them upright, or better still upside down, so the paint is actually at the nozzle ready for you to actually use. And then just literally you roll it and it brings the paint that you want right to the top of the carousel. Isn't it good? Now it's $59.99, brand new today to us at Hobby Maker. It's QSPQ91, and it's only a certain size of bottle, Liz, it holds, yeah?
Yes, yeah, because you want it to fit snugly so that when you rotate it, it doesn't fly everywhere.
There we go.
So they just push nicely in so that when you're rotating it at speed, which I tend to do.
So all of these bottles are the same size. They're 2 fluid ounces plaid bottles, but any make, I think it's a fairly traditional size for paints, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah, and your mediums, yeah.
So they're 59 mil or 2 fluid ounces, and it will hold 24 bottles in total. But if you've got 24 bottles of paint all over the place, it can get a bit messy.
Oh no, it can, and it's literally there just at your hand. It's there. You can, because I've done mine in colourways, so I've got them all organised, so I know exactly where to go for the paints that I've got.
Okay, now we have limited stock on this, no surprise. Lots of people asking about it. $59.99. It's on 2 split pays as well, so you only have to pay $29.99 today. Do you have to put it together?
You do have to put it together. I've had to put it together myself, and if I can put it together, anybody can.
Anyone can do it.
Step-by-step instructions with pictures. It just clicks in place. It just clicks in place, and there's 4 little hinge things at the end that you push in to secure it.
Okay.
So don't lose them. There's 4 little brackets, like big plastic staples. They're the bits that hold it here at the side, so it doesn't slip.
Now, one other thing we've got for you, which I think you might like. There's so much in the show. It's crazy, absolutely crazy.
I feel like Clint Eastwood with this, because it's sort of, it's like a holster. I've got all my mediums and my metallics in this one.
Now, we've been told that when this is gone, that's it, it will have gone. Let me just get one of the bottles here. I'll get the orange bottle.
Yeah, and make sure you hold it the right way up.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Now, look, it's like a holster. There we go. You can put all your bottles in there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 bottles it can hold. And it's a bit like a jewellery wrap, because when you've got them in there...
It sits like that, yeah. So you can put your brush bag in there as well if you've got your brushes, once. So you can, so you can use it like that. Put your brushes in when you need to, or any other of your bigger bottled mediums like that in the centre.
Let me just show everybody. There you go. Hold this up.
It's got 3 little straps as well, so...
There you go. That's cool, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
So you can put your bigger bottles in the centre of it if you want to. But again, put them in upside down so that when you take them out to use them, you haven't got to shape the paint to the bottom, top of the bottle. So yeah, and you can also, if you wanted to, unroll it and you can hang it up if you wanted to as well. There's actually a little kind of hanging hook on either end. So if you wanted to hang it on your desk or something like that, you could do that really well as well. It's actually branded for FolkArt. It's been manufactured for that purpose. So just having all of your bottles at your fingertips, but I've got them in the right way up, but that's the wrong way because the idea is that they're ready for action upside down.
But good, because if you've got your paints on there, good for your extra mediums like your gloss varnish and your Mod Podge and your floating mediums in that little mini size. So all your accessories, yeah.
Single figure stock of this now. It's a busy show.
It's busy.
And when it's gone, I've been told. So $16.99, YXPQ46. We won't be able to get any more of these when they've sold out. So, right, back to you, Liz.
Okay, so I have used some of the blue metallic, which is blue sapphire it's called. This is a really lovely colour. And I'm actually going to use some crackle paste as well. Crackle paste. Woohoo! Okay, and I've got the sponge daubers that are also in the show. So it does make it really easy to spread your paint without messing up your brushes.
Look at this.
And you can wash them after a while. Let me get some.
Now we have got the metallic paints for you. Get a set of 5. Do you know what colours we got? I haven't got them here.
You've got the blue, you've got a purple, a green, a silver and gold.
Emerald green, pure gold, pearl white, amethyst and blue sapphire. They're the ones you're going to get if you want the metallic paints. There we go.
And there is a little swatch in the back, in the box with the metallics in, Dave.
Oh, they're here?
Yeah, there's a swatch that shows you the colour and with crackle paste as well, using black over the top of them.
They were covered up with these, so I couldn't see them. Here we go. So, yeah, they're your metallics. But aren't they gorgeous? So there's your metallics, and if you use the crackle with the metallics as well, look at the effect you can create.
It's beautiful, that crackle.
So there's your gold, there's your purple, there's your blue, there's your green, and then you've got your metallic white. Those are just $13.99 for metallics from Plaid.
Yes.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and there's some of the samples there using the metallics.
You're loving the metallics, and you can see why. Look at this.
They're just beautiful on black card. You just cannot beat it.
Oh, wow. And use the same techniques?
Exactly the same techniques. Yeah, you're just using your comma stroke, your S stroke, your C strokes, and it just builds up.
Isn't that cool? Will it work on other coloured cards, not just
Oh,
white?
absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. But I've done it on the black just so you can really see that shine.
Okay, so there's your
But
metallics
yes,
if you want
it
those.
will work on any colour card.
And I'll tell you what, Liz, whenever we do a metallic option in anything, it's always
It's
one of the most popular.
Yeah. Okay, so I've dried my surface and now I'm going to use the crackle medium. So again, using this as your palette, you can either put it in one of the little tubs there, but I'm going to be using it quite quickly. And I'm going to use a brush for this.
This is one of my favourite techniques.
I love it, I love it, I love it. Don't be stingy with your crackle. You get absolutely tons.
You get
I've
a
used
quarter of a
this.
litre.
I've used this since the first show, and I've used it, and I've still not even got halfway down.
Look, 236 ml.
It's brilliant.
I was
stuff.
expecting a bottle, the normal size. No, this is a
Right.
huge bottle of crackle.
So you apply it just in nice big strokes. Don't try not to miss anything. And you can usually see where you've done because it's got a nice shiny glaze to it. Now you can either let it dry naturally, but why would you want to do that if you've got a heat gun and you've got better things to do with your time than watch paint dry?
Absolutely.
So let's just get my brush clean.
Is it a one-step crackle?
It is a one-step crackle.
Oh,
It's my favourite
they're the
because
best.
I can't be minded with these two. I really can't. Because I've got other things to do, like feed the cats or feed my husband when he mithers. Hi, Steve. He's watching.
Is he?
He's in the green room. He's probably.
Oh, he's here with you?
Yeah, he's probably
Oh.
asleep by now. It's been a long journey for him in the passenger seat.
If I wasn't here on a Sunday afternoon, I'd probably be asleep as well.
So I'm just drying it off with my heat gun, and you'll see it start to dry really quickly. We don't want it to get bubbly, so keep moving your heat gun.
I've just seen the price list for the crackle, $5.99.
Oh my word. Honestly,
Does it only crackle on metallic paints like this?
no. It will work on anything, so just bear in mind, if you're using it for metallic effect, you need to put the metallic on first.
Yep.
That can't be your second coat.
Right.
Because it won't work.
Okay.
So always use your metallic first, and then you put whatever colour on the top. But if you're just using two normal paints, just remember the base colour is going to be the one that shows through the cracks. So I prefer a darker colour to come through with a lighter surface.
So when that's dried, you're going to put something else on the top?
I'm going to put another paint colour over the top so that blue underneath, the metallic, will show through. So I've done it on the long box for from the kits, the starter kit, the spring kit.
So you put the gold metallic on
gold
first.
on first, crackle paste, black over the top.
That's the effect.
Yeah, and I've used my stencils for those flowers.
And that's the box, of course, you're going to get in
I
your
love
spring
that
flowers.
box. I love it. It's like a proper nice pencil box, or a jewellery box, or chocolate box.
Chains, watches.
Anything, anything.
Yeah.
Okay, right, this bit's very important, so listen very carefully.
I'm listening.
Are you listening very carefully? Okay, what we sort of do is a bit of a dib-dab, slapdash. Don't go back. Yes, don't go back over where you've just done.
Right.
Or it won't work because you're basically lifting the surface and it'll go all yucky.
Okay.
So once you've done it, move on.
Okay.
Just let that bit go. So let me use a, okay, let me use a white. I'll use a white.
Why not?
I'll put some in there so I'm not contaminating my plate. So load your brush with plenty of paint. We don't need any other medium, just your paint, but really load that brush. And what I do, I didn't say, give your paints a shake every now and then, because sometimes they do settle.
Right.
And you might find they're a bit runny when you first do it. Okay, are you watching? I'm going to start that top left-hand corner. And I'm just going to do very quick, slapdash, very quick. I'm trying not to go over where I've just done, but I can just for the first few seconds before it starts to take effect. And very soon you will see that crackle start.
I'm loving
Can you
this.
see it?
I can see it, yeah.
Can you see it?
Is that magic?
It is absolutely brilliant. So for a beginner and you want a really lovely surface as a gift for somebody and think, well, I'll never make something like that, I guarantee you'll be doing loads. Nothing will be secure in your house because you'll want to be crackling and everything. I often go to charity shops to find like trays and wooden plaques and stuff, and then I'll just paint over them. So it's starting to form naturally anyway, but if you can wait, but I'm an impatient person, so.
I can see it happening.
Can you see it?
And it's not going to flake off or anything like that?
You need to put a sealer over the top of it.
Okay.
I would put either a Mod Podge, which I'm going to do in a second, after I've painted my fleur. So can you see that now? The cracks are starting to get a bit bigger because there's more heat applied to it. And because I've used that slapdash method, those cracks are really random.
Right.
If you did it, people like to sort of do it in one go. Often you don't have enough paint on, so you're dragging that crackle off the surface.
Right. Oh, look at this.
So it's just, look at it. It's so clever, isn't it?
It is.
And you've got that really subtle metallic blue. If it catches the light, you have that really subtle metallic blue
Coming through the cracks.
coming through the cracks. Yeah. So do that obviously to make sure it's dry, and then get it all over your hand. And then choose a colour, Dave, and I'll do you a quick floor.
I love yellow.
You do a yellow?
What about that kind of orangey yellow?
Orange yellow, okay. The carousel's revolving.
Is that being at the fairground?
No, it is. I'm going to stay on for an extra go. Right, I'll put a little bit more orange on. Oh, this is like I like this one. It's like a mustard colour.
Yes.
There we go. Right, let's get our flower. I'll use my template, shall I? Shall I be good? Shall I be good?
And the big bundle that's got the brand new stencils that Liz has designed for you to give you that guide, give you that shape. That's back on the screen. Under £30, brand new today, and totally different to the starter kit. So if you want to treat yourself to both, one follows on with the next, one will complement the other, but you can start with this one, or you can start with the original starter kit that sold out before. It's up to you.
Okay, so just be careful with your pencil. Don't press on really hard. Because it's not coated yet, I've not put a varnish over it, it's still, I can scrape that top coat off. So just be careful when you're using a pencil on it. Just be nice and gentle, gently, gently, as we say. And then I'll pick up some of this orange and a bit of the yellow for Dave. And I might even give you this at the end, and you can put your coffee cup on it and think of me forever.
You star.
Think of me forever, and you'll be like, oh no.
Not at all.
Oh no. Okay, so I'm going to come round. I've got my shapes there. So I'm going to put my brush and just push round. Brush, push round. Brush, push round. Yeah, you need to keep topping your paints up as well. Ready?
Yep.
Brush, push round. Brush, push round. Let's get a nice sun in the middle. Let's get this yellowy mustard going. So you can choose whichever colourways you want. A little bit of white on there as well. Push down, push down, push down.
Oh, look at this.
Push down. If you wanted to add a little bit extra in the middles to fill up those petals, you can do.
It's like we're getting a free class from you.
It's just
today.
lovely. Well, you know, do ask me. I am available on Facebook and social media. So, you know, lots of people have messaged me and said, oh, how do I do this? What do I do?
So if people want to search for you on social media, what do they search for?
Liz Wheeler Designs
Okay.
on Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, just message me. It's fine.
And join the community.
Yes, yeah, do.
Share what you've made
Yeah.
and painted.
You know, so you can just keep on going. You can just add extra coming round there, extra coming down there. And then with a little bit of the green, again, let's do a little stem coming down, a little leaf there, little leaf going on there. And then what I'm going to do is, let's do a little blue dot there, and I'm just going to go, and it looks like a little bird flying in from the top.
Fantastic.
Like that. So I'll dry that off really quickly, and then I'm going to use this glitter Mod Podge,
Right.
which is part of that lovely little tester set for your Mod Podge. It's got different effects. You've got your matte, you've got your gloss, you've got your outdoor, you've got your sparkle, and your paper.
I've got them here,
Podge,
actually.
yeah.
So
They're
the
really
sparkle,
nice little starter set, them.
you've got your luster, your matte, your outdoor, and the other one is your matte. So Mod Podge is one of those hero products. It really, really is. If you fancy this was a bestseller last time it was on air. Yeah, very, very popular. It's only £17.99. It's one of those hero products around the world. Brought to you from Plaid, of course. Mod Podge, if you want all those different finishes, and for indoor and outdoor as well. One of those is outdoor. There you go. It is the sealer. Now, we're nearly out of time. We have got a paint pick and mix available for you from the Plaid paints. Now, all of the colours that are in front of me here, all of these are available, and you can choose any 5 for £9.99, £2 per bottle. And if you've gone for that carousel, you want to fill it with bottles, well, here's your chance. You can choose any 5 of these for £9.99, and you can go for any of those colours at the moment. Cherry pick the ones that you want. Do you want the two-tone green there? Because obviously leaves and foliage and that sort of thing are never just one colour of green. But there's a choice there. You choose. They're all acrylics. As a beginner, what would you recommend, Liz, if someone was choosing 5?
For colourways, you need a really nice pink. You'll need a nice, that one there, that like a patina blue colour is beautiful. That is like a... It's like a patina colour. I like a turquoise, always a purple, but basically I'd want all of them. But as a starter, you know, maybe a pink, a nice brown or a linen. That really nice light blue is beautiful, and one of your shades of orange.
Well, if you want to go for 10, that would be under 20. So they're not expensive, these paints, but they really are superb quality. Which one? Which one's that? Sienna is limited. Which colour is Sienna, Liz?
Sienna is that brown, it's the sort of reddy brown colour.
That one?
Yeah. That's my favourite, is the minted aqua.
That one. So that one there is limited stock, okay?
Yeah.
So you choose any 5 for £9.99, £2 a bottle. You can do it on the website, you can do it on the app, and this little drop down that comes down and you choose which ones you want. Put them each one into your basket. When you get 5 in there, the price will drop down to £9.99. If you'd rather the operator do that for you in the call centre, just call them and they'll run through the colours and just tell them which 5 you would like. And that's, of course, 0800 001 4433.
So I've put my glitter varnish on that, the Mod Podge. So it comes out of the bottle white and you think, well, that's not going to work. It's going to dry white. Yeah. It dries clear with a really lovely, can you see that sparkle? Oh, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful. So that's sealed it. That's sealed the crackle.
That's, yeah.
Sealed the paint and the flower.
Yeah.
There you go. And it's now ready to put a cup of tea on or whatever?
I would put an extra clear or a double layer of that over the top.
Okay.
Just to doubly make sure. I never just put one coat on.
Okay.
I'll always 2 coat it and make sure it's dry.
And you are going to get that glitter Mod Podge in that kind of Try Me selection that's just here. Glitter one is that one there, the sparkle one.
Lovely.
That's what we've just used, that one there, okay?
Yeah.
And it tells you what's what. Now you're loving this. So let me just show you again which ones you're going to get here. You're going to get your glitter or sparkle, you're going to get your luster, you're going to get your matte, your outdoor, and your matte for paper. So all 5 of those, if you've never tried Mod Podge before, it's a sealant, isn't it, at the end of the day?
Yeah. I coat my books when I've been making junk journals and things. I coat my books with a Mod Podge as well because I can get different effects with it.
Brilliant. Yeah. TOPQ 41 is your any 5 pick and mix paints, but if you want the Mod Podge, that's on the website right now for you as well. And we're nearly done, I think.
We're nearly done.
Nearly done. Remember, everything from this show is on the website if you go to have a little look at hobbymaker.co.uk. We are going to go through the brushes as well. Now, you've got a set of 3. I haven't got the red ones here, Laura, unfortunately. I've only got the green ones. Oh, they're in the starter kit, are they? The last one?
Yeah,
okay,
those 3 are your angled brushes.
Right.
So they will help with doing a seashell type, like a scallop type effect.
Okay, so if you fancy doing that, they're £12.99.
Yeah, I'll show them in the second hour because it works for this part of the stencil. If you can see that, to make your pansy using an angled brush, it just makes it a little bit easier than just the flat brush.
So those 3 brushes, £12.99. The other pack of 10 that we've got for you, now you can see here hopefully all the different heads on these brushes. That's covering virtually every eventuality. 10 brushes in here. Again, they are from Plaid, so you know they're going to be fantastic quality. These are 1-stroke brushes for 1-stroke painting. Obviously, that's what they've been designed for, as you can see there, for that effect. And they should be £28.99, and that's CNPQ 52 for all 10. So less than £3 a brush is pretty amazing. And the red ones we've got in the show are in, hang on, bear with me, in the starter kit. Now, they're over here. Ooh. Where'd they go? They were in there. Anyway, that's the 10, and that's £28.99 for those. The red handles, I had them earlier on, didn't I? What have I done with them?
I don't know.
Disappeared.
They've gone forever. They're there.
Oh, thank you, Michael. Michael's found them. I'm blind.
He just walked straight to them and went, there they are.
I blame your varifocals. So these ones are available as well, and they are £6.99. And again, different effects on those, different angles. And
yes, so you've got your flat and you've got your angle on that one, yeah.
Okay, so if someone's a beginner, which ones would you recommend? These?
I would say the bigger set because you have your scrubby brush, you have your flat brush, you have your tall liner brush, so you can do really fine swirls and things.
Right.
So I would go for the 10 set.
The
really.
set of 10.
Yeah.
That's Liz's recommendation.
Yeah.
So the 10, but we do have the others there if you want them. But the big set is only £28.99, and that's going to be covering all bases, basically, no matter what you want to do. And of course, we've got all of this from Plaid on the website right now from Personal Impressions. So thank you, PI, for an amazing show. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you.
Brilliant demos.
Thank you.
Brilliant stencils.
More to come at 4.
More to come at 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I'm on at 4.
Are you?
I think so. I hope I am.
I don't think you are.
Am I?
No.
Oh, I thought I was.
You're on a bit later than that.
Okay.
But I'll see you again soon. Thanks ever so much.
You're welcome.
Coming up next, though, Janie'S here. Janie'S Originals, brand new stamps and lots more besides. Don't go away.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Hi, I'm Beth Kingston from Kingston Crafts, and I'm so excited to be joining the Hobby Maker family. Kingston Crafts is a company made for crafters by crafters, and we've gone back to basics with paper, tools, and embellishments that are affordable, colorful, and fun, so you can make what inspires you. So join me, Beth Kingston, on April 8th and 9th when I will be in person in studio at Hobby Maker to launch Kingston Crafts in the UK. I can't wait to share this with you.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card?
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobby Maker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email, and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobby Maker gift card? Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker. Hi everybody, welcome back to Hobby Maker. Look who's back!
I'm here!
Hello, hello. Janie'S back. We didn't scare you off the first time then?
No, definitely not.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
Sorry about that.
No, great to see you. Janie and I have known each other a long, long time, and I did your first show, didn't I? Was it a month ago?
Yes, it is a month ago. Yeah, we're doing the 7th of every month.
Oh, okay.
Pretty
great.
much, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it went so well, lots of sellouts and so on. So it's great to have Janie back. Janie brings her original ideas, and you're a one-woman band, but it's you and your husband, isn't it?
Yeah, he came on board about a year ago, so he hasn't managed to escape since.
Absolutely. But we've got lots and lots and lots of things. I mean, how would you describe your crafting? Are you kind of vintage or...?
Well, I'm very inspired by museum trips.
Okay.
So that's kind of where the vintage comes in. I like going to flea markets and things like that. But also, over the duration of shows, you'll see a lot of nature-themed things. So, yeah, whatever I fancy, really.
Love it. Now, we've got some brand new stamps. We've also got some amazing artwork for you. We've got some MDF dominoes that you can make and design and decorate yourself. We've got this wonderful ephemera collection that's over here of antique pages from books and so on, so you can have a real dabble and a play with those. But let's start with the stamps first of all. Anyone that knows me knows I'm massive into postcards. I love postcards. I miss postcards. I'm on a mission to bring postcards back.
And I didn't realise that when I knew we were having the show together.
Now these, rather than being actually the size of a postcard, these are the sort of things you expect to see on a postcard in stamp form. So you've got the actual word postcard, you've got the franking mark, you've got the words first class, PM, AM, little stamp for the stamp down there as well. So these are all separate stamps.
They are all separate, so you can build a whole postcard or you can use separate elements in different projects. If you do journaling, it's nice, there's little elements in there. So I thought it'd be better to be buildable rather than one whole stamp.
I totally agree with you. I love that. So you can make your own postcards if you want to. Turn things that you've created yourself into postcards by using these. Use them, like you said, in your journals and your scrapbooks and things.
Yeah, it's nice with like the franking stamp, if that's what you call it, which of course I had to put Somerset South on.
Of course.
And then you can, and then you can put a time on there. But those and like the wiggly lines, that is that part of the franking?
I think it is.
Yeah. So again, that is buildable when people want a bit of texture in their journals, that sort of thing.
Okay, well this is brand new today and it's £7.99 and it's ODJQ09. Already 20% of the stock has gone. Lynn in Cheshire, Dawn in the West Midlands, Sue in Devon, Crafter in New York, Axel in Warwickshire, all coming through. Yeah, it's just great. It's everything you expect to see on a franked postcard, which you can now create on the back of whatever you want to, or on the front of whatever you want to. But it's really cute, really sweet, very different, very new. And we've also got some...
I thought you were describing me then, Dave.
Of course, of course. Third and stock gone. Third and stock gone. This is going to be our first sellout of another sellout show. I've got a feeling about this. £7.99, and we've got some cardstock in the show that Jamie has had printed, which will be perfect to use these on to make them into postcards.
Yes, so they're A6 in size.
Yep.
So yeah, the perfect size, and they look really nice if you just round the corners. The print packs as well can be used for all sorts of things. Yeah.
Okay, so if you want the stamp set, please be quick. Keep checking out. Nearly half the stock of that one has gone. Not surprisingly, these are the cards I'm talking about, because normally you have these images printed on paper, don't you?
Yeah, so we print in-house and we do most things on 90 GSM, a lovely smooth paper, which is ideal for covering books and things like that. This we brought last month when we came, 350 GSM. This is a new design, so every month you'll see new designs from me.
Right.
But these are an ideal size for making your postcards, but also just as card toppers. So we were thinking, you know, a lot of people like these style of designs, but maybe aren't into journaling and mixed media, that sort of thing. These are perfect for card toppers.
But also perfect to put these on
Yes.
the back.
Yeah.
How cool will that be? Because they're kind of postcard size, aren't they?
They are, yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure postcards are A6 or thereabouts.
Yeah.
They're not far off, yeah.
And you've actually compiled all of these images, you've done all that kind of...
Yeah, so all the portraits that are in there, they've been taken from an original collection that I have of Victorian cabinet cards.
Okay.
So I've scanned them in. Some of them I've colourised, like that one, because it made me think. I remember when I was at my grand's, when I was very young, going through some photos, and some of them had been hand colourised.
Yes, yes.
And they don't look exactly realistic, but they, you know, they have the
what they
colour
did
on
in
them.
those days, yeah.
So that's why I wanted to do it like that. So that they're, you know, they're not completely realistic, but they look vintage.
So whether you're using these as toppers, whether you're using them again in journals and things like that, or whether you're loving the artwork and wanting to put them into frames, to put them on the wall because it suits your style and taste and decor, that sort of thing. But equally, just how brilliant would it be to have the postcard stamp elements that you can use on the back of these, because they are really good qualities at 350 GSM.
It is 350, and it's a rough card. That's what it's called, but it takes inking really well.
Now, okay, so this is one of these sheets with some of the characters. We don't know who they are. It's really kind of lovely that their images are kind of living on.
Yeah, because I collect things from all sorts of places, like flea markets and things, and I think it's probably come from house clearances and things,
Right.
and I'm always giving them another life, and it's like, you can give them a name, and who were they, what did they do, what they, you know.
So that's not stamped like that. That's using these stamps on the back of one of these fantastic cards, vintaging it with a little bit of distress ink or something like that. By the way, that script stamp is also in the show coming up a bit later on, but here you've got everything that you need to kind of recreate the look of a postcard on the back of whatever you choose to put it onto. But that's just one of them that's been given the kind of antique treatment from this particular collection. So you're loving these. These are absolutely flying. Very, very popular. 20% of the stock has gone. The postcard stamp is going the same way. XUJQ80. They're only $5.99 for 20.
And we put a lot more stock on than we did last month.
Time, because
We
the
doubled
first time
up.
it sold
Yeah.
out. Okay, if you want those then, they just are gorgeous. They really, really are, and unique. And you know where the artworks come from. You know that Janie's put all of this artwork together, compiled all these collages together. And again, you can use these and sell what you make without any problem.
That's perfectly fine, yeah.
Brilliant. $5.99 for all 20. XUJQ80. Okay, now some of the other stamps that are new. All the stamps, I think, are new today, aren't they?
New to us here,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
Okay, now this stamp set, I love the way they come presented.
Yeah, so we try not to use plastic packaging where possible.
Good.
So we get the stamps made and we package ourselves so that we can print the envelopes. One, because it takes away having plastic, single-use plastic.
Yeah.
But also for me, I keep them stored in there. I know a lot of crafters have their own storage system for stamps.
I mean, they're beautiful, so I keep them in the envelope.
Yeah, I keep them in the envelope, but should you not want to, obviously you can just pop the envelope in the recycling.
Now, you told me the story of this. This is actually hand-drawn by you.
Yes. So I was
Wow.
saying to you earlier, any of my stamp sets that say pen to paper range, I hand draw them literally the old-fashioned way, pen to paper.
Right.
Tried a tablet once, didn't like it. Went back to the long-winded way. So these are detailed drawing from antique lace.
Wow.
You can repeat stamp all of them, so you can build borders of lace, and obviously they're buildable, so you can, but you can keep just small little elements.
Isn't it nice to know, though, where it's come from and the fact that it's your hand that's drawn this?
Yeah.
You're giving everyone at home to use these images and reproduce them and make things, beautiful things out of them. But something like this might take you ages to do.
Yeah, I get a little bit cross-eyed.
I bet, 'cause the
They look really
detail-
nice stamped onto fabric as well, actually.
Okay,
or
now we
on
don't-
muslin and things.
We don't have a massive quantity. I mean, Janie's company is a relatively small company, family business. We're not talking mass production to different countries. This is all done down in Somerset, and it's your chance to have something pretty unique and hand-drawn originally by Janie, and of course made into these stamps, which you can enjoy using. The detail's phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. So that one, very busy. It's £13.99, brand new today to us. FPJQ56 is your item number there. Now, this is right up my street. Everything you do is right up my street. Now, this is the vintage tickets. When I was a kid, I had a thing about buses and bus tickets and things like that.
Yeah.
Always wanted to be a bus driver or a clippy. Look at this. And my director, Dan, says, I'm not too late to follow my dreams. Thanks, mate. Love you too.
You don't get tickets like this anymore, though.
No, you don't. Look at these. This is a real trip down memory lane for so many of us, isn't it? Are they actually copies of original tickets, or are they made up?
A bit of both,
Right.
really. So this is part of what I call a really useful range, which means some of it is computer-aided, but there are hand-drawn elements in there as well.
Right.
So that's the difference when you see my stamps. If it says pen to paper, it is exactly that. Really useful range. It could be a mix. But yeah, this is a combination of, taking real tickets, different elements from different tickets and putting them together.
Oh, we can all relate to this, can't we? Admit one. Now, what's that admitting someone into? Is it the fairground? Is it the cinema? Is it, I don't know, it could be a bus ticket? Admit one, 50p. It
Yeah,
makes
you
you
wouldn't
wonder-
get any of those now, would you? 50p?
No, not at all. I love them. I absolutely love them. And of course, you can always handwrite into them once you've stamped them as well and personalise them if you want to. But this is $16.99. I've not seen these before. They're brand new to us at Hobbymaker. 10% of the stock of this is gone, but it's vintage tickets covering all sorts of things. I mean, this one up the top here, it says Child's Ticket, the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, South Somerset Agricultural Society Annual Fair, Central Railway, One Fair. Love them. Absolutely love them. They are so cool. I love anything like this, and you do as well by the looks of it. Lots of you coming through for this. SVJQ90, £16.99. Now, on that postcard, this one that I showed you earlier on, that script on there isn't done by Janie's hands, it's done by this. This is going to fly. Every time we have a script, whatever the script might be, you can't read it, can you? It doesn't say anything.
It does.
Does it?
If you've got a good eye, you can read it, and it's a short story come poem that I wrote.
Okay.
So, but I've squashed the text together because I wanted that feel like it isn't legible, but actually you can,
Oh, you
Once
can
upon
read
a
it. Yes,
time,
you can.
in a land far
This
away.
stamp is the first stamp I think I've ever seen where I can read the script.
Yeah. So it is a short story that I wrote.
Oh, fantastic. Is that your handwriting?
It is not. My handwriting is not that neat.
Now, this is £10.99, but look, it's a big stamp. So again, if you're adding in texture onto mixed media projects and things like that, you can use it in your hand if you want to. You don't always have to put it onto a stamping platform. And that's what you've done on that by the looks of it. Just
because I wanted it to look aged. I didn't want all of the text to come out.
Isn't that great, though? So there's your script. £10.99 for that one. That's new to us today as well. And then I can imagine lots of you at home actually wanting all of these because they all kind of tie in with each other really nicely. Scruffy stitches.
Yes. So that is actually from my sewing machine.
Is it?
Yeah. So a lot of mixed media or journalers like to put stitching into their work, into the paper.
Yeah.
But you don't always have a sewing machine. You don't always want to get that sewing machine out. So if you can stamp it and kind of replicate that, and again, these repeat stamps, you could do whole borders or just put little elements. So I call them scruffy stitches because I like the texture of it. So you've got what looks like the cotton, which is ravelled out and you know.
To get it to look like that by hand, it's not easy to do. So to have a stamp that will do it for you, to give it that kind of real rural look is great. So you've got how many stamps here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stamps on there. 13, and they're scruffy stitches, and that is $10.99, HAJQ91. You'll find lots of useful uses for those. And again, I love the presentation, the fact they come in little envelopes, which is really cool. So that's available as well. Then we have the perfume labels. This is Laura, our producer's favourite this afternoon. And look at those. I mean, they're all completely transparent, the stamps, as you can see, but that's easier to see exactly what they say. So you've got a Parisian theme to this one, definitely a nod to France, and all the sort of, some of the best fragrances in the world come from Paris, don't they?
Yeah, and there's Spanish ones in there as well.
Spanish.
It's actually, when I went to one of my many trips to Barcelona, because I love the city, and there's a tiny little perfume museum.
Okay.
So I took photos of loads of the old bottles and labels, and again, some of them have been cobbled together from different labels,
Sure.
and kind of standardised the shapes, that sort of thing. But again, they look really nice if you make them look vintage and actually put them on bottles or use them in your mixed media projects or cards.
Absolutely love them. So if you fancy those today, they are £13.99. JLQ31 is the product number for that. We've got probably the largest stock of this available, so if you do want it, hopefully there's enough to go around, but all the stamps are going quickly, so I hope you don't miss out. And then the last stamp set I've got for you is the Flower Wild, and this is pen to paper, so you've drawn these.
Yes. So, because I come from a painting background and I do lots of kind of wildflower inspired. So when I was taking the dogs out, I would pick lots of the dried kind of seed heads and things like that. Yeah. And then I kept a sketchbook of them all. So then this is taken from that. Now you can make a whole landscape scene with these, like a silhouette scene.
Like
but
a
I
wild
put
meadow
them,
or something
yeah,
as well, yeah.
so they're really nice if you just stamp them in silhouette on a nice coloured kind of sunset background, that sort of thing. But I put them in this show because again, they're nice as little added elements on the edges of your pages or your cards.
Well, this is again right up your street at home. It's proving very popular. £13.99. We have a couple of these remaining. That's it. They're going quickly, so please pop it in your basket and check out REJQ67, £13.99. Now we've also got what we call the treasure bundle. Now this is what I referred to earlier on. Over here, laid out on the display. This, I'm in my element. This is incredible. There's so much in here, including lace, but most importantly for me is you've actually got genuine sheets from books. And vintage books at that as well. So these have been naturally aged. It's it's
which
time
I
that's
love.
done
You
this.
get that. What do you call when it has? Oh, foxing. When it has the spots on it. So there'll be
Right.
some that are like that.
Yeah.
Some that are slightly newer. So it's a complete mix.
So this is like an Aladdin's cave of genuinely vintage sheets. And it's fascinating. I've got some vintage newspapers at home. It's just fascinating to flip through them, look at the adverts, that sort of thing.
Do you know what I managed to buy last weekend at a giant flea market? A Times, so you know how big the Times newspaper used to be many years ago, from 1916, bound copies. It's literally in a book this big. People, if they follow me on social media, you'll see the photos that Martin put on, because I tried to put it on my lap to flip through it.
Wow.
So I'm going to go through it. I cannot save the binding of it. It's too far gone. But I'm going to use a lot of the papers, so they will appear, and the adverts that were in there as well.
Absolutely. And you're going to get the lace as well. 30% of the stock of this, excuse me, has now gone. $19.99. CDJQ50 is the product code. Excuse me, I swallowed the wrong way.
I'll have to start dancing in a minute.
Oh, you will do. Losing my voice. Okay, if you want this, then it's the vintage, what are we calling it? The vintage?
Treasure bundle, it should
The
be.
April treasure bundle. Okay, so you've got so much in there. You've also not only got the pages and the papers, but you've also got the MDF front and back to a little journal. So you can obviously tear these pages up and cut them up and that sort of thing.
Yeah, so we put the MDF covers in there because we thought there's enough papers in there to make your own journal. You can cover it, you can add your different pages in, and there's loads of paper ephemera as well, mixing and matching with any of the stamps. But again, this is a good set if you're starting off your stash or starting off your journey in journaling, because I source everything for you and then put it together. And these are limited editions, so if they go, they're gone.
Now,
It's
obviously,
an April,
the contents of this will vary. You're going to get the same quantity, but you're going to get different pages, obviously.
Yeah, so they're all taken from the same books, but obviously they're genuine, so each page will be different.
Well, fill your boots, enjoy it. It's $19.99. You're absolutely loving it. And not only have you got the vintage papers in there, but you've also, of course, got the MDF as well. CDJQ50, $19.99 gets you everything that you can see there. Very, very busy indeed. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite as unique as this.
No,
No.
you've seen me before.
I've seen you before. I know you're unique, yeah, absolutely. But everything here is it's just so different. And you'll probably spend hours just flicking through it, reading it, seeing what it's all about, seeing what the stories are, seeing what the adverts are as well. Under 20 quid for all of that. And if you bought two, they would be totally different. They'd still have the same quantity and content, but each page is unique. You can't have the same page from the book 50,
And I must
60,
say, I
100 times.
cannot be held responsible if there's anything slightly politically incorrect in any of the
okay.
vintage books.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I try my best.
Nearly half the stock has gone on this CDJQ50. Okay, Janie, should we do a demo? Is that all
Yeah,
right?
what would you like me to start with?
What should we do first? The A4 treasure. Is that all right?
Yep, perfect.
Fantastic. Okay, so first demo coming up on this, and to give you ideas how you can use it. If you're thinking, oh, I like the idea of that, but I don't know quite what to do with it, it's absolutely flying out the door at less than £20. And I do what Jamie's done and actually put, you know, like a little wallet together to keep it all nice and safe. The fact that the lace is in there, the MDF's in there. Is there some fabric in there as well?
Yep, there's some printed fabric. Yep.
Perfect.
We'll
You've got some doilies in
pop
there.
everything out and see where we, that's where I end up delving into it all. And
It's a real treasure
see what
trove,
it
isn't
is. And there's some real stamps in there as well.
Stamps and
Never
tags,
used
all sorts.
stamps. Yeah, yeah. So I think what we'll do maybe is, shall we build up a cover?
Yes, please.
And what I'll do is use some of the prints. I don't think we mentioned yet the A4 print pack, and there's a digital download as well.
Yep.
So if I mix it up with that, I'll try and make a quick decision, because this is the problem, deciding what you... Let's go with that one, because it's got Bournemouth Central on there, so I know that you'll like that.
So this is similar to the postcards, but it's on paper, and you're going to get 40 sheets of it, 40 pages, 90 GSM. I'll just quickly show that to you because we're using it in the demonstration. So here we go. Look, if you loved the postcards earlier in the card, then here you've got the similar artwork on paper, all printed for you as well, beautifully printed by Janie and her husband. Gorgeous, aren't they? So 40 sheets of the A4. Yours today, you've got vintage steam trains in there. And again, Janie has actually kind of compiled all of these images for you. She's done all the collages for you. And it's only £14.99. Beautifully done. NSJQ 70. Fancy that.
And the designing does take a long time, but I love it and get very carried away.
Yes, I can imagine.
So you can see I've spread glue very thinly. So this is the paper bindery glue. And I'm just going to pop that face down onto my paper and smooth it out. So this is just going to be a base print. Trim around the excess. Now, depending on the edge you like, you can take a little nail file to the edge. I normally just trim it down and put some distress ink around it. Now, I'm only going to do one side, but obviously you'd want to cover the inside as well. And you can poke the holes through. If you don't have a punch, you can literally poke the holes through with a pencil. So obviously the holes are already punched in the MDF for you.
But obviously punch through from the top, not from the back, because otherwise it will...
Yeah. So that's what I tend. So if I was covering that side as well, I would punch the holes in there first, then cover that and push the holes back through again. And you've also got 2 metal binder rings in there as well. Now in this one you have, I can't remember how many pages it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 A4 pages of recycled cartridge paper. So they can be, the reason we didn't put them to sizes, some people like to tear them or decal the edges, so they can go down into quarters to go into your book. Okay. Also, you might want to do them in half like that and fold it in so you've got a fold out inside your journal.
I tell you what, so many people these days are getting into bookmaking with all the different machines we've had on, like the thermal cinch, all that sort of thing. So many people are thinking, you know what, I want to take this up.
And the, I don't want to do that. Let me do this. So the cinch, I haven't used it, but I've got some Janie's Originals ambassadors on board now. And Tom, he's used the prints and he's used the thermal cinch to bind them together as a book. Fantastic. So you can still use the prints if you don't want to do the binding.
Okay.
So I'm taking the paper doily that's in the kit and just going over with some walnut stain distress ink. And then I think what I'll do, let's not put the top on that. Let's use a bit of the background text. So as you said before, you don't need to put it on a stamp block, because if you don't want it to be solid, you can just put it on.
Just dab it.
The little elements, yeah. It's just to add a little bit of texture and interest. And I'm going to put that on the edge. So none of this has been planned out before. We're just going to wing it because that's what we do at home.
Yeah.
So
that's when it's fun, I think, when you wing it.
Now look, I made sure this nozzle wasn't blocked up before I came to air. As soon as I come to air, what happens? I only had it in there because I thought you can use tiny little bits of it.
It dries the glue, that's what it is.
So what I'm going to do on here is just dot little bits and just smooth it out, because obviously we don't need much glue on there.
We've actually got the bindery glue in the show from Janie as well. So if you want that, there's 115 mil of it. and it's £7.50. Is that a special glue for this sort of?
So the paper bindery glue is my go-to. So, you know, I do like the bookbinding things. We've got another show at 7 where we're doing some bookbinding. This is my go-to.
Right.
If you want to do just general collaging and layering up, then we've got the matte glue.
Right.
But it's really strong. You need very little of it, and it's great for also putting fabric to board as well.
Terrific.
Right, let's have a look. So you've got a couple of map segments in there as well. One is the canvas backed and one is paper. So I'm going to tear into that. The idea is I'm going to kind of layer up here, okay?
Maybe oldie worldy town names and city names and that sort of thing.
What have we got? Do you know, my eyesight isn't good enough. East Horrington, I don't know where that is. Chilcot Manor,
I've heard
Dinder.
of that.
Dinder.
But again, that's fascinating, isn't it? Because it's a real map from years and years and years ago.
Oh, and when we used to have used maps in the cars.
Yeah.
I can't drive without sat-nav now. Even if I, you know, like if I'm coming here and I know where it is, sat-nav's still on.
Yeah.
So I'm always distressing the edges. Sometimes you don't need to use so much because if it is already naturally aged and you've got that foxing on there, you may not need to. But where I tear into it, putting that slightly to the side, I like to kind of finish off the edges. So let's put that across there. Yeah, so what I would do if I was at home is I would kind of lay this out all around me and put like for like, so that, ooh.
It's like paper.
Not that I get distracted at all. Ooh.
Never.
Oh, I know what I will do, actually. Let's take, because you've got some sugar paper in here, which is ideal. Remember using this at school?
Yeah.
Like on the boards when we used to do displays. But it's ideal for making things look vintage. So, if I stamp a ticket on there, we can make a faux ticket.
Now those tickets are flying, they really are. First time on air on Hobby Maker today, and half the stock of the tickets gone. Yeah, not surprised.
So I am going to do it in black. Sometimes I do it in brown, but I want this to stand out. And it doesn't matter if it isn't a perfect stamping. In some cases, it's better to not do a perfect stamp because, again, it adds to that aged effect. And then let's just whip that out there.
Actually, the old-fashioned tickets used to be made from paper like that.
Yeah.
I remember them.
They do look very realistic when if you see in a minute where I age it up. Now, normally, I have what I call perforating scissors, which is like thinning scissors for your hair. I haven't got them with me, but if you were to put those down through there, it kind of creates that perforation. You can pull it away.
Okay.
So the only ones I've got at hand are these, which are a little bit big.
We had the perforating wheel on yesterday from Dreamies. So that's perfect.
That would be perfect, yeah.
One of those.
Yeah. And then I'm just going to do a hole punch on the corners to take those corners out. And then we'll go in with the distress again.
I remember when you used to have the conductor on the buses and he'd have a big machine round his
Yeah.
waist.
Yeah, yeah.
Ticket coming out. Yeah, yeah.
Do you know what? I've even looked at some of those on an auction site, and I thought, I don't know if they're working or if I could get because I thought, how cool would that be to actually print them?
Yeah.
But yeah, if you look at that, on the sugar paper, now I've put the distressing on there, that actually looks quite real.
Very real.
So we'll pop that one on there as well.
This could be a journal of your travels. Maybe you're going away in the camper van or something like that for a week or a couple of weeks, or even abroad or whatever. You can put all your memories and pictures in something like this. And remember, in this bundle that we've got today, you're actually going to get the MDF front and back for your little book. I'm not going to call it a journal because not everybody is into journaling as such, but just like the idea of having like a memory book or a book of thoughts. It could be anything. Maybe you're going to make it for a gift for someone that maybe like me loved the buses when they were younger and that sort of thing, because you've got all the tickets on the stamps and all sorts.
Right, I was just looking. So the benefit of having like these old, like that paper, I mean, how nice is that?
Yeah.
And it is from a gilt edge as well. I was just looking to see if there are any words that I want to take out without trying to take too long about it. Right, let's take this bottom one. So this one says, tell her and prove her heart toward the prince.
Oh.
So let's pop that in.
That told you.
And then even bits like this I would keep as well. It's aged paper. It's just, you know, because if you're collaging and things like that.
It's all well and good, you know, making something look aged, but when it is actually aged, it's got history, it's got that kind of character about it, and the smell as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but that, I mean, that massive book that I bought at the weekend, I was like, it was like treasure. Martin, unfortunately, decided to come with me, so he was the carrier of the huge book.
Is he into it as much as you are?
No, so he's never been a crafter as such, but he obviously has been with me along the journey, with the, you know, started off painting, coming to fairs with me and things like that. But he does, so he cuts all the MDF.
Right.
When we bring stencils and things like that, he does all of that. And now we do the shows together. It's quite funny because now I hear him talking to customers. It's like he understands it all now. He gets it.
Picked it up along the way.
This is a real stamp, so I'm just wetting the back of it to pop on the front. So yeah, everyone will have one of these in there the same. So you've got the set of the stamps there. I'm going to push these holes back through again, just so I don't lose where they are when I keep building things up. And actually, what I'm going to do, in here you get hole reinforcers as well.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is age those, and we will put a little bit of stamping on one of the, I mean, you're not going to see much of it, but it's just all these little things that kind of adds to it.
Well, this limited edition April treasure bundle is back on the screen. That's going to give you all the sheets that you can see that are laid out next to me, including the doilies, the stamps, the lace, the MDF for the front and back of the book, the book binders, or the book rings, should I say, and also, of course, the reinforcers that we're talking about too, and the cardstock down the bottom too. The whole thing for less than £20. It's really like a treasure trove. And I don't think we've actually brought anything like this before that I can think of on Hobbymaker. We have single figure stock left on this now with everyone checking out.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's something that you can just keep delving into and mixing with other things. Now, I've kept a quite neutral kind of colours in here. Obviously, you can colour this up however you want and mix it with whatever you want. I just wanted to keep it quite natural. Because we've got the stamp there, why not go in to the postcard stamp set and put the frank mark on it?
Now that's going quickly too. These are all the elements that you always expect to see on a postcard, but they're separate stamps. With everyone checking out, it will have sold out. So if it's in your basket, check your baskets out, please, if you could. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on that one.
So the wiggly lines. And then we'll add on the Somerset South.
And we have got the extended dispatch date on the screen. It should be with you shortly after the 21st of April. There's every chance it'll be with you before, but that's the worst case scenario, okay? So not too long to wait for those.
And then you've got the numbers in there as well. Oh, got in my own way then. And so we can even go as far as to put 5 p.m. That's the time it was franked. And what else shall we pop on here? Look, I started off being organised and now everything's kind of
That's the
everywhere.
best sort of afternoon though, isn't it?
Let's go in with the scruffy stitches. Why not use a bit of everything? So, the benefit with the polymer stamps, obviously, you can bend them if you want to. So should you want a wavy line, you can have a wavy line. I have a stamp block which has a grid on it, so it will help you if you want it to be a straight line. Okay? So, stamp that up. Just around the edges like that.
So handy and so useful, those stitches.
Like that. And then what I'm going to do is put one of the proper scruffy ones on there. So it looks like your sewing machine has got a little bit tangled up,
Yep,
which
it
happens
happened.
to all of us. And I would say for the start of a book cover, that's quite a good starting place. Now, I don't know about other people, but I often do the front covers of things first because then it kind of sets the theme for me. I could still go in with a lot more on here, but if I was doing this as a project, I would probably leave it there, do some more, do the back cover, do some pages, and then you'll probably find more things in your stash. Actually, that would look really nice. Or if you've got the A6 card pack, you can start cutting into it and layering up with florals and that sort of thing.
Perfect.
But that's where I would leave that one for the moment.
Okay, well, whatever you do, don't miss out on that. The fantastic A6 stamp set of the Scruffy Stitches is on the screen now for you at £10.99. But do remember, if you want to go for the April kind of treasure chest, as it were, which I absolutely adore, these are all genuine pages from vintage books. So obviously no two pages will be the same. So although you'll have the same content as this, the pages will be different and the adverts will be different, the stories will be different and so on. But all of this for under £20, it's absolutely flying at $19.99. CDJQ50, okay? CDJQ50 is the product code. We've literally got about 2 left. Now we have got some other MDF in the show. We've got postcard MDF and we've got the domino MDF as well. Now this, I've never seen this before either. If you look at these, how cute are these? How cute are these? Look at these, they are so sweet. Aren't they amazing? So you've got basically MDF which you can again decorate and coat and cover however you choose. Look at these. And you can physically play with them as well if you want to.
Yeah, why not?
But what you've got is a sheet full of dominoes. Now, if you want to put your raised embellishments on the numbers, you can do that obviously as well. You can varnish them, you can paper them, you can use them in all sorts of ways, but you're actually going to get a total set of dominoes in one sheet of A4 for $8.99. And you can use them to play with if you want to. But they make the most wonderful embellishments. I'm just a little bit of twine through a hole in the MDF. A cute little tag.
Yeah. So the reason that I did them was because I used to decorate the vintage ones and then put them on as dangles on some of my book spines.
Right.
And I said to Martin, can you just make some out of MDF? He's like, yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
So
you ask and he provides.
Exactly.
Yeah. How have you got the raised dots on?
So I prepared these earlier and they're not all dry. So what I tend to do is paint the first layer when it's still in the carrier sheet.
Right.
Because they will just simply pop out like that. So they've got like a little tab on each side that they just pop out. So just some white gesso, that's just some paint going on there lightly, and again some black paint. So on here, it should be on the website, it's the gilding glue.
Right.
So what I've done on here, and you need to let it dry, so very often with the gilding glue, I decant it into the small bottles. Because I want this to be quite raised, I just use it straight out of the bottle like that. And as long as you've got a slightly steady hand, you can follow the guidelines, but you need to allow that to dry.
Okay.
So when it goes clear, it is dry, but it remains tacky.
Right.
Okay, so if you're anything like me, do that at the end of your crafting day and then come back to it the next day, because I'm always going, oh, I think it'll be dry enough. And then when it's like that, it will take, let me get a scrap bit of paper. You can put on gilding, you can put on mica.
So gilding flakes, mica
Oh,
powders.
look at that, and don't put your finger in it like I just did.
No.
Yeah, so gilding flakes, these are metal sheets. Let's go in with a copper. Just pull a little bit of it out. So once it's dry, lay it over the top.
Brush the excess away.
Brush the excess away. Just try and get those bits there. So yeah, just brushing the excess away like that. They do look nice as well if you have your mica, because you just go over with your finger. If you're using mica, then I would use an anti-static bag first. I'm not going to bother picking another bit out. That's all.
The dominoes,
there we go.
Janie, half the stock of the domino sheet has gone. I've never actually, have I played dominoes? I think I may have done when I was younger.
No, I said to Martin, I don't think I know how to play dominoes.
No, I don't think
The
I
only
do.
thing they won't do is, you know, when we used to stand them up and like tip them, they won't do that because they're not deep enough.
Right.
So you can't stand them up,
Right.
but you can actually make your personalised domino set if you know how to play the game.
Well, they are. I just love them. They're brilliant. If you want those, they're $8.99. We've also got the MDF postcards as well. So if you want to make a postcard into more of an ornament and a plaque, then here's your chance. And also remember, these are going to go beautifully well with the postcard stamps. So you can stamp the word postcard on the MDF if you want to. And the ticket ones, yeah, you could stamp them on there. Yeah, absolutely. So you've basically got the lasered side where you put your address and your postcard on one side and a blank canvas on the other, which you can, of course, coat and decorate with whatever you choose. So there are basically 6 MDF postcards here for £9.99. These prices are incredible. They are.
Well, we try and keep them as keen as possible.
Yeah.
And people know, like on our website, it's very rare you'll see a sale because we don't need to.
Yeah.
Because we don't have a huge margin to do that.
No.
We price them where we feel they need to be, basically.
And again, that could also be the cover of a little journal or a little book if you wanted it to be as well. If you drill a hole and put maybe a jump ring through it, that could be a little jump.
Yeah, you can punch holes just with, if you've got a crocodile.
Okay, which
that
lots of you have.
Yeah, that will go straight through the MDF. So yeah, should you want to do that. Or create a giant tag.
Yeah.
Like you could put a hole in the top with some lace coming off of it and decorate it accordingly.
Perfect. Well, we've got these in the show at $9.99 if you want that set of 6 MDF postcards, and they are true postcard size as well, RWJ67. Now, the ephemera packs that we've got for you, we've got 2, I think. We've got the transfer ephemera and we've got volume 1 and volume 2.
Yeah, volume 1 and volume 2.
Now, importantly, these you can actually transfer. This one is volume 2. These you could actually transfer using the transfer glue that's in the show.
Yeah, the green labelled
green
one, Dave, yeah.
So this transfer medium, this is what's going to allow you to transfer onto any sort of surface, any sort of porous surface, Janie, is that right?
Yeah, so fabric, the MDF it will go on, so I'll show you in just a second.
So if I just
how we
flick
do
through
it.
this for you, these have been laser printed, and that is what is needed, okay? And they've also been printed back to front, because when you actually use the transfer medium and transfer it onto a surface or onto fabric, it needs to be back to front so it's the right way up when it comes through. So you've actually got all of these that could be transferred, because they've all been laser printed. You can transfer all of these images using the transfer medium, but it's all back to front because it needs to be out the right way when you've transferred it. This is genius. I love this stuff. It's up to you what you put it on, what sort of surface you put it on. You've got old invoices and receipts and bills on there as well. So this could go straight onto one of those MDF postcards if you wanted it to.
Yes, so I've got one prepped.
Okay.
So I thought what I would do, if we have the time, is I'll show you how much medium to put on the print, and I'll put it on the fabric, and then what I'll do is do a reveal from ones that I've prepped previously.
How many sheets?
20, I think
sheets.
it is, yeah.
20 sheets, and all beautifully printed, laser printed. But when you use the transfer medium, which you're about to see, you can transfer this effortlessly onto all sorts of other surfaces, including fabric, it's any porous surface it will go onto. $7.99 for 20 sheets is amazing. Now nearly 20% of the stock has gone already. I mean, here you've got 2, 4, 6, you've got 8 projects in one on that one sheet, and there's 20 sheets in there. So how does it work?
Okay, so like you said, it needs to be a laser print image.
Yeah.
So if you're using prints from home, just make sure it is from a laser print, not an inkjet, or go to a photocopy shop. But everything that we print, so like the book kits that are coming up at 7 o'clock, we put additional prints in there, which is where the transfer medium came from,
Okay.
really, because you can then embellish further. So coat your image. So it's not like when we glue things. Whenever we glue things, I'm always saying to people, don't use too much glue. You want a nice coating on it, okay?
Yeah.
The thicker the medium you put, obviously the longer it takes to dry, but also it will then slightly plasticize the surface because there's more on there.
So you
basically.
coat the bright side. And
Yeah,
then
so
flip it
make
over.
sure, so this is the thing you have to remind yourself, because when we're gluing, we glue the back. We're not gluing, we're transferring.
Transferring, yeah.
So I pop it down like that and burnish it out. Okay. Now, if you want an aged effect, you can have areas where you put less medium.
Okay.
I very often put less medium around the outside because I want it to look kind of weathered.
Right.
So push it down like this. For this small area, if I was at home, I would get the heat gun on it and dry it off. If I'm doing a large piece or using thicker medium, leave it overnight. It must be dry.
Okay.
Okay. So I've no idea what's under these because Mr. B prepped these.
Right. That's going to be a surprise.
So this should be dry. We did it earlier. You can normally feel if there's any dampness still in there. And then all you're doing is wetting the back. So basically the transfer medium has now taken that printed image from the surface of the paper and it's putting it onto the surface of the fabric or the MDF. We now just need to take away the paper that was carrying
So
it
the
before.
carrier sheet that it was
Yeah.
on, yeah.
I also have dirty fingers. I rub in a circular motion, okay?
Oh, how satisfying is
Yeah, it gets very addictive. So you don't want to go in really hard to start with. Just go around in a circular motion, and as you can see, it's coming off really easily. We print the transfer print packs on a slightly thinner paper than what we normally use, because then it's less to take away. You don't need it on a high quality paper.
Right.
Okay, so yeah, if you rubbing too hard, you don't want to take away any of your image.
So this is going onto fabric.
Yes,
Look at this.
and it will keep. Now, what did I do with it? There. I don't know if you want to have a look at that one, Dave. That's one that I've transferred onto fabric, and then I've embroidered into it,
Oh, wow.
and also put a bit of gilding on it. So it doesn't. It's obviously going to change the thickness of the fabric very slightly, but it's definitely still fabric. It isn't washable, so it is decorative. So not going to work on your T-shirts and things like that once you put them through the wash.
No, sure.
But there's so many things that you can use it for.
How cool is that? So that's embroidered and foiled, but just leaving it transferred is beautiful enough,
Yeah.
but you can do extra things with it as well.
So that is now transferred, okay?
Look at
But
that.
what will happen to that, which way shall I turn it? Are we staying overhead? When that dries down now, you'll get what I call a peach fuzz. So it'll be slightly white. It just means there's a tiny bit of paper left on it. So I would spray it down and literally really gently, you'll just feel it coming up under your fingers.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to do a bit on the MDF. Again, we use the same amount on here. And all I did was put some white gesso on the MDF first.
Yep.
You don't have to. It depends what colour the image is and how much clarity you want.
So you can transfer these images from these sheets onto any porous surface. And oh wow, this is so much fun. Now you're going to get 20 sheets. This is volume 2. So that's transferring it onto one of the MDF postcards.
Yeah, onto the postcard, yeah. So, and then obviously you can further embellish. This image that I've got here is from the actual normal print pack. You just have to make sure if you're doing it like that, if you have any text in there, it's going to come out back to front. But you can see how easy it is. Now, I've tried different mediums before that say they can transfer, and I've never had any luck with it.
Right.
Every time I've done it with this, it's worked. If you get any areas, when you're rubbing away like this, and say you get an area that it just comes away,
Yeah.
it probably means you didn't have enough medium on there,
Okay.
or you didn't let it dry long enough.
Well, the transfer medium, remember, you get 115 mil of it. That's an absolute must if you want to do this technique. It won't work without it. And of course, the laser printed sheets, get those with that. For less than £20, you're going to be doing this sort of effect on all sorts of surfaces. It could be on furniture that you've got. And you
It could, yeah,
got a new
and then
line.
just put like some kind of glaze
Yeah.
over it. If I'm doing it for this sort of purpose, I would use our matte glue just to go over it. So here, do you remember when I said I don't put quite so much medium on the edges?
Yeah.
So see where it's coming away here?
I like that.
That's the effect that you get. And I like that because it,
Yeah.
it again gives it that slightly more vintage look, like it's coming away from the edges. If you want it to be solid, put the same amount of medium right up to the edge.
Now, volume 1, same sort of idea. This is all laser printed, and you get 20 sheets again, but they're totally different images to volume 2. And if it were me, I'd go for volume 1 and volume 2 because they're all beautiful. I mean, look here. I mean, these are tickets on this first sheet. You've got 2, 4, 6, 8, you've got about 20 images on that sheet alone. So you could transfer all of it or just transfer 1 or 2 of the images. It's entirely up to you. You've got, brilliant, tape measures. Oh, my dad used to have a tape measure like that, wooden one with the brass. Oh,
Yeah, they are my tape measures.
Are they?
That I scanned in.
You've got vintage playing cards as well, acrobats. This is so cool. Vintage stamps. Look at these. Again, they're printed, remember, reversed, so when they get transferred, they'll be the right way round. What are you going to be transferring all these images onto? You've got old-fashioned receipts and bills and that sort of thing. Old-fashioned checks. Oh, wow. You can try cashing them. They won't be any good, but
No.
Anyway. Again, old receipts as well. These things like this fascinate me. And vintage portraits. Look at this. Isn't this amazing? And you can transfer it onto any porous surface. So we've got documents and receipts and invoices and things like that there as well. Ledgers. Fab. Absolutely fab. So 20 sheets, and this is only £7.99, and 20% of this stock has gone. How much fun are you going to have? Go for volume 1, go for volume 2. How much was volume 2? Was that the same price? Yeah, £7.99. So for £16 or £15.98, you'll have 40 sheets then of laser printed transferable images. Get yourself, maybe I'd go for a couple of bottles of the transfer medium because I'm going to be wanting to use that on all sorts of surfaces.
You get addicted to it.
I can
I
imagine.
make no apologies.
And, it's something different and something exciting. Whether it's furniture, whether it's clothing, whether it's bags, whatever. Provided it's a porous surface, it can be transferred, okay? SMJQ57, SMJQ57 for that volume 1. I mean, they're both gorgeous. Go for both if you can. Now, the background text stamp has sold out, and the wildflowers. So the wildflowers have gone. Thank you if you ordered those. Congratulations. The background text stamp has now sold out and gone as well. That's now out of here, so that's gone for now. And we're really limited on the fancy stitches or the fussy stitches. What do we call them?
Scruffy stitches.
Scruffy stitches. That's it. So we're limited on the scruffy stitches. If you want those, we've got a few left, that's all. Now, we've only got only a couple left of the April Treasure Bundle, and the April Treasure Bundle is over here. All of this, and remember, the sheets cannot be the same. If you buy 2 of them, they will have the same quantity in, but each sheet will be different because they're actually physical. They're not duplicates. They're actually physical sheets from old books that have weathered naturally with time. And just the smell here is incredible. You know, when you open up anything vintage, it's got a lovely kind of historical smell to it. You've got your sugar paper down there as well. You've also got, remember, some fabric in there. You've got the jump rings. You've got the 2 MDF front and back of your journal or book that you want to make, and also some lace in there too. So it really is a treasure trove of history. What yours will have inside it is anyone's guess because it's every single sheet different. But $19.99, and you can have so much fun with it, either whether you're decorating furniture, whatever the project might be, making books out of it as well, or maybe even wall art. Making wall art out of that would look fantastic.
Yeah. Yeah, I love collaging. That's why I do the printed papers where I do. So I digitally collage, but to do it by hand. Because I've thought about doing that as well. Collage it, scan it in, and then print those off.
Brilliant. Why not? Whatever you do, don't miss out on anything from Janie. Janie's got another show, of course, later on at 7 o'clock tonight, and that's going to be bookbinding.
Yes, so all of the same theme, but different products. So bookbinding, we've got a lap book, an A6 book, a folio, all of the same theme. So if you like this show, you're definitely going to like the second show.
Brilliant. And if you fancy doing your transferring using those laser printed sheets, they're going, collection 1 and collection 2 is going really, really quickly. Now the transfer medium, that's the solution that makes it happen. When you put it down flush, you paint it over the top of the surface of the image that's been laser printed. You then put it down and then just basically let it dry and then spray it with water when it's dry and then rub it away with your finger. And then you've transferred that image onto any porous surface. There it is, £7.50 for 1 bottle. It is addictive, I can tell that. So probably I'd go for a couple of bottles while we've got it here today. AYJQ68. Brilliant. Thank you, Janie. Great to see you.
Is that the hour over?
That's the hour over.
Oh,
yeah,
goes
Janie's
quickly,
back
doesn't
at
it?
7, I know. We've got more from Hunkydory though. It's Cat-A-Day and Cat's Back, and we've got a totally different collection for you from the one that we had earlier on. So we'll see you after a short break.
Want to know what's going on in the next show? Then head over to our website. Click on the TV guide. This will tell you who's presenting, which guest we have joining us, along with what's going on in each hour. If you ever miss a show, you can catch up by clicking on the day you missed and then click Watch This Show. You can also view what product was on and if it's still available to buy. Catch up on Hobby Maker.
Did you miss Stacey Park's Sizzix shows? Then go to www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can find all her products, and if you want to watch the shows back, then pop over to our YouTube page.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app. Head over to your app store now and search Hobby Maker and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today's button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. So never miss a show by watching on the go with our brand new Hobby Maker app.
Not only is Hobby Maker available live from 1 until 8 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube, and the Hobby Maker app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Hobby Maker.
Hi, I'm Beth Kingston from Kingston Crafts, and I'm so excited to be joining the Hobby Maker family. Kingston Crafts is a company made for crafters by crafters, and we've gone back to basics with paper, tools, and embellishments that are affordable, colorful, and fun, so you can make what inspires you. So join me, Beth Kingston, on April 8th and 9th when I will be in person in studio at Hobby Maker to launch Kingston Crafts in the UK. I can't wait to share this with you.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker. Hi everyone, how's your Sunday going? It's 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon on Hobby Maker with myself, Dave, and lovely Kat is back. It's Catterday every couple of weeks. Kat joins us from Hunkydory. We had a brilliant show at 1 o'clock this afternoon, very, very busy indeed, and that's going to be repeated at 6 o'clock. So if you missed that collection then, 6 o'clock you'll be able to see it. But this only launched on Thursday. I wasn't here on Thursday, so I didn't see this until today. If you love flowers, and you love bright, vibrant colours, this is going to be right up your street. It's called the Pressed Petals collection we got for you from Hunkydory. And it's a little bit different because you're getting a tag pad in with this rather than a paper pad as such. But let me just show you the artwork that's in here. Again, with Hunkydory, I mean, it's the signature toppers, die-cut toppers.
Yes, the beautiful, this is a gold foil collection which works with this absolutely stunning. There's the most beautiful accent foiling throughout the toppers and the frames on here. There's lovely like little doodle flower foil designs, there's like lovely little paper kits, because in the background of these designs we've really gone for that kind of shabby chic kind of notebook effect of thing. It's like it's already built up for you. It's absolutely stunning.
And it's so cheerful. That's what we want at the moment. We're coming into spring. We want brightness. We want cheerful, positive colours, longer days, brighter days, and that's what these are going to give you. Look, this is absolutely
Isn't
packed.
this incredible? There's so many little toppers on there.
12.
So obviously you can build them up and make a card just using them, or the great additional add-ons to other cards with your other toppers.
So you've got 8 sheets of toppers. Then you've got 8 sheets of printed and foiled, which is what we're looking at here. And then you'll also have, oh, I like that.
So this is what I was on about, like the notebook, the shabby chic, the kind of distressed kind of look. So this is our normal adorable scoreable, but it works so well with this. You can still distress this up even further if you want to. It's absolutely gorgeous. So all those torn edges, all those beautiful kind of pressed flower details.
So you've got 24 sheets of A4 in total. 8 of them are toppers, 8 of them are printed and foiled, and 8 of them are printed. And they're just absolute riot of colour and joy and brightness and cheerfulness, positivity, all those things that we're looking forward to seeing grow in our gardens in the weeks to come. That's what this kind of makes you think about. So that's all the cardstock. As well as that, you're then going to get your inserts. Now, unusually, inserts normally with Hunkydory are usually kind of printed quite faintly.
Yes.
These are bold though, aren't they?
Yeah, we usually say they're a muted down version, but they're not so much muted, these ones, which I think is absolutely stunning. You've still got that full riot of colour going on, which means that you can use them just as much on the front of your cards as the inside, but they're absolutely gorgeous.
And you've got double-sided papers.
Aren't they beautiful? So they're the coated papers. You've got a really fun, full-on pattern on one side and then something a little bit tamer on the other, but picking up on all those beautiful colours that run throughout the collection.
And then the icing on the cake for me, whenever there's a tag pad, I'm happy. Love a tag pad. Already pre-holed, if that's the right word to use. Punched, that's it. Pre-punched. Lovingly handmade for you. There we go. And these are all card, aren't they?
Yes.
Beautiful card, not paper.
So these are great. You can just use them as a tag if you want to, but there's so many different things you can do. We'll show you some examples where we use them on our card front. You can make little gift boxes out of them. There's so many different things. So you, like you see, some of them have already got sentiments on, but then you get plain ones like this that you could add your sentiments from your topper collections too. It just gives you so much variety of things you can do with them.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, $35.97 is the value of your collection. But you know what? It's a Sunday, it's Hunkydory, it's Hobby Maker. We're going to do a deal for you this afternoon. And just looking at some of the finished cards, let me inspire you. Let me show you some finished cards to give you an idea. Bex has done this one in the design team. Look at that.
Isn't it stunning?
Isn't that beautiful?
Those really punchy pinks and the blues and the yellows. You would think they'd be too much, but they work so well together because they've got that really subtle ivory background. It's such fun.
And that's just 3 of those 12 on a sheet that's been used on there. And so there's 24 of those toppers. So on DL-shaped cards, they're perfect to use for that. Let me show you some more quickly. I can tell the design team have had some fun with this.
Isn't it?
You've done that one.
Oh, did I? I didn't even remember doing that.
Well, someone else called Kat's done it, if it's not you.
No, that's definitely my writing on the back.
Okay. You bring colour to my world. I mean, that's what this is all about. Colour, brightness, vibrancy. And I think this time of the year, everybody wants that. That's a really cool one, like a tent card.
Isn't it gorgeous? Like with the little aperture peeking through at the side. It's absolutely gorgeous. That one's mine. I remember doing that one.
love this. Look at that. Oh, my word. That's like going into a florist and say, I want it all.
It is, and it should be too much, but it's so cleverly designed that it isn't. It's just absolutely stunning.
Another one. Look at what you can do with them. Absolutely magical. So if you fancy going for this today, it is available for you right now for $27.97. We've taken that price down from $35 to $27.97 for all of that content. 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed and foiled cardstock, 8 sheets of printed, and then you've got the double-sided papers and the inserts, and you get the tag pad as well for less than £30. But if you're thinking, yeah, I just want something bright in my life, I want to work on bright things to kind of lift my spirits, and you know, we're getting longer days, longer mornings, longer evenings, which is fantastic. Hopefully better weather coming soon and nicer sunny days. But here you've got your, this is your garden in full bloom in the summer, isn't it? Ahead of time.
It is, yeah. definitely.
It's kind
It's
of
going
looking...
to give you that motivation of what you want for the summer, isn't it?
It's looking ahead to what's coming. Absolutely. So if you fancy that today, $27.97, BUHD42 is the product code. And should we get straight into a demo, Kat?
Definitely,
Is that all right?
yes.
Okay.
So I'm going to show you one that you've just showed, Dave, that lovely easel
Okay.
with like the two toppers coming up, because I loved making that one and I thought it was a little bit of a different take on an easel, so I thought we'd show that one. So I have got the lovely lilac set here, and I've got some of the matching cardstock. So we're going to start out with a 6x6 card blank, and the first thing we're going to do with this, we're going to take our trimmer and we're just going to turn this into an easel card. So I'm just going to open this out. So we want the score line going on the horizontal here, and we're going to take about 2 inches off each side to leave us a flap in the middle. So 2 inches from that side, and I'm going to take it round. 2 inches from the other side. So we're going to take the blade right to the top, and we're just going to take that just over the score line, so we're going to get a nice neat finish when we fold all this down.
Lovely.
And then we're going to put it back on with our score line in the vertical position. We're just going to take that score line to just before our trim mark, and we're just going to cut away these 2 panels. And this is where your trimmer's so handy, because you know exactly where you're cutting into.
Absolutely.
Just lift that up and then come to the bottom and take that second one.
And the Hunkydory trimmer
away
will be
again.
on the website if you want one.
Yes.
They're in stock.
You should always want one.
Oh, yeah.
And then we're just going to take this and we're just going to fold it down to the score line there. And that looks a bit strange now, but this is going to be the base of our easel card.
Okay.
So let's go in. We're going to take our cardstock. So the base of this card is still 6x6, so I've cut myself a 6x6 gold mirror mat there. And then we're going to use this beautiful design on the right-hand side of the card here, and we're just going to cut this down to 3 notches under the 6, and turn, and 3 notches under the 6 again. And you've still got loads of cardstock left there for using on another card. And we will get this stuck down. And I think this is a really impactful card. It's completely different from anything you could buy in the shops, but it's still super simple to make and put together.
Do you know what as well? Where fresh flowers aren't appropriate or aren't allowed, a card like this will do a similar job.
Absolutely.
Because you're not allowed, you know, flowers in, I don't think, care homes anymore. Certainly in hospitals you're not, I know that. So to have a card that's kind of doing the job of the flowers is good.
It is as well. And with such vibrancy, it's going to give that impact of really fun, fresh flowers.
It's going to send joy, really. That's what flowers do.
It is. It's definitely one of those kits. It really, really makes you smile. Such beautiful colours throughout.
I love those tags as well. I mean, those tags can be, how many did you get in there? 48 tags. So that could be potentially 48 projects, because you can put tags on all sorts of projects, from like memory books and journals onto MDF plaques and all sorts. And if you want an extra pack of the pads, or you just want the tag pad on its own, it is available as an optional extra at £7.99 for 48 quality card tags.
So,
what's the GSM? 300?
Yeah.
300 GSM.
So I've taken 2 of the toppers off the set, and I'm going to take the frame out here, and I'm just going to go over to my tape runner, and I'm just going to back this onto some of the double-sided papers, just so I've got a backing onto my frame, and then I can layer these toppers up slightly differently, just because we're not going back straight in the middle. And we're just going to trim round here really quickly. So I apologise if this is not the neatest version. You can take a bit more time than me at home. But if you just take the edge of your scissor right up against that frame, and the papers are so easy to cut through. You're not going to get any rough edges. And you can see where when I placed that down, when I placed the frame onto the paper, I took it right up to the edge and the top anyway, so we're getting as little waste as possible.
Good.
Plus it means you've got a side less to cut. So
That's true. Makes life easier.
It makes life easier wherever we can. And then, see, I'm doing this in real time, and it's literally took 30 seconds.
And the angle of your blade is quite important, so it gets underneath the edge of the topper.
Yeah. And then we're just going to layer these up on here. I've just gone ahead and I've added some foam pads. So on this first one, I've gone ahead and I've added a single layer of foam pads just to the left-hand side, because we're going to pop this on this one. So we've got no foam pads that are going to show over the edge here. And then on my second topper, I've added a double layer. So I've just added 2 foam pads on top of each other to this side, and that just means that it can sit a little bit above this one. So we're just being a bit more creative with our toppers and how we lay them out. So we're going to pop this onto this now, and we can just sit that the right way up. Nearly. And then it's just about decorating this bottom panel down here now. So I'm going to take the ribbon border and we're just going to chop a section of that. I'll do a little fishtail in one end just to give it that little pretty finish.
Look at the banner, yeah.
And you can mark this out if you want to be precise, but I think you can do it pretty easy enough just by snipping in with your scissors. And we're going to run this down the right hand side here just to bring a bit more of that detail down there. And then I think we just go with our spread kindness like wildflowers. I think that's absolutely beautiful for the bottom there. We'll just stick a foam pad on and then we'll finish with a couple of gemstones.
And some of the other verses you've got have a wonderful day, thinking of you, for my beautiful friend, happy birthday, for someone special, you bring colour to my world. That's a nice one, especially for you, forget me not, many happy returns. So lots of lovely verses and sentiments in there as well.
And then what I like to do to get the placement and my stopper just right is sit my easel up and see where it wants to sit naturally.
Yeah.
Then I bring my stopper in, just push it back just a tiny little bit, and then you know they're both going to work together. They're not going to fight against each other, and it's going to stand up. And we'll just finish with a few stunning gold jewel gems. She says, just at this bottom corner, just to tie it all together. Let's go up on this one.
Perfect.
And just...
Isn't that gorgeous? Press petals. I mean, how many cards can you get out of a collection? How long's a piece of string? Depends how you use it, really. But you can get dozens and dozens and dozens, basically, for £27.97. BUHD 42. Again, just looking at the artwork on the toppers again quickly, they're just beautiful. You've got yellows with the sunflowers. You've got your purples and your pinks. There we go. You get 2 of each. 8 sheets in total, but aren't they just gorgeous? And all of these are individual frames, so you can use all of them or you can use none of them. It's entirely up to you. You can make them go a long, long way. I'm sure you've been a Hunkydory card maker for a long, long time and have got your own ways of using the collections. But you've got ovals, you've got fancy frames, you've got rectangles and squares in there as well. But they're just bright and cheerful. This is my favourite sheet because there's so much on there. You've got 12 potential toppers. That was the one I showed you a few minutes ago that had 3 on a DL card. So you could get 4 DL cards, or 4 DL cards out of that one sheet. So you could get 8 DL cards out of both sheets. So there's 8 cards there in total just from those 2 sheets alone. And then you go on to your wonderful printed and foiled and your printed cardstock, 8 sheets of each. Then you've got 24 sheets of your inserts and your double-sided papers with a glossy finish as well. £27.97. And don't forget, you've got the tags as well. The tags include the tag pad. That one's got foiling on it. There we go. Beautiful, isn't it? And then the inserts there and the papers too. But in a really unusual twist, you've got the bold printing on the inserts. I think it would look a bit strange with the bold on the front of the card to have the kind of muted tones on the inside. I'm glad they've done it bold actually on the insert.
Absolutely stunning. It's gorgeous.
It's a riot of colour. We love it. Absolutely love it. So that's the main collection. And don't forget your tag pad in there as well. All pre-punched and holed. Have a beautiful day. Enjoy the little things. Thanks a bunch. And that's cardstock. That's 300 GSM cardstock. Beautifully cut, beautifully die cut, and beautifully hole punched for you as well. That could actually make a lovely tag on a gift, on a box or something like that. Would look lovely. That's the entire collection. That's what you're getting for less than £30 today. And we've also got, was it the dies? Moonstone dies in the show. Now these sold so well when they launched the other day. I'm not surprised. Because when you look at them, you look at that from a distance, you think, oh yeah, it's a rectangular nesting die. Well, actually, no, it's not. What it is it's cutting out what looks like It looks like bookbinding, or it looks a little bit like those spiral notepads that you can get, doesn't it? It reminds
or
me
a
of that.
coily wire and things like that. It's so fun.
So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 dies, but look, it doesn't necessarily cut out a rectangle. I mean, the shape is rectangular. It cuts out the swirls, the twists and the twirls, which I've never seen anything like it. This flew the other day. I mean, what a lovely border to a card that gives.
It is, and it will make making quick and simple and clean cards so much more easy, because like you see on the diagram at the front, you just need that as a border, a sentiment in the middle, and you're good to go because you've just got that lovely focus point. It's absolutely stunning.
I've never seen a die like that before, never. Love that. So that's the Doodles Nesting Frames rectangles, and that's £24.98. And this one is included as well. So you're going to be getting both together for £24.98. There should be £14.99 each, but if you buy them as a single item number, JAHD91, you can get them for £24.98, which makes them basically £12.49 each. But look at those florals, aren't they lovely? And they work with those spirals really well, actually. But if you want them on their own, they are on the website individually, but as a duo, you get both sets for £24.98. JAHD 91. Oh, I think we may have sold out of the nesting frames, but there's a couple of the flowers, the doodle flowers on their own, but I'm afraid they have gone on their own. But the best value is to go for both anyway.
Yeah, these were incredibly popular. We knew they were going to be, even though they've been designed to work perfectly with this collection. You've heard me speak about it before. I work at home. I have my dies that are categorised that I bring out if I'm doing a butterfly collection or you know, so on and so forth. But then I have my essential collection that goes everywhere with me. I have it at home, I take it to work, I bring it here just in case. And both of these are going straight into my essential collection, because outside of this, I'm always going to need these really cute like doodle flower outlines. I'm always going to be like, oh, I need a frame that's going to really make this card pop, and I'm going to reach for that frame.
I mean, it's not cutting out a solid flower, it's cutting out the outline of it. So if you wanted to paper piece those petals, if you wanted to put like an inky background down first, and then basically put the die cuts in black cardstock over the top of it, you coloured them in straight away, haven't you? So. Love it.
Absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. And like you say, you can build them up. You can just have one of them as their own as an accent, or you can build them up into that beautiful arrangement that you can see on the front of that card there. They are an absolute essential, in my opinion.
Both of them for £24.98, JAHD 91. Now, we've also got acetate in the show. Now, this is foiled acetate. Oh, this is unusual.
Isn't it? We absolutely love this one.
Okay, so again, it's to do with the Pressed Flowers collection, but look at this. So where you've got the kind of ripped notepad paper as a background on the printed cardstock, we showed you that earlier on, that's what this is there to actually represent. Really unusual, but it's gold foiling one side, and if gold isn't appropriate, flip it over, you've got silver on the back. So whichever side you want to use is entirely up to you. Probably gold is more appropriate, because gold and sunshine kind of makes you think that, doesn't it?
Yeah, for this collection, obviously, because everything's gold foiled, but I think all of these acetates are in there go beyond this collection as well. You'll be able to use them throughout all your crafting, and that's when you might want to switch them round to use the silver side.
Absolutely.
So it's great to have both options.
Yeah, so there is the second one, that lovely kind of strip border, which again you can cut if you wanted to, or just leave it as a whole A4 sheet, it's up to you. £11.99 for 16 sheets, and you're going to get, is it 4 designs, 4 of each?
Yes.
4 designs, 4 of each, I remembered. There, if you've got your daisies as well, if you wanted to, with an alcohol pen or something like that, colour in those petals, you could do that as well to give a stained glass look. And then this one is just stitching. Fine dot, I mean, it looks like lines from a distance, but if you get close, you can see it's actually like a stitched sewing machine line, isn't it, basically?
Yeah. I think the original idea is to replicate like the lined paper and stuff like that, but whatever your mind goes to, it's great. It's got so many uses.
Yeah, so you could use it horizontally or vertically, it's up to you. And that's £11.99. I'd be quite tempted to actually cut those into strips, but have the dotted line in the middle of the strip.
Oh yeah,
That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So if you want 16 sheets, £11.99, silver one side, gold the other, WKHD 16. WKHD 16. Should we do another demo?
Yes.
Go on.
Should we ever play around with these dies?
Let's do it.
Let's do the flowers first.
Okay.
So I'm going to do our flowers. We're going to bring in, right, Let's not throw everything anywhere. Trying to pick it up so I don't give anything away. I'm going to have a play with the tag pad as well.
Yep.
We're going to bring in some of those papers and the adorable scoreable. So we're going to do an 8x6 10-fold card. So that's the base cut down there. We're going to start with, let's get the, I say boring bits, none of card making's boring, but let's get the chopping and cutting done first, and then it's out of the way so we can have a play with those dies. So I'm going to do a mat and layer for my card base to 8x6 with my black stamping card, and then I'm going to take some of this fabulous papers that's here.
And we have got the plain adorable scoreable cardstock in the show as well, which we haven't shown you yet. We'll show you that fairly soon if you want the plain cardstock to make your kit go further. We have got that.
So let's take this out. Let's, come on, construction glue. Should have had this stood upside down. We're going to take this around the back. So we can take this down onto there. So that is going to be the base for our card. So let's get that stuck down so it can all be drying before we're doing. We have got, so this could be a background for anything that you've seen in the collection, whether you just want to pop some toppers on or your tag pads. We are going to use the tag pads in here, but we're going to incorporate those dies just so you can see how incredibly gorgeous they are and how all the bits of this kit can work together.
Look at those colours.
Isn't it?
It's a carnival.
Fabulous. So I'm then going to take a piece of the adorable scoreable and we're going to cut this down to, it's going to be a 7x5 mat layer, so of course this is going to be 5 notches under, sorry, 3 notches under the 5 by 3 notches under the 7.
Okay.
Then we are just, I'm going to do this on my, what's this called? A trimmer?
Yeah.
Just had one of those moments. I would advise doing this on your scoreboard, but I've seen where I've piled mine under all my stuff on my trolley, and I think I would cause
it's a bit buried.
Absolute chaos. So you're just going to score this all the way across. This is a 1/4 of an inch on here. So you get this lovely effect on there. You can do that all the way across. Mat and layer that again, and you're just going to have, and it's just adding all these textures to that colour.
That looks really cool.
When you pop it on there, it really pops. I think it looks so much fun. Just to add that other texture, you could just put it on plain if you wanted to, but you know me.
I think you need a new bottle.
I think I do need a new bottle. In fact, let's just go over to my tape runner while it's here. And we'll try and pop that down centrally. Right, so that can be off drying to that side, and we're going to start with some die cutting. So what I'm going to do with this, I'm just going to cut myself a strip. And you might want to cut each of these flowers and each of like the leaves and the petals on this a few times over. I can see where one's escaped over there. So we're just going to take these, we're going to place them on top of it. I'm only going to pick a few out because we don't need to do them all, because of course I've prepped, because this is going to take a little bit of time in real life. I'm sure I had some tape.
I'm a big fan of the dies that give you the outline. I like those.
They're so much fun. I've brought with me the card that I made on Hunkydory TV on Friday, because again, it's using the same dies, it's using the adorable scoreable, but it just gives you a completely different look. So I thought it'd be good to show a contrast between the two cards.
Great.
Let me get my plates. I'll just pop this down on here. So like I said, you go ahead and cut all of them out once or twice, so you can really build up a bouquet when you've got them all cut. And we'll run this through.
Lovely.
I'm struggling with my on and off switches
Keep
today.
turning it off.
I do. So I'll take that through there. And pop them out. And then we just take these out of here. Now just be careful, they do cut absolutely beautifully, but because you've seen that really fine detail, you just treat them with a little bit of respect when you're pulling them out, because when you're cutting anything fine,
Because the petals are only about probably a mil thick.
Yes,
the
they're not
outline.
far. So just be careful, but you can see just
love
how
those.
beautifully and clean that is cut there. And I'm just going to take one of my leaf ones, so I've got something to show you how we build up this die. And you've got all those release holes in the back that make it super easy for you. So once you've got an edge up, oh, that one's gone. Never mind, we'll go on to the bit that we're doing here. And then we're going to take a tag pad page. And the idea is, if I can find little bits that I've pre-cut, they might have already stuck down to something else. You're just going to start building these up, and I'm going to do the top right-hand corner and the bottom left corner.
Okay.
And we're just going to go to the back, add a little bit of our glue stick. You could use your tape runner for this as well. And we're just going to build up. And I've picked this one because it's already got those kind of black
That's already printed on there, yeah?
etched designs on there as well. So
okay.
you really...
Is that what gave you the idea to do this?
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So we're just going to build these borders up, top and bottom. Now, this one's going to be a little bit minimalist compared to the one that I'm going to show you. And I'm not going to lie, it does take a little bit of time, more time than we have on here. But this is the beauty of crafting. Sometimes you don't want it to be quick. You want something that you can sit back and spend
You're a
bit
crafter
of
because you
time
enjoy
on.
doing it. You know.
Absolutely.
You wouldn't do it if you didn't enjoy it.
Absolutely. And when it's all done, I'm going to bring this forward just so it shows off perfectly. And you've built all those layers up. You're going to end up with something that looks like this. So I think it's worth that little bit of time and patience.
That looks like a carnival now. It really does.
Yeah, so you can see here with the main flowers, like I showed you before, I've stuck them to the front, but with like my leaves and bits coming out, I've added them to the back, so you really get that depth definition. Let's just get some foam pads.
We have got that storage box that you saw Kat open a few minutes ago coming up in the show in a minute as well, at a great price. And if you're liking the look of the glass cutting mat, we're getting a lot of people asking, is it available? Where can we get it from? Stick around. Might be worth your while in a minute or two.
So we're going to pop that in the middle there. And this is where I think just having that blue background really, really makes it pop. I've taken another sheet of the tag pad and I've just cut out the centre bit here. Just again, so you can decoupage these up because you get multiples of each pages. So we can pop that on there. So that's our sentiment sorted, and I'm just going to dive into, I don't think we've showed these yet, have we?
Got the ribbon.
Ribbon selection. That's absolutely stunning. And we'll just make ourselves a little bow just to go on the top of our tag pad here.
Now in this one, because it's kind of all garden related, you've got not only ribbon, but they've chucked in some They've placed in the bag some twine as well, but in multicolours. So I'll show you that in a minute too. Because normally you get, coloured twine and ribbon. You don't normally get that, but because it's got a gardeny feel, they thought twine would work, and it does.
So this finished. I'm just going to go down and grab the one that I made the other day so you can see how we can do them completely differently.
Look at that.
But this is just those different elements and just how I moved my glue and it moved it to completely the wrong place.
Now, that to me also proves something as well, that the plain adorable scoreable that we have to kind of complement the collection is a must, because look at how it's going to make your collection go that much further. If I just hold up the adorable scoreable that's here, there's 24 sheets and it's all 350 GSM, but it's a great colour selection. It's almost like candy because you've got yellows and pinks and mauves in there as well. But if I just hold up one of the busiest sheets of paper, look, all of that artwork, all of those flowers, all different colourways, all those colours are in there. If I pick up another sheet, let's pick up this one. See? All those colours are in there. So when you want to mat and layer and you want to have cardstock that's not going to clash with the artwork but complement it, and whether that artwork's the printed papers or whether it's the toppers, let me just get a topper sheet at random, one of the topper sheets at the bottom here. Just pick this up. There we go. Perfect match. Can't go wrong. So for an extra, what was it, $9.99? The Adorable Scoreable selection for 24 sheets for a tenner, $9.99, you're going to find that that is going to be invaluable and it's going to make your main collection go that much further and just work. It's going to work all together beautifully well. And the ribbon and the twine, if you want that quickly, again, hand selected by Anne-Marie, Kat, Nat, the team, Bex, everyone. They all get involved. Here you've got a selection of beautiful satin ribbon, again in colourways that are going to work with the artwork. Can't go wrong with that. And there's the twine. I didn't know you could get multicoloured twine like that.
Yes, we've only done it for a few collections, but it's been so popular. We thought, no, we really want it, and especially collections like this that have that little shabby chic feel as well. Absolutely, just it works so well. You can mix and match them. So I've got, I say,
so if you want the ribbon and the twine together, coming up on the screen, there you go, half and half. It's $9.99. And the twine is great. It's really rustic, isn't it?
Yeah. So I have got this card to show, but while we've got that, so this is an example of what you can do with your ribbon and your twine. I just hope, these are our scalloped edge card blanks, and I just hole punched around and then threaded the pink twine and the pink ribbon through, so you could really, really make that edge pop. You can see that from the other day. But this is the one I wanted to show you. So this is using our Adorable Scoreable colours. I just added some greens in as well.
I love that.
And just popping it on the black. So it's the same flowers, it's the same kind of idea, but you can just see how different you can make them look from the one that we made before doing it in the black. Isn't it absolutely
I love
stunning?
that. Look at that spiral. That's those nesting dies we showed you a few minutes ago. That is unlike any other die I think I've seen. It's so unusual. And it's also celebratory. It looks like ticker tape fun.
Yes.
You know, it's just great.
Yeah.
So if you want the ribbon and the twine, $9.99, YIHD50 is the product code there. Now, before we do any more demos, lots of people have been contacting us about the glass mat. Obviously things that are in vision when we're on TV, people notice it. People notice that blue bag that's over there. And if ever you see something and you think, oh, I want that, I don't know what that is, or is it in stock, always message in, because not always will it be available, but 99% of the time it probably will be. This is the Hunkydory glass mat. Now, this has been so popular. Inches, centimetres, yeah, you've got all the measurements on there that you need. You've got your favourite card sizes there as well, all printed in Hunkydory purple.
Yeah.
It's got a non-slip set of 4 feet as well, so it's not going to be slipping on you. I'm pushing that and it's not budging at all, but it's a lovely large surface area to work on, isn't it?
It is a fabulous size. You're not going to come off the edges. You've got your card sizes. You've got like your little box templates up here. So if you're wanting to do like little frames and stuff like that, you've got all your card sizes and your measurements down here. Your A4, your A5, your A6, your 4x4s, everything.
Is it A3? A3 in size?
I would say it seems it, doesn't it?
I think it is.
I think it is, yeah.
You've got a 12 by 12 kind of surface area there for your measurements.
Yes.
And also that works out to 30 centimetres, is it 30? Yeah, 30 centimetres square. Oh, hang on. Yes, it is, yeah. And you've also got, this is really cool. Actually, I've just noticed this. Can you see in the top, in the middle, if I bring that down a bit, you've got a 0 in the centre. So if you're trying to work out equal distance from left and right, that makes it so much easier, doesn't it?
It really does, yeah. It's definitely one of the points that we asked to be put in there when they were saying, what do you want on a glass mat? It's just absolutely perfect. Things like when I said before, like when I did one the other day, an acetate card, and you want to make sure that you're putting your mat and layers on straight through your acetate. If you put your edge of your acetate up against 2 of the straight lines, it doesn't matter which, but then you can see perfectly through on the next line to get your mat and layer on. There's so many uses. With it being a glass mat, you can also use it for your techniques, like you're using your inks as paints and your brush markers, so you can dab them straight down onto there, add your water.
Now, I don't know about you, I'd rather have a doorbell ring or a door knock and get given this by the postman, rather than putting this in a bag, carrying it around a craft fair for 3, 4, 5 hours, because it weighs a lot. It's obviously a pretty big thing to carry, and it weighs a lot, as I said before. So for $24.99, you've got a brand new A3 size glass cutting mat with Hunkydory, with really, really useful grids to make sure things are straight, as Kat said. That central zero for marking left and right of the center of a card, that's a really, really good extra feature that this has got. So it goes from 0 to 30 on the bottom, on the left and on the right, and then from 0 in the middle to 15 left, 15 right. If you want it, £24.99. £24.99, that is your price, delivered under that 1p&p per day with us at Hobbymaker of £3.95. I don't know anyone that would deliver something that size of that weight for £3.95. We will. If you bought something already today, hello to June in Cheshire, Susan in Dorset, Alison in Cornwall, Crafter in New York coming through. I'm seeing lots of crafters in New York coming through. Actually, that's a really good point. Really good point. Hunkydory actually will ship to the USA. So if you're watching this in America, and it's 4:30 our time, so in the US it's going to be early morning, mid-morning, depending on where you are. You can have this delivered from Hunkydory. We ship and we cap our shipping and handling to the USA at $12.95 per day. So bearing in mind, if you've ever shipped anything to the UK from America, you know that the shipping and handling is expensive. We will, if you buy that, no matter how big or bulky it is or how weighty it is, we'll ship it to you for just $12.95 shipping and handling. And that goes for anything else that you've bought from us, from companies that are with us that can ship to the USA from midnight last night, your time, to midnight tonight, your time. So do bear that in mind. It's not just a UK channel. We can ship to the US with certain suppliers. Not all of them at the moment, but certain ones, Hunkydory being one of them. Right, now, loads of you coming through now for this. That's why a crafter in New York's gone for it, because you probably wouldn't find Hunkydory goodies out there very easily in America.
I wouldn't think so.
UK company, but we'll ship it to you. Are we doing the storage as well? Yeah, shall we? Before a quick demo?
Yeah.
Okay. I've just been handed this. I did tip you off because Kat was getting bits and pieces, her foam pads out of her boxes a few minutes ago. This is also a bestseller. And again, we'll ship this to the USA as well, if you're watching us. This is one of those products that is just the best. It's a briefcase, but it's also a filing cabinet. It's a complete organizer. If I open up the handle, be careful, don't do what I did when I first saw this product. I lifted both handles up and went and opened it, and of course the drawer opened up. That one locks the drawer, okay? That one is your handle. So that undoes the lock, that opens up the case to reveal 16 completely transparent, lockable boxes. You wouldn't be without this, would you?
I would not, no, absolutely. These have so many uses. You've seen mine. I've got my tape runners in one. I've got tapes in the other. I've got ribbons in there. I've got my foam pads in one. They're great for storing your Prism ink pads.
Yeah.
Your
Get
stamps,
6 in one, don't you,
your
Prism ink
A6
pad?
stamps will fit in there perfectly.
Louis
So you
Max.
can build a little complete crafting kit in one of these boxes. Your little books will sit in there, so you could pack it up as a little storage crafting kit.
Another
It's
thing I
amazing.
like is you can actually take the lid off if you want to. You can actually remove the lid, it unclips. So if you wanted to stand it up without the lid being in the way, it will completely stand free. You just literally unclip it. I won't do it now, but it does literally come off. Oh, it comes up that way, doesn't it? You lift it up, that's it.
There we go.
There we go. So that comes off. I was doing it down and not up. And then that just stands up like a filing cabinet. If you got one of the caddy trolleys that we've brought you before, you know, the metal ones, 2 of these fit in the top tray of the caddy as well. And then when you put the lid back on, all you've got to do, line it up and push it down. And you're ready to go, off you go. There we go, look. Dead easy, dead simple. And then, yeah, off you go again. Okay, let's get the deal on for you. For this Sunday afternoon, that sticker can peel away, obviously. And you can see everything that's in there. That's what I like about it. Everything's visible from the side, from the front, from the top, from the bottom.
Yeah.
$39.99 is the normal price that Hunkydory say we should be charging for this. But we don't do what people say, do we? Yeah.
No, but it's worth every penny of $39.99.
Yeah. In just over 10 seconds, we're going to give you a Sunday afternoon deal for 16 lockable compartments in there. And if you've got any of the other storage solutions from Hunkydory that are the same, use the same boxes that are inside this, you can move them around from one to the other if you want to as well. Okay, this afternoon it's yours for $29.99. Sandra in Lancashire, hello. Karen in Essex, Sandra in Lancashire's checked out. Sylvia in Kent is coming through right now. But to be able to kind of walk around with this, it's briefcase size.
It is.
But you've got all your little bits and pieces. I mean, not just for crafting, but I'm a model maker. I've got tons of little bits and pieces that I need, you know, to kind of keep stored for later down the line, and tools as well. So it could be that you want to have this maybe for makeup. Nothing to do with crafting at all. Or you've got one already for your crafting, and maybe your other half or someone else in the house has said, I wouldn't mind one of those in my garden shed or my garage or in the back of my car.
As a mother of boys, Lego speaks to me 110%. Because if you have a look how much Lego storage costs and you don't get the organisation like this, it's just a tub. You can separate all your colours out. You can make it really, really fun.
And everything's got a place. And if you get multiples of these and you're thinking, oh, I've forgotten what case that was in or that, you just look at the front. You can see everything that's in there. So if you've got maybe fabrics, maybe fat quarters and things like that, that you tend to kind of forget that you've got, or you can never see exactly what's what because it's in a box somewhere, it's in a drawer somewhere. Everything is visible because it's completely transparent. Susan in the West Midlands, hello to you. Crafter in Cornwall's coming through as well. Maybe you bought one and you're coming back to buy another one, or as a gift for somebody for a birthday or something like that. It's just, it could be great for a fisherman as well, actually.
Yes, yeah.
Tackle and stuff and bait and all that sort of stuff. Because each case is completely separate and completely self-contained. And they've all got their own little shelves in there. So if you take one of those out from the middle...
Yeah, they're not all going to fall
They're not all going to fall out. No, look, see? They all stay where you want them to because you've got little shelves in there. Really cleverly thought through. It's just one of those must-have, go-to, everyday storage solutions, and then you're off and running. $29.99. Okay, right, let's go back to our beautiful pressed petals, shall we?
Should we have a play? So we are going back to our topper set, but this time we are going to bring in Dave's favourite, and I think lots of people's favourite, this beautiful frame. So, where to start? Let's go. We're taking this main topper, and because it's this lovely solid triangle, I thought we could really have some fun with this die. So I am going to take, if I can remember which size I've done this to now, we'll take that one out for later, but I'm going to take this middle one here, and we're going to pop that in the middle of our topper so we can add some really fun definition. So it's like a pyramage effect, but done completely differently. So we're just going to pop that in the middle here, line that up to where I'm happy with it, and we'll pop that on there.
It's a bit like a coiled spring to an effect, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Or to us of a certain generation, it reminds me of telephone wires as well.
Oh, yeah, I see that. How many people are now going, Mum, Dad, what's a telephone wire?
So we take this through. And sometimes we forget, because the toppers are so beautiful, we just think, stick the topper on. We don't think that we can cut into it and use our dies
cross
to
our
do lots
minds.
of different things, but certainly can, especially when you've got things as beautiful as this. All you're doing is enhancing.
I suppose these little loops as well on this die, you can actually hang little things, maybe like bulbs or light bulbs, from, not real light bulbs, but kind of faux ones from it. You can actually have things hanging down from it.
Yes, definitely. So we're going to take this out of here. And I love, when you do cut them out, the bit that cuts away, this is technically your excess, but you get this lovely kind of like postage stamp effect, so you can use them.
Like that? Yeah.
But we're keeping all these pieces because we're going to build them back up.
It could be also like a jigsaw piece, couldn't it? It looks a bit like that.
Yeah. And then we just take this out of here because we're going to piece it all back together. But you can just see how well designed these are and how easily they come out of this.
I've never seen a die like this before.
So cool.
I think that's why it flew the other day and why it's so popular this afternoon. The Duo is now this is only now available in the Duo. The one or two that we did have individually have now completely sold out. So if you manage to get that on its own, congratulations. But you do save the most money by buying the two together with the flowers that give you the flower outlines, which I love, and this die set as well. $24.98, and a quarter of our remaining stock has gone this afternoon.
So I've gone ahead and I've cut the largest frame out of gold mirri. And this fits perfectly around the size of this topper here. So we really are giving this topper a full-on makeover. So we're going to take this on here and we're just going to pop that around the edges, and it just gives it a completely different look.
Totally
But
different
you can
look.
see how great that is. Now, you'll have seen I was using my dotty tape roller on my glass mat there. And you might be worrying about getting all the sticky stuffs on it. If you recently purchased, or you look on the website, I'm sure you'll find it, our magic
Adhesive eraser.
adhesive eraser.
Yeah.
This will take all these bits off for you. So we do that, and then we're going to take a little bit of scrap card. I'll use this black that I used from before. Or maybe I should take the blue. Let's take the blue. But you can do this on any colour that you want. And I'm just going to take this to this, just a little bit under my sides to my topper, just so I've got something to add those pieces back onto underneath there. So it's just big enough so it fills the hole that we've left there. So I've got something, and I've noticed a couple of those are trying to be sneaky and go over the back. So let's use this again.
Now the adhesive eraser, this will get rid of any glue that maybe you've spilt or whatever, or any glue dots that maybe you've got onto a worktop or wherever. But also it gets rid of price tag adhesive. If you pull off a price tag on a gift or something on the back of whatever you bought and you can't, you're left with that glue behind, just rub this over the top of it. It literally balls up the adhesive and you can just throw it away, get rid of it. £2.99. It comes Hunkydory packaged as well. So it's a great little
So
gizmo,
I
isn't it?
am going to pop this back in this ear. So we are just going to place, in fact, I'm going to put this bit back in first because it takes out the guesswork for me again. So I'm just going to take this piece around here. We're going to place this back inside. And it's just going to add that little detail back in and making sure, let's go the right way up. There we go.
How do you know that was the wrong way up?
Because I could tell by that it wasn't meeting that flower at
Oh,
the bottom, so
well,
I
I
knew
see,
at some point I'd gone wrong.
Colours clashed, right?
Yeah. So we're just going to place that back up here. So it's just adding texture, and then if you put this one back over the top
It's
again.
like a jigsaw. I love
It
it.
is. It's so much fun, isn't it? Just really thingy. And then just line that up. And then we've got those little hints of blue popping through as well. And it's just adding bits and pieces back in. So let's get on to making our card, and then we can make this fun. So let's get all my other bits and pieces.
You don't travel light, do you?
No. No. I make things too much hard for work for myself at times. So we are going to do a 5x7 acetate easel. So I'm just going to take this to the 3 notches under the 7 by 3 notches under the 5 for my first piece. And then we'll use this bit again. This can just be, oh no, should I use this for my pretty section? Yeah, let's do it. So we're going to go 3 notches under 2.5 by 3 notches under the 7. Keep this detail, we want to keep as much of that as possible. And then, which acetate? I've got 2 here, I couldn't make my mind up, I'll let you choose.
I like that one.
Should we do this one?
Yeah, I like the dotty lines.
So I need this to be 11 inches long. And we're going to do 7 inches wide, so it's the full length. Then we're going to add a couple of
With this trimmer.
score lines in. I should hope so, the amount that I use them. If only I could find things as easy that I bury in my chaos. So we are going to score at 5 inches. And then we're going to score at 10 inches. And that should be enough for my fold. And it will leave me this little panel that I can secure to the base of my card to make it all stand up. And I'm just going to put these.
Now we have actually got the trimmer in the show, and we think it's on a bit of a special price, I think.
Wow,
Yeah.
I love that.
Just found it actually, and the producer Laura's going, I'm sure it should be more than that. So if it is less than what it should be, take advantage if you want one. £21.99 AYHD08, but we can do it for less. I think every time I've done it recently, it's been £21.99. So where are we going this afternoon? £17.99. You get the blade, you get the extendable arms, so you can do your 12 by 12s as well. And we do have spare blades for the trimmer in stock as well at the moment. If you need those, they'll be on the website or phone the call centre and they'll sort it for you. 0800 001 4433 to order that, or on the website or on the app as well. But the website is hobbymaker.co.uk. But it is there at a special, well, £4 savings. That's paid your P&P for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really good.
Happy days.
So I've just added my top section to where the fold is at the top of my acetate easel I've made there. I put the mirror to the back of the acetate and then put my cardstock to the front, so we're covering any workings. Then let's add, again, I would recommend when you're attaching anything to your acetate that you use your red liner tape, but I'm just using this in the necessity of time. This is going to be the base of our cards. We're just going to pop this down where we've created that little panel at the bottom there. And then I have cut just another piece to 5x7 and just put a little bit of the papers on there. You could put your insert panel on there, and this is where you can write your message, but it's just to finish off that bottom of the card. Then we can take this, we can use this panel that we then created. I'm going to make sure my foam pads sit here, so again they're all going to be hidden.
I'm so glad loads of you have got that spiral nesting die set. It's so beautiful, so different, and it's only available now as the duo, but you'll save a £5 by buying the two die sets together. You've got that beautiful outline floral die set, and you've also, of course, got the nesting rectangles with the spiral.
So we're going to pop that on there, and then we can just go back over to our toppers to decorate this up and work as our stoppers. So we're going to take this other square down in the corner. Let's take the frame out. We're going to pop this down with the glue dots. And that can go there. And then if we add a little bit of foam pad on here to work as our, well, part of our stopper. I'll layer up some sentiments. And pop that back in there. And let's go, we've got with love, so we can use anything off here really. Let's go for, especially for you, down the bottom. I'll set this, and I love overlaying my frames and my toppers, so we're just going to pop that in there. And we've got many happy returns at the top over the sentiment. Get that in. And again, I think, considering there's such a beautiful range of colours on here, if somebody just presented you with these, you might think, oh, they're going to clash, they're going to be too much, but you could, they work so well, so beautifully
They're vivid,
together.
they're fresh, they're cheerful and bright. It's everything. Oh, and positivity too. That's what you want from a floral collection. That's what you're going to get with this. Remember, it's the pressed petals, brand new on Thursday. It was launched on Thursday, and we've got it here today, this afternoon, for under £30. It's £27 and 97 pence. Keep checking out on the collection if you'd like to. It's BUHD 42. Lots of you coming in today. Hello to Patricia, Val, Margaret, Maria, Karen, Dillis, Frida, Elizabeth. Margaret's just come in. Julie, Sylvia in Merseyside. Julie's also in as well. This is it. Keep checking out. I don't know when this is scheduled to be on again, but if you order it now, it'll be on its way straight away, and you'll have summer in your garden, in your card making, before you can say press petals. There you go. So you've got all of those. 8 sheets of toppers, 8 sheets of printed adorable scoreable, and 8 sheets of printed and foiled adorable scoreable. Then you've got your 24 sheets of inserts that are boldly printed. As well as that, you're going to get your double-sided papers. And the icing on the cake to me is the tag pad, which you're going to get as well. You get a total of 48 300 GSM pre-printed tags in the collection as well. So these are all your adorable scoreables. Then you've got the inserts, your printed papers there as well. And then the tag pad is there. I mean, in effect, you're not paying for this. If you buy this collection today with the discount we're giving you, all the inserts are free, whichever way you want to look at it. I'd say that the tag pad's free. You're blooming lovely. You are Kat. Blooming lovely.
Oh, thank you.
$27.97. Have a beautiful day. Enjoy the little things. Ain't that the truth? BUHD 42, lovingly handmade for you. And they are pre-punched, so you can easily pop some of that ribbon or twine through the hole in the top there if you want to, or pre-hole, yeah. And of course that can be in a little book, it can be in a journal, it could be on a present or something like that. Now the storage quickly, before we say cheerio until tomorrow for me, obviously Cheryllene's going to be here seeing you through until 8 o'clock with lovely Lizzie and more from Kat, another show from you, a repeat of that show if you missed it at 1 o'clock with Kat a bit later. And we've also got Janie here, of course, as well with Janie'S Originals. That's going to be coming up between 5 and 8. But if you want this storage box, obviously, sorry about the sticky label on there. It's a bit manky. You'll be peeling yours off. We need to get one that's, we need to take it off and then use one of your adhesive reasers, don't we? That's what we want to do. You've got 16 lockable cases and boxes inside there, all on their own little filing cabinet trays. So wherever you take the box from, doesn't matter, they don't fall down, they all just kind of slide in and out. Yeah, and it's for that price of $29.99, an absolute bargain. Lots of you have ordered that in this show. And then it locks easily together like that. And there you are, off to put that in the car. Kat, thank you.
Thank you.
It's been great fun today. Thank you for your company. I'll be back tomorrow at this time, actually seeing you through Monday evening. But Cheryllene's getting ready to see you through from 5 until 8. She'll be here after a short break with Lizzie. Have a nice Sunday evening.
It couldn't be easier to watch Hobby Maker. You can join us on Sky, Freeview, on our website or on YouTube, so you can watch at home or on the go.
Registering for a Hobby Maker account on our website couldn't be easier. Head over to hobbymaker.co.uk and click on Register Now. Type in your preferred email address, create a password of your choice, and we just ask you for a few simple details. Click on Create Account and then away you go. Within your account setting, you can view your order history, address and card details and items in your basket. Shopping made easy with Hobby Maker.
Hi, I'm Beth Kingston from Kingston Crafts, and I'm so excited to be joining the Hobby Maker family. Kingston Crafts is a company made for crafters by crafters, and we've gone back to basics with paper, tools, and embellishments that are affordable, colorful, and fun, so you can make what inspires you. So join me, Beth Kingston, on April 8th and 9th when I will be in person in studio at Hobby Maker to launch Kingston Crafts in the UK. I can't wait to share this with you.
If you're shopping here at Hobby Maker and have a discount code to use, this is applied at checkout via our website or app. Once you've added all your items to your basket, then simply pop the code in the discount box and click Redeem. The price will automatically adjust and then you're ready to continue with checkout. Alternatively, if you're shopping with us via the phone, our friendly help team will apply the discount for you. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Hello, welcome to Hobby Maker. I'm Sherilyn Lavery. If you haven't met me before, it's absolutely lovely to be here with you tonight. I don't know how your weekend's been, but it feels like it's absolutely flown by for me. We've had the Easter holidays the last 2 weeks, so it's all kind of getting ready for back to school for Bowie tomorrow. So I was like getting out the uniform, getting everything ready before I kind of came here. Now, we have got an absolutely cracking 3 hours lined up for you. We are going to be kicking off with Liz from Personal Impressions. We have then got Kat, who'll be back with us from Hunkydory, and then we've also got Janie coming back with some different bits as well. So it's a lovely show right up until 8 o'clock. Lovely to have you back as well.
Thank you. Nice
now,
to see you
we've had a lovely little chat, of course, outside about everything that we're actually bringing today. But I think what is really, really fascinating is folk art, and the fact that a lot of people are going to know exactly what this is. But for some people, like myself, I was totally new to this.
You think you might be new.
Yeah, but you're not when you explain it.
If you've ever walked alongside the canal and you've seen the barges with the black buckets and kettles with the roses and that is folk art. That's
amazing,
our
isn't
traditional
it?
folk art
Yes,
from the UK. Yeah.
I think when you kind of mentioned that as well, you immediately kind of picture those images and how beautiful everything is. That's done like that.
Absolutely. Very stylised. So the UK-based folk art is a very stylised, very bright flowers, because essentially it was barge people who had to move from the cottages onto the barges with their families. So it made it a home from home. So that's where you get the castle and roses from. So their barge was like their garden on the outside with their decorated pieces. Yeah.
And what is amazing about what we're actually sharing with you today is it's actually very easy to do. It's very affordable to be able to do as well, isn't it?
Yes.
So, you know, it might be that you've sort of not done something like this before and you're thinking, well, actually, this is the chance and the opportunity to actually be able to get into this, which is so exciting. Now, have a look on the website is what I would say, because there is so many bits that are within this show. And if there is anything that kind of stands out to you, you can always send in a little message to let us know what you would, of course, like to have a look at as well. I think my hair's catching my mic, isn't it? I'll move it in a second. Now, have a little look at the website and you will be able to have a look at that. Sorry, do you know what? My hair's grown and now it's like I need to go and get it cut. I'm used to having super short hair, so suddenly it's like grown and it's like,
you need to go and sew yourself a nice hairband from sewing.
I do, don't I? Yeah. So yeah, there's the website where you can have a little look at everything. Now we have got a couple of sort of introductory little kits, haven't we, that we can kind of talk about here.
So anybody that watched the first shows that we brought back in January, it seems a long time ago, we brought a brand new set out, which is the spring colours with the next sort of stage in terms of the strokes that you use and the different colourways of the paints and also your teaching templates as well, and 2 new stencils that I've created for Personal Impressions.
Now, I think we're going to start initially with the teaching tools, if that's okay.
Yes,
so we're going to have a little look through these and Liz will explain to you how we use these and what you can do with them, but you can already see an absolutely amazing price of £4.99, which is why we're saying it's so affordable to actually get started with this, isn't
absolutely. It? So I'm using a flat brush, which basically means these are like the brushes that you'd use to paint your walls at home. And they're laminated, so you'll get the pack with 5 different laminated A4 sheets, plus the front sheet that shows you what's exactly in the kit. And basically, because they're laminated, you can brush over them with your paint and then wipe them clean.
Amazing.
So they're reusable. So what I'm doing, I'm just loading my brush and I'm taking it from the side of the paint. Don't be daubing in the centre because you're going to spoil the bristles. So I'm just dragging the brush, loading about 3/4 of the brush with paint. And then you're following the strokes that they're showing you here. So there's a diagonal line at the top, a diagonal line at the bottom, and you just follow the arrow down. So first of all, follow over the black guide so that you just follow in that shape. Keep loading your brush. And then it gives you the lines to be able to practice yourself.
Brilliant.
And this is called an S stroke. Now, you can either do it to the left or you can do it to the right. But all of these will create a petal shape or a leaf shape. So you can see there, just pushing down and putting back on the chiselled edge. So you always start upright on the chiselled edge, push down, push back up.
Okay.
Do it in the opposite direction, push down and back up. See, I've made a right mess of that one.
Doesn't matter,
Do
you just wipe it off, can't you?
I'm going to go like that, and it's like it never happened. So that is the benefit of these practice sheets. And the thing with FolkArt, people sort of see the finished pieces and think there's no way on earth I'm ever going to be able to create
No, but you
that.
actually can, yeah.
But you're doing it stroke by stroke.
Yes,
So
yeah,
when
which
you
is
look in your
super.
garden now, look at those petals. They're a particular shape.
Exactly,
So you've got S shapes,
Yep.
you've got two different styles, one to the left, one to the right.
Yep, lovely.
You've also got, this is called a crescent stroke, but I call it a C stroke.
Okay.
So again, you start on the chisel edge of your brush and you push up, flatten your brush down and push down.
Okay, lovely, yes.
So push up, flat, brush down.
Perfect.
But then if you do it in the opposite direction, so just come underneath that, that's where you get this cup shape, which looks like a rosebud.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that makes up
Yeah.
that shape as well. So again, using your flat brush, you can create some beautiful shapes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just
Then we've
follow them
also
through.
got
Yeah,
our
perfect.
curly Q stroke. So the brushes that I'm using, you also get some really nice fine liner brushes, they're called, which are like a round brush but with very
Yes,
few
yeah.
bristles on. So the 10 pack of paint brushes has everything you need to be able to create all sorts of different
Which
things.
we'll have a little look at.
Now this, I'm hit and miss with this because it's not doing it steady, it's doing it in one go. So don't be like, because you get lots of different shapes. Do it in one flowing movement. So try and practice, first of all, doing that sort of motion with your arm and your hand so that it's a flowing motion. Because if you're doing it bit by bit by bit by bit, you're going to get a not very good effect. So I always say, just go for it. Don't be scared, don't be afraid, because you can wipe it off.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter
So
at all, does it?
I use my little finger there, because I'm right-handed, as an anchor.
Okay, yeah.
And I try and keep my wrist down as well.
Yeah.
So I can do it in one motion. So you're just practicing those swirls.
Yeah. And I guess once you've kind of got these techniques, then you're ready to actually
it's
go
like a
and create
muscle memory
everything.
type
Yeah.
thing. Yeah. So you're just swirling round, just following the pattern. But then you feel you can start making them up yourself once you get going. Now, just something to bear in mind, because I recently taught one of my lovely friends. She's left-handed.
Okay.
So what you have to do is sort of adjust yourself. So you're almost painting upside down and back to front.
Okay, yeah.
Because of how you hold your brush, you need to be able to see what you're doing. So if you feel that you can't get it straight away, change the way you're doing it. Do it upside down.
Perfect.
And it will work. Yeah.
Super. So these are going to be super, super helpful, of course, for you to be able to actually get started. Now, there are two different sets. So we were seeing some bits there. This is set 2 that we've got on at the moment, which is £4.99 for you to be able to get this, which is where you are going to get a mix, of course, of those teaching tools that we can get there to really get those correct, wonderful kind of strokes that are there so that you're ready to get going, of course, with actually doing this technique as well. And it's just the most brilliant price, I think, to actually kickstart and get started and to learn what we're doing with this.
Absolutely, because you get so much in the kit.
Absolutely.
And the fact that you get some substrates to work from.
Yes.
If anyone who doesn't know, substrate is basically your surface that you work on.
Yeah.
I've only just learnt that. People have all these different terminologies. But it's basically your little, your drinks coasters, it's your little box, which is a beautiful size box. It's like a pencil box with a magnet closure. But you also get these brand new stencils that I've designed as well for
Very
personal
exciting.
impressions.
So, that is the Spring Flowers collection that we're talking about just there as well. So this is where you are getting everything, aren't you? So we've got that
Absolutely, yes.
incredible bundle that is there available. So, I mean, immediately when I see those stencils that you've just mentioned there, which are brand new that you've designed, flowers are just so popular as well, aren't they? And to be able to create those
they
kind of
are.
images is
They
just
are. When
phenomenal.
people sort of see the folk art, they think, oh, I
Yeah.
wish I could do that. So it's sort of like the natural progression from
Yeah.
your teaching templates, because that's just the basic strokes.
Yes, yeah.
But then you need that step further to actually design the flower.
course.
So these are designed. We've got two different templates there. One of them sort of elements of your flower to
yeah.
build it up. So we've got the rose bud, we've got sort of like a pansy shape there. That can make a really lovely sort of flower, which I'm going to do in one of the demonstrations.
Yeah, definitely.
We've got different leaves. Then these are the petals that make up one of your cabbage roses or a carnation.
Yes, yeah.
But then this one is sort of almost finished flowers.
Yeah.
So we've got our lovely little bird with his wing, sunflower or daisy.
Yeah.
That again can be a daisy or marigold. So you can make up what you want really from them.
And I
but
think
it gives
those
you a guide.
images that you can kind of see just here of the finished samples, I mean,
Yes.
they're just stunning, aren't they? When you kind of have a look just there at sort of when it's mounted on black, but also the coasters that we're getting to see there as well. You know, amazing to do on MDF as well.
Absolutely,
We've got the
absolutely.
boxes. So of course, remember within this full bundle, the fact that you are getting those brand new stencils, you are also getting all of those teaching tools, which you can buy individually, but of course it comes as part of this bundle. You then get a fabulous selection of paints as well. I love the colours that have been chosen.
Yeah,
They
really, really bright. So you've got your orange, your purple,
Yeah.
your green, your hot pink,
Yeah, nice,
and you've
isn't it?
also got your white as well.
Which you
'cause,
always
yeah,
need,
you always
don't you?
need your white.
And then, of course, you mentioned the fact that you also get this wonderful, and we have got a finished sample just here as well. So you get this box that comes with this collection, ready to decorate, and you can see that you've got the plain one just there, and then you've got this finished one here, which has got the crackle paste on as well, which is absolutely beautiful as well. So you're going to be able to make this everything that you are getting today. And it also comes with coasters for you to be able to design, does it as well? Or do you need to get them separately if you want
There's
to add
two
to the
different
bundle?
styles of coasters. There's some that come with the kit, but there's also a 6-pack that comes in its
Amazing.
own little holder
Yes,
as well.
yeah.
So you can
There we are. So
really,
some come with it, and then you can also get some more if you
absolutely
want
check
some
the
extras as well.
website out because
Yeah.
there's lots of different things that you can actually play with.
And once
yeah.
again, I mean, the price of that, $29.99, you know, we know the paints will go a long way. The fact the stencils
Yes.
are a non-consumable, you're going to be
Yes,
using
yeah,
them consistently. Those teaching tools, you could do that with your friends, you could do that as part of an art group as well.
Absolutely,
which
yes.
is absolutely fabulous. And then you get in the box. And are you okay to make and sell with the coasters and with the box and everything?
Absolutely.
Like that as well?
I mean,
Yeah.
the only thing is don't be reproducing these.
Of course,
Yes.
absolutely.
Yes,
Yes,
yeah,
yeah.
the teaching tools, yeah.
Yeah. So if somebody's got this kit, they get this, obviously, you know, Judy has just managed to get hers there. Well done to you. So the Spring Flowers collection. What do we do next? So we've gone to the teaching tools.
Okay,
We've
so you've
go
had a
with
practice
this.
and you think,
Yeah.
okay, right, I'm going to try and make up a flower. So I'm going to do this top one first.
Yeah, okay, perfect.
Because it's almost a flower made up.
Yes, yeah.
Now, because I'm using a black card, I'm just using a white pencil
Yeah,
so
lovely.
you can see it. So I'm literally tracing around. I'm not being too careful about the actual shape or getting it exactly right.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to be putting paint
Yeah,
over
it doesn't
the
matter,
top
does
of
it?
it. So if you can see there, I've got a lovely sort of petal shape going on. And I'm going to use my purple from the new set. And I'm going to mix it with some of the white.
I have to say, I love that holder as well with the
Oh,
painting.
I
as
love
you're
it.
kind of whipping that round.
I'm just obsessed with it. I keep mistaking me purple for me violent pansy, I call it. It's violet pansy.
Right,
I always call it violent pansy because it's really bold. So I'm giving it a little shake. And then I'm going to pop some purple on my palette. Now this palette set, it fits your little paper plates so you can discard them.
Oh, amazing.
But I'm
yeah.
actually going to use it with this, which is where I'm going to split my colour.
Okay, yeah.
So one stroke painting basically is you get that light and dark shade
Yeah.
using one stroke of your brush.
Wow.
That's
Great.
where it comes from. So I'm using my large, no I'm not, I'm going to use the medium flat brush I think
Okay.
for this. That one. And I'm going to do, it's sort of almost like, imagine a shell,
Yes, yeah.
one of the conch shells. So it's almost like a swirly shape that I'm
Okay.
doing. Okay.
Yeah.
So because I'm using my piece of card, I'm going to add a little bit of floating medium,
Okay.
which helps my paints flow nicely on that
Oh, okay.
surface.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to add a little bit. You only need a little bit. I'm going to pop that on my brush first. It doesn't extend the paint. That's what your blending gel does.
Okay.
It just helps the paint glide over the surface that we're working on. So what I'm going to do, get my palette here. Half my brush I'm going to pick up with the purple. Half my brush I'm going to pick up with the white.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to use this trough with my brush on either side of that little spoke
Yeah.
so that I can blend those two colours together.
Okay.
I'm going to add a little bit more, a little bit more. I want my brush nice and coated. And I've come over a little bit, so I've got a bit of a lilac in between.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to start on this top one. I'm going to have my white on the top. And I'm just going to, it's like a shuffle.
Oh, wow.
With the base of my brush.
Yes,
Yeah, with the chisel edge of my brush.
Yeah.
Go back into your paint, reload your brush. Don't be shy with your paint. Don't think it's got to last all 5 petals. And again, brush, 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 brush. So I'm basically following the shape of that petal that I've just got from my stencil. So I've not had to think about the size of it or whether it'll fit together. Brush, brush, brush. Add a little bit more paint. Keep rotating your paper if you find it easier. I often do it upside down because I have to teach, because I teach upside down. I'm always like doing it like this. Yeah.
That's a great little palette as well. I mean, £14.99 to get that.
It's fabulous because it does half of the work for you, because a lot of people, when they're first starting out, they get this blending bit really difficult because they're often mixing those 2 colours together.
Yeah, and you can really see there the sort of perfection of the difference.
Yeah, and if you think you've got too much purple on that one, all you need to do is just go back over it. And it just looks like it's layered up. So just get this last one done.
That's literally took you seconds to create that, where it looks
like
it's got
and I'm
definition
using
and everything.
very, very little paint, so it dries very quickly. But if you do it on this black card, but then what I've done with some of these flowers, I've cut them out and I've used them on cards.
Yes, yeah.
Or I've cut smaller layers and decoupaged them up.
Yeah.
So there's my lovely flower there. And then
So good.
let me get my template. And I've got a leaf shape here.
Okay, perfect.
So let me just put that underneath. So try and let it dry a little bit, but I'm very impatient, so I'm not going to do that, of course. So I'm just going to follow a couple of leaf patterns there. I've got my green. Let me just put a little blending solution on. I've got a green and a white. Mix those 2 on my palette. So it's literally following the stencil, following the shape, and practicing these shapes from the teaching sheets that it tells you to do. So I'm going to come in.
And I think that's why it's so fabulous that you've kind of got everything right from the starting of those teaching sheets.
Absolutely.
Then getting the stencils to be able to kind of have the paint there, to be able to kind of move, into being able to create what we're seeing in these finished samples.
Absolutely. But if you can, if you can draw a comma, if you can draw an S, you should be able to use this and do the tools. So all I'm doing is just wiping down, following that shape for the leaf.
So good. We've just had a lovely message, I think, coming in as well. So thank you, Gillian, for this, saying, just wanted to say Liz is such an excellent folk art teacher.
Oh.
I'm a lefty and had so much trouble until Liz showed me how I could make it work for me. And I think we don't often think of how you need the different techniques.
Absolutely, because I'd done a course with Gillian. It was a video course. But actually went to a house to do a workshop with her on a bigger piece. And I said, where are your samples? She went, I've thrown them in the bin.
Oh, no.
What do you mean? She went, I hated it. And it was because she was left-handed and I didn't know.
Okay.
And as soon as we swapped round,
Could do it.
she could do it. But we also did some...
Okay.
We had to do some mouth movements as well. So like...
Yeah.
And
Okay. But that's where you can
Yeah. So your S shapes there, you can just put little ones in for these little leaves that come down.
That looks so
But
brilliant.
really quickly, you've got yourself a lovely
beautiful.
flower.
Yeah, and I mean, whether you want to, like you say, pop that onto a card, whether you want that as wall art, there's so much you can create.
Yeah.
Now, just to give you a quick recap of what is coming within this kit, okay? So this is brand new. This is the Spring Flowers collection. You are getting within this all of those teaching sheets, as you can see there as well, which is fantastic. You are then also getting an amazing array, of course, of your paint. So you can see you've got such a mix of colours here that you've you've got the opportunity right from the whites, of course. You're also getting that floating medium that's coming with this as well, which of course you saw Liz using. So you've got 5 of your paints, and then you've got the floating medium. You're getting that lovely box, which of course you can then go on to decorate in any sort of way that you want to as well. Your brand new stencils that have been designed for this collection, they're there. You're also getting the coasters to come alongside this collection as well. So there really is everything that you need. And to be honest, for £29.99, you know, you can sometimes pay that for decent paints, can't you? For 5 decent paints, you can pay that kind of price. So the fact that you're getting all of this, you know, you've got something that is absolutely beautiful. And of course, here's a couple of samples that you can see there as well of something that you might like to create from this also. Now, the other thing that you mentioned, of course, was the double loading carousel. So I just want to give people a quick look at this because I think it's brilliant. I really do.
It's really clever.
Yeah, it's fab. So it's really lovely how it's kind of stored. So it's very easy to store anywhere. But when we kind of flip the lid over, you can see that's the part that Liz was using, which is where you're getting that it's very clever to actually get that double brush.
No,
stroke
it
that you've got
is.
there
It is.
as well.
And then you've got your sponge underneath to wet with water so
Yep.
that it keeps your paints nice and moist for when you finish what you're doing for that day.
You
go
don't
back
need to worry
them.
about
Yeah,
it. You can
don't
actually
have
put
to
it
waste
back and
paint. Yeah.
it's fantastic. So there's your sponges to keep it all moist as well. So that was £14.99 for you to be able to get that. Now, the other things we spoke about was the, so if you just have a quick look at this one as well, because we've also got this palette. So it's just really about which one that you're wanting or looking for. Love that this can just hang up as well.
It can, but it also fits your paper plate so that it's
that's good, isn't it?
disposable. Yeah,
Perfect.
but it also fits. This sits inside and slots in place.
Ah, super.
So you can
okay.
put them together.
Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? And you've got all of those kind of extra little pots, as you can see, kind of along the edge as well, whether you want to put your paints in there, your water, anything like that. But lovely that it works perfectly with the other one or your paper plates as well. And a brilliant price of £9.99 for you to be able to have that as well. So very, very affordable for any of your painting. Now, something else that you might be thinking you want is good brushes, okay, to be able to create the sort of effects you've just seen Liz doing just there. Now, this is a set of 10 that you've got here, which would basically cover pretty much everything you want because you have got so many different types, haven't you, of brushes
Yeah, so
really
you've got
here?
different size heads of your flat brushes.
Yeah.
You've also got, I call it a ruffle brush. It's like a scrunchy brush.
Perfect.
So it's
Yeah.
like for dabbing. If you want to do like a teddy bear or something with your FolkArt, you can do that. You've also got a nice couple of pairs of round brushes, particularly a liner brush as well, so you can do those swirls and those fine details.
So would you say it's sort of like, obviously you need the flat brush, but it's very important to have the different sizes to create the different things you might want to
Well, and the
create?
different size petals, because obviously a very tiny rosebud, you don't want to use this big massive head on that. You just want that smaller flat,
Yeah. Definitely. And I think what's brilliant actually on the back of them, if you're gifting these, is it's got the explanation of every single brush there as well. With what, you know, you might want to use each one for as well. So if they're for you, you know, you might know. If not, and you're thinking, oh, which one should I do with that? Then this is a brilliant way to actually kind of have all those explanations there to know exactly where to go as well. So really, really good set. Great quality as well at £28.99 for all of those. We've got a different set that we have of brushes as well. So we've got another, do you want that? The set of 10 that we've got just here. So another set of 10 brushes. So what's the big difference between these two sets, would you?
I think one of them is a different type of bristle on it, so you can change it for glass painting as
You've got the different sort of
you've got the different
angles
set
and
of angles,
things like that as well. Gosh, £6.99 as well.
Yeah. And you've also got, there's a little trio set of angled brushes in the kits on the website as well, which helps you do the little ruffled flowers that we've just done.
Yeah. And I think that's why if you've got kind of a lot of brushes in your actual collection as well, you know it will work for all of your folk art, but also it's great to actually just have it generally kind of when you're doing different artworks.
I think for beginners, having the right brush as well goes a long way in actually getting you the result better as well.
Definitely. So this kit here, this includes your wash, so you've got your blending and everything like that. It's also got your flat brushes, it's got your angle shader, it's got your filbert, your round, and it's got your liner. So you're getting all of those today for that incredible price of £6.99. Then the other brushes you just mentioned there was the set of 3. So you've got these here that we can see as well. So this is your 1/4 inch, your 5/8 of an inch, and also your 3/4 inches on the angular brush set that we've got. So you'll really get that control, of course, with those angle strokes that you want and the blending in the areas that you want those. And once again, £12.99. really good quality, these, aren't they, as well?
Absolutely, yeah. I've had mine for ages, and as long as you clean them properly, they'll last. They'll last. They're tools of the trade, so you need to, you know, keep them maintained, but they're lovely.
So that's £12.99, D, Elizabeth, and well done. You're almost there with getting those. Now, the other thing I've got to mention, because as soon as I saw you using this, I was like, this is amazing. I've never seen something quite so clever.
It's just absolutely stunning. I just kept playing with it when I got it home and put it together. You have to clip it together.
Okay.
Very easy. I would recommend you store your bottles upside down because you can really squeeze them in. Because obviously you want to be playing with it, and if you do and it's loose, they'll be flying everywhere. But it just means I can put mine in the colourways that I want. I've got my blues, I've got my yellows and browns, my reds and my greens, etc. So it's just the right amount for your colours.
And it doesn't take up too much space on your desk, or you can kind of pop it under your desk, anything like that as well. And then just so easy, like you said, to get to the exact colour that you want as well.
Yeah.
Also, it's available on split pay. So if you do want to take that on split pay, you can take that for £30 today. And of course, that will then arrive to you and you can pay the other £30 on the following month. But I just think how many does it actually hold? Do you know?
I think it's 24.
24? Oh, yeah, so it's a lot then, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
6 on each row.
Wow. Honestly, I think it's my favourite paint holder I've ever seen.
Go and get one because I think they're marvellous.
I should.
And I lifted it into my case, so it'll lift into a box to keep out the way. So so if you've got a storage box, if you're moving it about, it lifted it straight in my trolley, so I could wheel it around. I didn't have
and the
to
thing is, you want
dismantle
your
it.
paint stored safely and correctly as well, because paint isn't the cheapest of mediums to kind of be restocking.
I love it.
So.
I love it.
Yeah, it's super.
Again.
It's just got such enjoyment. Well done if you do manage to get that. I think you're absolutely going to adore it. I really do. It's very, very well made as well, which is what is so super about it. Now, we also have another way to be able to store your paints, which I feel like this is very portable as well, you know, if you're taking it kind of away with you or anything like that also, or to obviously just once again kind of keep really
well, what I do, because I put my paints on here, I put my accessories on there, so I've got my metallics I've put in there, and some of my smaller like mediums.
Yes,
a little floating medium or a blending medium.
It's a really good idea.
It's a bit like a Western holder, you know.
Isn't it?
Just make sure you store them so that your pockets are
the right way,
upside down.
Would help, wouldn't it? Really, but if you've spun it around the right way, let's be honest. And so you can see just how easily they'll fit into. I'm actually thinking if you were going on holiday, right, and you want to take a few bits with you.
Oh, those little bottles, and it rolls up, so you've got like a little hole in the centre. I put my bigger bottles in the centre on the table
as well. That's a great idea. We've almost sold out though. That's the only thing with this. I've got 6 final chances available. That is all. So we are down to £16.99, but there is 6 opportunities. So you've got to be first and the quickest to get this. We've had a few people asking about the crackle medium.
Okay.
Is there a chance of you being able to kind of talk about this, maybe show a little bit of this as well?
Now.
Is that all right?
As if by magic. As if by magic. So let me just shift some stuff.
Just to let you know as well, for that paint roll-up, it does hold 14 bottles as well, and then of course you can put your bigger ones in, like Liz mentioned. So,
okay.
Yes.
So on the website there is this beautiful ceramic house plaque.
Okay. Yes.
So I have coated it first with the metallic gold paint, which is in the metallic set.
Super.
It looks almost yellowy white when you put it on, but it dries to a beautiful gold sheen. You can see that there on the screen.
Yeah, I love that.
So I've got my crackle medium here. Give it a little bit of a swirly swirl. And then I'm going to apply that very liberally with my big brush. Make sure you clean it afterwards. But just make sure you've got plenty on. So I'm just going inside the frame of it. So whenever you're using crackle medium with the metallics, always metallic first. Don't use that as the second coat.
Okay.
So we're going to use 2 different colours. We're going to use the gold underneath and then paint the black over the top. So it's a nice traditional black and gold crackle effect. So where the cracks appear, the gold will show through that black. And it really, really does show through. So it doesn't take long. And I painted the gold directly onto the ceramic plate, so I didn't have to gesso it or prep it first. The paint went on beautifully first hand. So I've got a nice liberal coating. You could wait for it to dry, but I've got my heat tool.
Okay, perfect.
So when you move your heat tool, just make sure that you're... Sorry, somebody's iron's just down.
It's okay.
That teaches them to leave it underneath where I am. That's what I think of irons.
It's gone, bang.
Gone. So just move it along. Don't keep it in one place because you'll see it bubbling. But it'll start to dry really quite quickly, and it'll start to go matte. So it's gloss when you put it on.
Okay, yes, yeah.
And when it's dry, it'll go matte. I've just ramped it up because I did put a fair amount on. But I think this crackle, it's a one-step process, so it's an almost instantaneous effect.
I love the effect of crackle.
Yeah, and when you know, crafting for the first time, and you want an effect where people sort of say, oh, wow, you've made that yourself.
Exactly, yeah.
Absolutely.
Uh-huh.
So that's the black off the crate that you've just got the little box. That's the
how
effect.
it's been used as well. Yeah. It's brilliant.
So not too long now. I know it was a very big piece to do.
But I love metallics as well. I just love, you know, when you get that
There's some
colour.
beautiful colours, yeah. So just think about your colourways, because obviously the underneath colour is the one that's going to show through the cracks. So I prefer to put a dark colour on the base and then a light colour over the top.
Yeah.
But others like the other way around, so a light colour and a dark colour on the top.
Yeah.
But just always remember, metallics have to go on first. They can't be the top coat.
Okay.
Or else your crackle won't activate.
Perfect, okay.
So it's almost dry, and I'm just going to go for it.
Are you okay?
Go for it.
That's the only thing with telly, isn't it? You've got a time limit, whereas at home you sort of have all the time in the world to do everything.
Okay, so I'm going to get my black.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh, there it is on my rotating carousel.
Easy to find.
Because it's stored upside down, the paint comes out really
That's the other thing
quickly.
that's brilliant. Isn't
Okay, once you've moved off an area, move away from it.
Yeah.
Do not go back on it. So it's slapdash or swish swash, whichever way you do it. But once you've laid that paint on, move on to another section.
Okay.
So if you can see, I'm just swish swashing,
Yeah.
dib dabbing. Because if you go back over it, you'll drag that crackle and it will not work.
Okay.
You're sort of almost taking it back off where you've just done. So I've gone over the edge a little bit, but I'm going to end when I finish.
You're starting to see it, look.
Can you see it?
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
happening. It's happening already.
Starting already.
So I've got a nice coating of black. I've not soaked it, but I'm making sure I hit every bit where I've painted gold.
Perfect.
So I'm just really trying not to go over where I've done.
Okay. I really enjoy watching it
just
starting to work.
Perfect. It's perfect. And I've used that bottle. I had it on the first show.
Yeah.
And I've not even got halfway down. And I've used it a lot.
It's
I
a
use
big
it in
bottle,
workshops.
isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's such good value. The price as well. It's just
I know.
brilliant value.
I can't believe
It really is.
$5.99.
So it's already started just on its own
I
volition.
know.
But if you take a heat gun to it, it just increases the crackle and it speeds that process up as well. And because I've gone quite slapdash, you get a really random crackle.
Yes.
It's not in lines, it's like a real nice effect.
Okay.
So you can see how lovely that gold is coming through.
I just love how kind of vintage it makes everything look.
Absolutely, yeah. So my favourites are the gold and the black.
Yeah.
And then I also like the turquoise.
Oh, yeah.
And then with a nice lighter blue over the top of it.
That's a nice idea.
Like a patina colour.
Uh-huh.
That's a nice effect. I think I've done that with the box. There's the other square box, rectangular box
here,
with the
yes,
bird
yeah.
on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And underneath, I've done that with this sort of a nice pale green top on that.
Yeah, I've got a couple of
Crackle.
great samples actually of finished pieces with the crackle just while we're drying that. So you can see the box that I showed you a little bit earlier that's just here. So you can see this, of course, with the metallic underneath and then with the black as well. And you can just see how wonderful and vintage that looks. But then as Liz was mentioning, to actually use the other colours, like the lighter colours, have a look at this finished box as well. So that's where you're getting that turquoise. I mean, it's just exquisite. Absolutely brilliant on furniture, things like that as well. So and it's so easy to do. I think that's the other
and I've
thing as
used
well.
my stencils on that. So
Yes.
that's everything on that is from the stencils.
Great, isn't it?
Even the little bird with his little...
Yeah, I love the little bird as well. So cute, isn't it? So if you do want that crackle medium, you get an 8 ounces there. So it is a really, really big size bottle. Like Liz was saying, she's only halfway down. She used it on the show, she used it at workshops. And you're getting all of that today for an incredible price of $5.99. And it's just incredible, actually, the effect that you're able to get with this.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And then a lot of you, of course, wanting to get the house plaque to go with it. So we have got that there. We've made that available for you to be able to get as well. You'll get one of these for £6, or going even lower, £5.99 today, to be able to take advantage of. You can really feel the kind of quality of this as well, and the thickness.
It's a beauty, yeah. So,
brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. And you just need to, you know, obviously mount it onto your wall or onto a gate or something.
Yeah, you could personalise it with a name or anything you wanted, really, couldn't you?
Yes, once you learn the strokes, you can do what you want with it.
Yeah, exactly. So that is £5.99 if you want to get that as well. And then the metallic paints, I'll give you a quick look at, and then I'll let you finish with your...
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So your metallic paints that we've got just here, I just want to show you exactly what you're going to get in it, because you're going to get a real mix of colours. So you've got your blue sapphire that's going to come to you. You will also get your pearl white. There then is your pure gold as well. There is your amethyst, and also, so 5 of these, and also your emerald green that you're getting. So all 5 of those. And just to give you a quick look at those, you can see the colours, and then you can see them with the crackle as well. So you can see just how well they actually work, of course, every single one of those colours with the crackle. And then I've got some lovely samples here as well, just to be able to share with you. Beautiful with metallic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely. I do like that metallic.
Yeah. It's almost got like a really strong pigment for metallics. If you
It has, and you think when it first goes on, it's very creamy when it goes on, but when it dries, it proper sparks. It proper pops.
It's just super, isn't it? And $14.99, once again, for you to be able to get all 5 of those. You're looking at £3.
Yeah,
I
have to say, I've used quite a lot of my gold.
Have you? Yeah. I'm not surprised, because it just looks amazing, doesn't it?
I use that a lot, I have to say.
Yeah, so that is everything that we're sort of using at the moment, just to make it all there and available on our website. And then the spring flowers that we're obviously using with everything, just to give you a quick reminder, because a few people have asked about this. So this is here. You can see that we have got, of course, the templates. So you're getting both of those brand new templates. And when we showed you with the crackle on the top of this, I love actually being able to see how those templates have worked onto this as well.
And if you open the lid as well, I've done a little flower inside.
Oh, have you? Oh, look at that. Oh yeah, it's fantastic. It's such a, I just love it. I really do. And so easy to do, because don't forget, you've got all of the teaching mediums here to practice all the strokes. You've also got 5 paints, lovely spring colours that you see in there. Got your white included as well. You're also getting the opportunity to be able to get your floating medium that's coming with this as well. And you are getting your coasters, and you're getting your box ready to decorate also. Okay.
So I'm going to paint the plaque, but
Okay,
I'm going to do like a little cabbage row. So just want to show you how to make it up.
Yeah.
Because I don't want a really big one, this is the leaf for the petal shape for a really, really big one.
Yeah.
But I'm going to use this small one here. So it's the smallest size of these trio. And all you do, you just trace round it into like a little circle shape.
Yeah.
Just like that. So it gives you those ruffles. I've used the big one now anyway. And then you come inside with the smaller one again. So you just keep building up those ruffle shapes. So I'll just do it very quickly on the black.
Yeah.
And I'm going to use the hot pink from the set.
Nice.
I'm going to mix that with some of the white. So I've got that dual action going on my brush. So that I've got that lightened shade. So I'm going to get a smaller flat brush, add a little bit of my floating medium to start, pick up the white, pick up the pink, get my palette and just mix those 2 colours together. And then with white at the top, I'm going to do that ruffle effect again.
Yeah.
So I'm just coming round.
I imagine this is a technique as well, you know, where you'd see the finished samples and probably, if you're not an artist, think, I don't think I can do that. But actually, when I'm seeing you doing it, I'm thinking anybody could do this.
Well, it's just building up shapes.
Yeah.
It's just building up 5 shapes for the outside layer. And then you can get 4 shapes on the inside layer. So all I'm doing, it's sort of almost like I call it a scumble, you know?
Yeah.
So you just ruffling your brush backwards and forwards. Again, with the white on the outside, so I've got that dual colour. And then I've put one of the smaller templates on the inside. So all I'm doing is just coming in now. 1, 2. So all I've done is traced round 4 of those. And then I've got a little gap in the centre. So from what I showed in the previous show, that little rosebud, which is effectively your C-stroke at the top, C-stroke at the bottom, and then we've got a little bit of fluting going round, and then straight away you've got
that looks really
that little
good.
flower. Let's put a little bit of black in the centre. So you've got like a little cabbage rose.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I feel like you want to stroke it because you don't feel like it's flat on the paper.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to transfer that now onto this.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to reload my brush, plenty of paint on, and keep going back in. Don't feel you've got to make it last for the whole flower. So when you do get used to practicing those strokes, you're starting your little ruffle.
Okay.
So I've got a petal there, petal there, petal there, petal there, petal there.
Yeah.
And you can make it go larger, make it go smaller, depending on what project you want to paint. So on the big sample on the black card, I've used the full-size petal, and I've really gone to town with how many sort of rows of layers of petals that you can do. But you can imagine different colours of this. You've got a rose, you've got a carnation.
Yeah, exactly.
Lots of different flowers.
And you're fine to just paint over crackle like that. It's, you know, with these paints. So it's
you obviously, you just need to make sure it's dry.
Okay,
and you need to put a coating on it once it's finished to seal it.
Amazing.
So again, I'm just going to do my little, I always do my light upside down, which doesn't matter because I can paint straight over it.
Okay.
It's not going to matter. A little swirl, a little swirl. And then I'll do a little rosebud in the top corner.
Okay.
So a little cup there.
And it's such a clever palette, the fact that it is keeping those colours again separate.
Absolutely. So I just need to just reload my brush from that. A little stroke on either side.
Yeah.
I like my flowers in 3, so I'm going to do another little rose at the side. Let's do one up there. So, you know, obviously with a smaller brush, you can get a smaller flower. So there are my roses. Let's get some green going. So with the green, I'm going to mix a little bit of the orange with it.
Okay.
So I've got 2 shades again.
Yeah.
Because I do want that light and dark. And it's a nice bright orange. So lovely. So you can mix and match your colours as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Just think about your colour wheel though. So anything you add with a bit of green or a bit of orange could go brown.
Yes,
so just be careful when you are mixing.
Yeah, be aware almost of them.
And then I've got half of green, half of orange. And then let's get that mixed on there. I'm going to move it across so I've got more green than I have orange, but because I've mixed that orange with the green, it's almost like a light brown in between, so a really nice shade for my leaves.
Yeah.
So again, if you think about that S stroke, one there. That's all I'm doing with my brush, that S stroke.
Yeah, which you
So
showed
you've
us at the beginning of
basically
the
got
show.
a diagonal there, a diagonal there, up on the top, push down and back down. Up on the top, push down and back down, and that gives you that beautiful leaf shape. So let's do another couple up here, push down, push down. So even though you started with a blank canvas, so to speak, just by adding these little strokes, I'm not doing anything fancy.
No, it's great.
I'm just doing those little strokes that we've learnt from the first set of sheets. And then I'm going to come back in with I'm going to use the angled brush here, just with a little bit of the green, just because I want a really nice flat stem. And then a little bit of swirling coming down here. So I've just added a little bit of that green to my angled brush, and it does flow a little bit better. Add a little bit of the medium on there.
And that's why it's great that we've got such a selection of brushes actually on the show,
Absolutely,
isn't
yeah. So the medium, the floating medium, doesn't extend the drying time.
Okay.
It helps it glide onto a matte surface.
Okay,
It helps
perfect.
that surface.
Yeah.
So because I've added my little stem, I can now go in with a few more little leaves.
And I know we get the small floating medium included obviously within the spring collection, but if people want the large one, either as an extra or individually, it's we have got that available just there. So you've got your 8 ounces again, so a big size like the crackle glaze that we had, and it's £4.99, so it's a super price for it.
Absolutely, and then I would coat that then.
Okay.
So once it's finished, I would coat it so that you've got that proper finish, because it can be scratched away at the minute because it's not sealed.
Of course.
Yes, you do need to seal
it
it.
looks
And then,
great though.
But I would bake it as well. So because it's a ceramic, I would put that in the oven for about half an hour. About 300 degrees, and then let it cool in the oven. You know, just let it cool down in the oven.
Yeah.
But there we go. Just very nice. Plot.
Yeah, it's super, isn't it? If anybody is wanting, by the way, the floating medium, we have just realised as well it's at the lowest price it's ever been. So we've never been to a £4.99 price on this before. Gillian worked it out straight the way. So well done to you. So yeah, it is under £5 today, first time ever. So if you are wanting to stock up on that, then you've got a great opportunity. Now, just to give you a quick reminder of what is available in the brand new spring collection today, the Spring Flowers collection, you are getting all of those fabulous training sheets so you can practice all the brush strokes. You can get everything right, of course, for you to be able to do folk art. It's making it very affordable for you to be able to do this as well, because you're getting 5 different colours of paints, from your pinks to your greens, your oranges, your purples, your whites. You're also getting a bottle of that floating medium that we've spoken about. You're getting 2 of the brand new sets of stencils, so you can create those gorgeous flowers, the beautiful bee that we're seeing. You've got your leaves there. You're also getting your coasters, so you are ready to be able to actually do your folk art onto things like this. And you're getting a gorgeous little box to decorate as well, whether you wanting it as a jewellery box, whether you're thinking that you want to put some of your paintbrushes in, anything like that. So there is so much there for that fabulous price of $29.99. So a brilliant, brilliant deal. Now, a lot of you have been buying the double load paint caddy that Liz is using. I completely get it. I think it's absolutely brilliant. I really do.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the fact that, you know, when we kind of turn this over, you've got that paint palette there, but you've also got the clever aspect that you can obviously get those brush strokes to keep those colours separately for that one stroke as well.
Absolutely.
But also have a little look there, and you've got your sponges, so it means that you can, of course, keep them wet, keep your water in there, and then obviously it's going to keep your paints nice and ready to kind of use again, isn't
Absolutely,
it?
yes.
So it is super. So a lot of you have been getting that. You can lock that into place as well. It's really, really lovely, nice and easy to store as well, and that is £14.99 today. Now, we also had the other paint caddy that we shared with you just here as well, the paint palette. So we've got that one as well, which, as Liz mentioned earlier, will fit your paper plates if you want to do that, or it will fit in the caddy I just showed you just there as well. So it's really up to you kind of how you want to use it, with all the wells around the side. Plus, we have this available, don't we, which we haven't spoken about yet.
I've been using that all day. That's my water trough,
Fits loads in, doesn't it?
Well, it fits your brushes, and then when your brushes are wet, you're supposed to put them upside down.
Okay.
But I tend to wipe them on my child.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I would do. So you've got a £5 saving on this one today, so it is down to £27.99. So yeah, brilliant way to be able to store all your brushes, and of course to be able to dry them off as well. I haven't really seen anything quite like this before, I don't think.
Well, it's always useful in terms of when you're using acrylic paint. So you have like a dirty pot, and then you have that has a little ridge inside it to clean your brushes, but then you have the clean side on the other bit.
Yes,
you need to rinse it clean.
It's fantastic, isn't it? Makes it all just easy to do.
Absolutely.
A couple of people have said, can we have one more look at this roll-up organiser? We are down, as I say, I think we've got 4 chances left now for you to be able to get this. So it is your paint roll-up, so it's very, very easy. Pop all of your paints, of course, into this, and then you will be able to roll that up as well. Holds 14 bottles of your 2-ounce paint, so you've got that multiple space-saving storage that's there. Very portable, very convenient, of course, plus it will just wipe clean with a damp cloth. And you can see you just pop your paints, of course, into there. You can see with it being see-through, you can see all your colours, and then once it's in, just roll that up and you're ready to go. And that's that brilliant price of £16.99, but has been very popular, so we are down to those very kind of minimal figures of 4. Now, something else I just want to share with you, because you might have got the spring collection with some coasters, but there is another opportunity to get your coasters, okay? Now, with these, you could, of course, gift the whole of this if you wanted to, or you could give separate coasters to different people. But we are talking today £6. That means that for each of these MDF coasters, you're paying £1 and you're getting the pot for free, okay? The storage is completely free. And just have a look at the thickness of this MDF, because it's quality, isn't it?
Oh, it's lovely.
It's amazing.
Yeah. I love those coasters. I use those when I teach. I get my students to use some of those coasters.
It's really good. And you can see this finished sample that's just there, just to inspire you of what you might want to do. Imagine gifting that to somebody or selling it on, you know. You bought that, no one's going to think £5.99, are they?
No.
At all.
No.
Looks
a good amount for those.
Exactly. It looks so expensive. So that is a brilliant opportunity if you do want to get the coasters to be able to decorate and use your stencils on as well. So the other option that we have is if you want to create a large box, we've also got this that is available. So a lovely opportunity here to be able to get this. £7.99.
No, it's beautiful. I love PI boxes. I have quite a lot of different shapes in that, but it's a beautiful quality.
Isn't it? You can feel the quality on the hinges as you open it, on the fastener as well.
Imagine making a lovely jewellery box for granddaughter, painting it and then gifting that. It'd be just beautiful.
Exactly. It really is. And so personal, I think, as well, when you do something like that. Yeah. So that is a brilliant price of £7.99. Right, what would you like to show next?
Okay, so just another thing about the stencils that I've designed is the fact that you can do multiple. So that set that you've just got there.
These ones?
Yeah. You can replicate those designs. Okay. So I've already prepped 4 of these in that other set.
Okay.
And I've already got 2 that I've just traced around the template. Super. So I've just positioned it on my prepared surface that I've got a crackle surface going on. And I can put it in exactly the same place as the other 5, so that it means I can create a set without having to think about it. Because sometimes when you're trying to do it and you're trying to mark it out so it's in the right position, whereas this, I've already got it. So I've got it traced out there with, you can just about see it with the pencil line. So I'm going to use my, this is my angled brush. Again, adding a little bit of the floating medium.
Okay.
This time I'm going to have the white on the top end of my chisel, on the pointed end. So that's the toe, and then the pink on the heel bit. So again, mixing those 2.
Yeah.
So this time I'm going to do that sort of, it's like a fluted shape.
Okay, yes.
So starting from this side, I'm going to push it across to that side. So it automatically makes that movement a lot easier with that angled brush. Probably in the studio, the paint's dry quite quickly, so I've got to, I've got to be quite quick. So again, I'm just sort of pushing. So that's 1.
Okay.
Pushing, 2. Flat, pushing, 3. So that's my 3 petals done already.
Yeah.
And I can do exactly the same. So it just means if you're selling at a fair or something like that, you know, you can make quite a lot, but charge a lot as well, and it won't take you very long.
Oh yeah, definitely.
So I'm just sort of pushing it up and down as I'm going round in that motion, but because that brush is angled, it's doing half of the work for me.
Yeah.
So on the chiseled edge, just ruffle it round, and then it comes to a point. So they're almost identical.
Really good.
And it just means that it's taken the thought process out of it for me.
Yeah.
And then with my leaves, let's just get a little bit of that. Let's top up that green very quickly. I'm going to use a little bit of yellow.
Yeah.
Just to mix in with that. Get it. So a bit of green, a bit of yellow. Let's mix those on there. It gives you loads and loads of space to add different colourways on this palette. So again, I've got my little leaf shape there. So I'm just going to push and down, rotate it. So I'm starting with the fat bit, and then it goes down to a thin bit there. Do the same, bit of green, bit of yellow on the heel.
Yeah.
I'm starting with the fat bit, pushing down, rotate it, fat bit,
It looks so good.
pushing down.
Yeah.
So how long did that take?
Seconds, didn't it?
Those 2 flowers.
That is so
But
amazing.
I've got a matching set of coasters
Yeah, exactly.
now.
Just that easily by just using the stencils and doing that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Wow. So, I mean, just think about the potential, if you do sell at craft fairs, the potential of your returns as well by this initial kind of kit that we're giving you here, the spring collection flowers, because you are getting those 2 brand new stencils, which you are going to use in so many different ways to create so many different gorgeous flowers, of course, as well. Plus, you're getting 5 of your paint colours. It includes those lovely kind of pastel tones and the white. You are also getting the opportunity to be able to get the floating medium as part of this. You've got all of those training guides, those training tools, which are laminates so you can keep using again and again. And then you have got your coasters there, and you've got that lovely box also coming with it to be able to take advantage of it. A few people have asked again about the floating medium. It is the best price that we have ever done for this. So for anybody who sort of maybe has only just joined us and they're thinking, what is floating medium?
Floating medium. So some of your surfaces are not like a gloss surface. So your floating medium helps blend your paints that little bit further. It helps blend if you want like a red going down to a very light red into almost a clear. It helps with, it literally floats the paint on the surface. That's why it's called floating medium. Now your blending gel, that's the one that helps you paint with the longevity. So sometimes some of your flowers may take longer, and it helps that paint not to dry out. So it's different. It's not, you're blending, even though it says blending, is not for blending your paints. That's what floating's for. If you imagine your paint's floating on the surface, that's what your floating medium
That's when you want the floating medium. And then there's also the blending gel, of course,
which helps with the longevity. But hopefully you'll be doing it that fast.
You'll be
fine. Yeah, your floating medium will be brilliant.
The floating medium will be enough. So they are the options there. And of course, the floating medium at the lowest price it has ever been at. Now, a lot of you still looking at the large rotating organiser that we've got just there as well.
I love it.
It's super. I mean, you can fit 6 on each row that you can see here. So you've got 24 altogether, of course, that will fit on it. It's very sturdy. It's very secure, of course, once it's actually placed there and set there, that we've got as well. And of course, it is just going to be so easy. Store them all upside down so they're ready to go your paints. And then you can just spin it around to be able to find exactly which one you would want to get as well. Why do you love it so much? Is it the ease of it?
It's the ease of it and the fact that, because I used to put my paints in a tub, you're scrabbaging around for colourways, whereas this, I've got my blues, I've got my greens, I've got my reds, and I've got my yellows and browns.
Yeah, definitely.
That's all I need. I've got all the paints that I need in the right order.
And it just feels
accessible.
So well, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah.
Now, there is a few other bits that we may have mentioned in the earlier show that we might not have managed to quite squeeze in. So there is selections of Mod Podge, there's selections, of course, of different paints that we've got as well. All of it is on the website. So, of course, you can jump on, add as much as you want, because it is that one-off postage and packaging fee between midnight and midnight, which is always brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you've learned a little bit as well.
So much. And also feel like you could actually do it yourself, which is what I love.
Well, that's the whole point, is that you get your kit and you're ready.
And it's only £30, which is win-win, really, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So,
yeah, absolutely.
So do stay with us. We have got Kat coming up with Hunkydory next. We have a brand new collection that has launched today. It is exclusive to us here at Hobby Maker, so I can't wait to share that with you. We'll see you in a second.
Shopping with Hobby Maker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobby Maker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobby Maker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobby Maker.
Hi, I'm Beth Kingston from Kingston Crafts, and I'm so excited to be joining the hobby maker family. Kingston Crafts is a company made for crafters by crafters, and we've gone back to basics with paper, tools, and embellishments that are affordable, colorful, and fun, so you can make what inspires you. So join me, Beth Kingston, on April 8th and 9th when I will be in person in studio at Hobby Maker to launch Kingston Crafts in the UK. I can't wait to share this with you.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to crafting or a seasoned pro, you are sure to learn something new. We are live every day from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh, this is so exciting. I love it when we have a brand new launch, of course, that's here. It's Hunkydory Cat is with us, and today it is completely exclusive, this brand new collection here, isn't it, to us at Hobby Maker. Everyone loves decoupage.
Don't they?
Don't
yeah,
they?
and we find as many ways as possible to bring it to you.
Yes.
And our decoupage kits are one of the most popular. You absolutely love them.
Yeah.
We always struggle to keep them in stock when they come.
In fact, on that note, I will just let you know that over 2/3 of the stock has already been allocated from today's launch. And there was hundreds and hundreds and hundreds that were
Because
available.
we know how much you like it, so we make
Exactly. I think before, you know, it could be by the end of this show, but definitely before midnight, I think it will have completely sold out, to be honest. And as I say, I think there was 400, 300, 400 that were available, of course, on it. It's because the price as well is so good. Now, just before we talk through exactly what you're going to get in the kit, I just want to show you a few of the samples of what you can create, because within this kit, you have the opportunity to create 12 full cards, don't you?
Yes.
And you get the envelopes to go with them. So you've basically got everything you need, 6 different designs, 2 of each design, and just look at the height of each of those as well. It's just amazing, isn't it, the layers that you actually get with this?
Full decoupage. It's not just a couple of layers. It's that really buildable element.
Yeah.
So much so that you could split them up. If you wanted
could.
to be really frugal, you could split them into 2 and still have a sizable decoupage.
Absolutely,
element.
yeah. And I think what I love is you can very much kind of follow the instructions and do exactly what we're sort of seeing here. But there are ways as well, depending on what type of crafter you are, to be able to do something very different if you want to as well. And you can use them in such different ways. And I know that you're going to kind of show us ways to do it by following step by step, but also, you know, different ways of being able to do this. I mean, we've got one here where they've used acetate as well, which is very clever to kind of have, you know, something that's created like that as well. So it's just fabulous. Now, shall we have a look through exactly what you're actually going to get within this kit? As we say, it's completely brand new today. Now, what's fantastic is it does come, of course, with all of your instructions, okay? So that's there. So if you do just want to follow exactly, you know, how it's been set out to do, then you can just follow those. Now, it does come with 6 completely different designs, okay? And you are going to get 2 of each, but it's their full card blank that's there and ready to go, isn't
ready
it?
to go.
And you've got that already, as you can see, kind of just pop out so easily because it's already been die cut for you to be able to do that as well. Your aperture is there and created. So you've got that lovely image. You've then got the beautiful image of the squirrel. I love the bees, I have to say.
They're absolutely beautiful.
Yeah. And I feel kind of like with the images that have been chosen in the Garden Friends, they'd work for any occasion as well, which is so fantastic with it.
They're going to take you through all the year. They're going to suit so many different people in your life. They're absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
The colours are so fresh and vibrant.
Aren't they?
The foiling on each one is absolutely gorgeous.
Just makes it look so expensive, doesn't it? Then they come with your decoupage sheets, okay? So you've got those there as well, which is where you're able to then create that decoupage, which is just so good. And I love that there is the sentiments, of course, to go with these as well. So you've got those ones. You've also got, of course, the ones that has the bunny on and also has the squirrel on, all those extra elements that come with it. And then we've got your dragonfly and your, is it a bluebird? Blue tip? Yeah, I'm not the best of my beds. You've got those as well that come with it. Now, on top of that, it comes, of course, ready with your envelopes, doesn't it, as well?
Does. You get your inserts that just pop inside and your envelopes.
I hadn't even realised you got the inserts as well. That's even better, isn't it?
Yeah.
And look at that, they're colour matched. They're colour matched to the image that you've got. So just to finish off your card absolutely perfectly. All of those inserts are there. And then, of course, the perfect sized envelope. So you're literally ready to go. You know, you might want some foam pads. We've got them on the show, something like that. That means that it's £1.25 per card and envelope.
For a decoupage card.
Could you imagine as well the prices that you would be selling something like this? You know, the fact that you've got all of those amazing decoupage layers. You know, it's all been thought out. So you've got, of course, your inserts. You know, you've got the fact that you've got somewhere to write your message as well. Everything is there perfectly. Should we go straight into a demo and see how to use them?
Should we do one as is?
I think so, yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
So you'll see, I already did my blue tip this morning.
Okay,
So now we're going to move on to our dragonfly.
Great.
Let's take everything out of my packet here for.
We're very, very busy again as well. We're coming up to 3/4 of the stock having now been allocated. So it's, yeah, very busy.
So I have cheated and I have gone ahead and I have stuck some foam pads on the back. Because like I said this morning, if you don't know how to put a foam pad on a bit of a card by now, I understand you might be brand new, and I'm sure there's a point in the show you'll see me put a foam pad on the back of something. Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're just going to start popping out these layers. Okay. And you can see they're just stuck in with little pips. They come out really, really easily. It's so easy to figure out which goes on which, but you can lay them out. It's completely up to you.
Yeah.
So you have your card blank. So the first thing we do is you just pop out your topper here, and this works as your base. We fold this over. We'll give it a little score down. So
okay, lovely.
the score line's already in there. I'm just burnishing it to get it really, really nice and flat. And then we are just going to take off our foam pads and start building this up. And it's amazing how quick these layers come off. They are so stunning.
It's because all the work's been done for you as well, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And then it's just a matter of lining that up and popping it down. And you'll notice every single layer of this decollage has got the accent foiling on. It's not that we just do it on the top layer, the one that you're going to see. We put it on every single layer.
And that's an expense once again, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. But that means if you do want to split it up, if you want to do different things with it, like I said, you can easily split these into 2 or 3 different pieces and really extend it even further.
Yeah. Because, I mean, the dragonfly just on its own is such a beautiful image. You could just use those individual bits, couldn't you?
Absolutely. See, this one here that's on its own, you could take this now and pop it over the top. So you could really split it up. There's lots of different things you could do.
Yeah. Super.
But because the dragonfly underneath is still foiled, that you've got that gorgeous elements. And let's just go on to the extra little layers here. I'm not going to do every single one while I put it together.
No, just use which one.
Yeah.
We've got a lot of people multi-buying on this as well, so well done to Anne there, multi-buying, Muriel multi-buying as well. I think it's because people know how great the decoupage kits are generally, you know, from Hunkydory. And obviously when you see images like this as well, it just blows you away, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I love it.
I think I was meant to be having a show of this on Tuesday, like a repeat show, and I think it's going to be sold out by the end of our hour.
I don't think so.
So whether there's more allocation we can get, we'll have to see.
So let's get one of these little lily pads on the bottom now. I think that's that one there. And then find where I've hid my insert. Is it still working in my bag?
I mean, I can always pass you one if you need one.
I've got
you got it?
Here. Now, I do love using my construction glue when I'm putting my inserts in, because the centre circle matches up with where we're putting everything on.
Yeah.
If you use your wet glue, it means you've got that little bit of wiggle room just to make sure that you've got it in exactly the right place.
We'll have construction
And the
glue.
beauty of these is as well that you can, so you see that, it's just a little bit off centre, so I can just wiggle it up there a little bit. It's in the right place. You can use these in this position, or of course you could turn them round into 10 folds as well. You've got the beauty of that. Let's add a foam pad onto the back of here.
Okay. Brilliant.
And then I'm going to close my card up. You can add another foam pad.
Yeah. If you do want to get the construction glue, we have just put the super size on for you as well. So the newer size, that is on a 3 for 2 deal still for you. So you can get that for £20 if you want 3 of those as well, which are 250ml each.
So I've just popped that through the aperture in the middle, so we know it's in exactly the right place. When we're opening that card, we'll pop the sentiment up the top there.
That's amazing. I mean, that's seconds, isn't it? And you've done that. It's done. It's there. And I love it's an especially for you sentiment as well, because that really does mean it could be a just because, it could be birthday, it could be Mother's Day, it could be anything with that little sentiment that's on.
And we give you the basics. So if you delve into your Hunkydory stash, your dies, your little book of essential sentiments and things like that, you can then personalise this to whatever need that you want.
Yeah. So do remember, of course, that what you are getting within this is you are getting 6, different images, different cards, 2 of each. So you can create, of course, 12 of these. So you have got that beautiful butterfly. You're also getting the dragonfly that you just saw Kat demoing with. We've then got the lovely blue tip that we can see just there as well. We've got the gorgeous bees that are there. I mean, look at him, the little squirrel that just feels so happy. We've got the gorgeous rabbit that we can see as well. So all of those, 2 of each. It then comes, of course, with your decoupage sheets. So these have all of those extra elements to be able to pop these together. So you can see, and you saw from that demo, how to build these up. Then it comes with your colour coordinated inserts. So you've got, of course, all of those different colours that match absolutely perfectly. We've then got, of course, the envelopes, once again, to be able to match with these. And it comes with your instructions. So if you are kind of gifting this or anything like that, it's got the instructions for you to follow, or of course you can watch these back. Right, 80% of the stock is now gone. Okay. Yeah, I think we will have definitely sold out. I can see the interest on this by the end of this show. I think it will have gone. So they are there and they are available. Now, the extra things that you probably need with this collection is the construction glue that we've just made live. Foam pads, we've got some of them, we'll come to a bit later in the show. And the other thing that would work really well with this is boxes, isn't it? Because when you actually look at the layers that you're creating, I feel like you want to ensure that you really protect this make, don't
although
you?
You get the envelopes with it, you might want to put it in an envelope and then inside in the box, just to make sure you've got that extra protection, because you don't want to ruin this beautiful detail that you've got. And plus, I think putting it into a box makes it feel even extra special.
Doesn't it?
No, it adds to that sense of occasion. You know you're getting something really special inside when you get a box.
We are limited. We will let you know on these. These are your 6x6 handmade card boxes. You are going to get 12 of your boxes that you're actually getting here as well, which is perfect sizes, of course, for this as well, especially because you are going to get 12 cards. And you can see, have you put that one together a little bit earlier, or was that done before?
I think somebody
else
on the
did.
design team did this.
You could have just took the credit there. I'd have been like, you've done really well. So you can just see how once these are popped together, you can use your kits, or of course you can use them to pop your makes inside as well. But you know, they do come together very, very easily, of course, to be able to get these as well. They're really easy to put together, these boxes.
They are super easy. Do you want me to do one for
you? Do you mind? Is that okay? Do you want me to pass you one over?
Yes, please.
Yeah. There we go. Very busy once again on this.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to go around, we're going to burnish down all those score lines, just so we get that really nice crisp finish. Now, I do think you could put this together. I'm looking at the way that it's folded here without any adhesion, but I would do it. That extra little bit of time, I think it's worth adding your red liner tape just to make sure, especially if you're sending it through the post or something.
Yeah, definitely.
So let's fold in these little tabs here. And we are going to add a little bit of tape onto these two. So let me grab my scissors. Now, you could add a little bit more tape than I'm doing. Obviously, I'm just doing it to show you how it goes together.
Yeah. Brilliant.
But again, we recommend the high tack tape because it's going to stay once it's on there.
Definitely.
It isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, it's there, isn't it? It's safe.
We'll take a little bit of this on this one.
Yeah.
And then I'm just going to finish with, let's go back to my piece here.
Okay.
So then we're going to go on this side of
Yep.
these two long strips. No, we're not. We're going to go on the inside of those two long strips. All the way across. I always feel like I'm on a time challenge when I'm doing it.
Sometimes they put on that 60-second clock normally for Natalie, and she said literally the other day, she was like, I've had the 60-second or the 30-second clock on. She's like, I never do it in time. Don't do it, it's too much pressure.
Not when it comes to working with the high tack tape, it is. So we are going to do this. So just take this on here. Just work your way around.
Yeah.
You have got your leading edge on the front there as well. So it's up to you how you decide how you want to close that. You might want to pop some Velcro on there so you can seal and reseal. Or if it's going through the post, you might want to put some red line tape. So once it's done, it is done.
Yeah.
But we'll just show you the basics of this now. And this is our 300 GSM Inkme cardstock. So as well as adding your toppers and your cardstocks and things to it, you can use you can stamp on it, you can ink on it, you can use your alcohol markers on it. So there's many ways you can decorate these. So we're just sticking those tabs down to the corners there. Down to that one. Then you fold in your tab holder. And there we have.
Wow, look
and
at
that's our
that.
leading edge. And
So
there we have our
easy.
box.
And I mean, just brilliant as well to be able to get 12 boxes for £6.99. I mean, you're talking, what, about 60p a box when you think about it? And yeah, it's going to secure it. The other thing is, you don't even have to have your cards in this. I'm thinking these would be great for, you know, like little things with sort of like your sweets or your little favours or gifts. There's so much you can do with these. We are limited on them. Lots of you coming through. Well done to all of you for that brilliant price of £6.99. Somebody just asked for the dye brush as well. Yeah, we can pop that into the show, not a problem at all. It's an essential, really, this, isn't it?
It is. So this is our 3-in-1 dye brush tool. So obviously we've got our brush at the end, which is perfect for going out and getting out those mass bits out of your dyes. You've got your pokey tool on the end here that clicks up and down, and then when we put that away, you've also got your little shovel tool here.
Which is great.
People will have the personal preference about which one they want to use. I like using this one for getting gems and things up.
Yes,
Absolutely perfect.
Yeah, which is super. So brilliant opportunity, of course, to be able to get those as well. So many of you coming in and taking advantage of the Garden Friends collection, which is brand new today. But we also have a couple of other very popular decoupage collections, don't we? Which we would just like to kind of give you a mention on as well. Now, I am just going to grab this one just here because this is the Country Days. Same really, isn't it, in terms of concept, but they're just very different designs, which is what is so lovely. So once again, now this one will make 8 complete cards. You do get the same, where you do get, of course, all of the instructions that, of course, comes... Oh, it says makes 12 cards on this.
Yes, it will do.
Oh. Interesting. It says 8 on my sheet.
On your little slip.
Yeah. Well, let's count, shall we?
Just say 12 on the...
Yeah, I think it's... there might be a little type. 1, 2, let's just count it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... 10, yeah, 12. Well, there we go. So, yeah, just ignore the print of that. It says 8, but it says 12 at the bottom just there. So there we are. Now we know. So that's even better. That means you're getting the 12. So you have got, once again, then 6 different images with 2 of each of them. I love these with these lovely houses that we can see here.
Gorgeous. And you can just see how the colour range has changed slightly on the topic. So this one, you've got those lovely, deep kind of vintagey tones. You've got the beautiful kind of vintage blue, that hunter green, that sage green, that gorgeous brown. And it just gives a different feel. So even though it's the same concept, they can make very different looking cards.
Absolutely, really can. And then, of course, it comes, once again, with all of those lovely decoupage sheets, which you'll just pop out in the same way that we did with these, to really build up, of course, those beautiful, beautiful images that we've got, of course, with these. Your inserts will come with them. Of course, your instruction sheets as well are going to come with these also, and then you will get your envelopes. And with these, if we just show you, we've got a couple of samples, and these have been created a little bit out of the ordinary as well, which is nice, isn't it? So you can see that there's something else that you might want to do, of course, with this, or you've got the opportunity here to really sort of get dimension, of course, with it as well.
So you can
Yeah,
do your twisted easel. And that, again, is just using the card blank.
Still the
You're not
same,
bringing
isn't it?
anything
No.
else in. You're just using the same thing.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, there were some rocker cards did you do earlier?
Yeah,
and things like that.
that's down here.
It
I've
just
brought one
shows kind of all the
before.
different things that you can actually do with these. So these are from the earlier
So we did
collection.
our rocker card.
Yeah.
We did this one where we cut into the front and pop some
Oh, that's
acetate behind.
amazing.
Just to give it that floating effect.
Yeah.
We went in with our alcohol markers and we coloured that design around the outside.
Okay.
And then we just put a little score line in and beveled off the front. That's
Right.
upside down, isn't it?
Oh yeah, there we are. Hadn't realised.
So it just gives that different look. And that was the one that we did as is. So that was that was 3 that were
there we are.
very different to start off with.
That's super. So you can see all the different sort of shapes that, of course, you can do with these as well. Now, we also have the collection of delightful birds. A new season, or the other one, would you like first? The other one first. So, yes, we've got the delightful birds that we can share with you just here. So, once again, you're getting 12 of those that we can do. Always have to step out a shot to reach everything, don't we? So it's the same concept, but you've got, of course, those different images. I really love the birds.
They are so gorgeous, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely fabulous in terms of what we can actually see in these. And the foiling again. I mean, it's incredible, isn't it?
And the foiling pattern from set to set is different every time as well. So you get something unique in every one. Absolutely gorgeous.
Wow. And I just love that it's all, of course, being perfectly die cut out as well. So, you know, it is just, you know, ready to kind of go when you get this home also. Now, it comes with lovely, I have to say, inserts with this collection because I just like how perfectly matched it is, but also that kind of sort of Hessian, or you've got almost the polka dots that you sort of see within this as well. And all of it perfectly colour matched, of course, depending on which collection you have. And then it comes, of course, with your decoupage elements as well. So all of those will just pop out to be able to create those lovely looks that we can see. And once again, it is £14.99, of course, for you to be able to get these home and to be able to create these wonderful images that we can see, where you'll create 12 cards, 6 different images, and there is 2 of each of those as well. And I think, once again, with delightful birds, you know, it's all year, isn't it? It's all different occasions, male, female, different ages. So, well done. There is a bit of a wait on the phone lines for that one, but you will be answered. It's a free number, so don't worry at all. They are just upstairs. They do their best, but we do know on shows like this that it is always very, very busy. Now, we do have one other opportunity for our delightful birds, but this is our new season. So I can just pop across to this one as well. We've got some really lovely samples that we'll be able to share with you in a second with some of those other collections as well. So you can see that we've got, look at that there. It's lovely, isn't it?
So beautiful. So this is a fresher, springier collection again, but it's going to take you into the summer and through to the autumn. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Look at that.
So many beautiful colours.
Absolutely, really is, isn't it? And just so perfect how, I just love that the card blanks, you know, aren't just a plain card blank. The fact that they're detailed the whole way across, you know, you've got all of those lovely colours that kind of work right from the central image.
And they do, and that's what's going to help you as well, being able to extend this crafting into another level and do different things with them, because you can cut straight down that score line and straight away you've got 2 pieces of cardstock to work with, and you can really play around and have lots of fun.
Definitely. Once again, we'll come, of course, with your inserts that will come with this. It will come with your envelopes to perfectly match, and then all of your separate decoupage elements as well to be able to build those images up and to be able to get that lovely height that we've got on those as well. So that is £14.99 once again for you to be able to get that. And do remember, of course, it is the one-off postage and packaging fee between midnight and midnight, which is what is always so brilliant when there's so many fabulous things that you kind of want to add on to each of these collections. Should we go back to the new collection though?
Definitely.
Because of course we have sold now over 80% of the brand new collection, okay? Okay, all right, we are actually now approaching, Georgina has just said limited. that is where we are because of how many people currently have this in their basket. So we are actually seeing now that there is more interest on this collection than we actually have availability. So if it is sitting in your basket, then you must ensure that you check it out if you want to get this. Now, remember what wonderful images you are getting with this, okay? Because you are getting from those beautiful, stunning butterflies, okay? You are getting the dragonfly. You just saw that gorgeous demo, of course, on that. You're then getting the beautiful blue tip that you can see, all of them with that foiling, with that fabulous aperture that we've got there as well. The bees, my favourite, is that image that we're seeing just there. Then we've got the lovely squirrel that we can see as well. And then, of course, the beautiful rabbit also. Now, they come, of course, with those decoupage sheets, which, as you saw in the earlier demo, so easy to just pop these out and to build up as well. And you get those layers coming up perfectly. And, of course, they come with a sentiment for each of those cards as well. Then they come, of course, with the perfect inserts to go with these that match perfectly with colour, and they also come with your envelope. So you really don't need anything else to kind of go with them. And you can then create things like this. So you can see how expensive that looks. You can see the layering of the decoupage, the beautiful foiling, and then you open it, and that's when you see where the insert, I think, takes it to another level, really.
It really does, doesn't it? It really makes it pop on the inside.
And then another lovely little place to be able to write your note as well, which is what you always want. There's your dragonfly, of course, when that's kind of completed, as you can see with that. Beautiful all the way through to be able to get this. Move into your blue tip, so another image that we can see on that one where you've got those gorgeous vivid blues. And it could be, I think, a lot of the time with things like this that it calls out to you, you know, in terms of the individual, because you almost know, don't you, when you're looking at them, like, that would be for my mum, that would be for my best friend, you know, things like that.
You'll have somebody that loves the garden bird, somebody that loves red squirrels, somebody that's either got bunnies or loves wild bunnies and stuff. It really, really speaks to lots of people. Yeah.
Oh, and then that, you can see that. I mean, butterflies always make me happy. And again, I mean, there's so much sort of meaning, isn't there, behind butterflies? New starts and new beginnings, you know, very sort of positive creature that we can see there. But you can do something different with it if you want to as well. You might want to double it up. You might want to be popping out those kind of central pieces and doing something like that. It is completely up to you kind of how you want to actually use these. Would you like to do another demo?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Perfect. Always nice to fit in as many as we can with new collections, I think.
It certainly is. So this time we are taking our squirrel. We're going to take our base. Let's fold it over on that score line and give it a crisp line. Now, if you want it, I'm going to make like a little box card.
Oh, okay, nice, yeah.
So you could, if you wanted to, measure this out, but life's too short for that. What I like to do is just fold over to the score line. And because this is our adorable scoreable, you know the quality, you can just fold it, burnish it, and you're going to get that lovely crisp line there. No creasing, no cracking. And then the same with the front. Just be a little bit careful because we've got that aperture in there. But then we just do exactly the same again. And that is them two folded down. I'm now going to go in. I'm going to take a little bit of scrap card, which I've got hiding in this one here.
You've always got some.
Let's just use a little bit of this gold.
Lovely.
Have something.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to mark this so it's the same length as my card. Just reach over to my pencil. Just mark that there. And then I'm just going to cut to that line.
Oh, I love this trimmer.
Yeah, it's so good. And then, do you know what? If I just cut off my mark, no, that's the length. And I'm just going to cut an inch. So put that 1 inch in that direction, and then I'm just going to move it over to ½ an inch, and we're just going to score down the middle. And we're just going to create ourselves just like a little joining piece so we can connect these two together. And then if you fold that over, we're going to snip off the corners just so it's nice and neat when we pop it down.
Wow, so we are limited now in terms of availability. Over 90% of today's allocation has now gone. We had hundreds available this morning, and now we are down to, well, less than 10% of that stock allocation is left. So very, very limited. Lots of you with it in your baskets. Do make sure you're checking out if you want to get it. Please don't sit till the end of the show because it may very well be completely sold out by then.
And we're just adding some of our high tack tape to
Yep.
the strip there. So before I tack that down, should I do that? No, I'm going to tack that down first, and then I can cover it with my insert. Let's get that pokey tool again. So we just take this off here. Just going to do one at a time.
Perfect. Oh, do you want me to pull it off for you? There you go. They always stick, doesn't it?
So we are just going to line this up right to that outer edge and that corner there. Again, you can use your construction glue for this if you want a little bit of wiggle room. You'll just have to give it a bit of time to dry.
Okay.
And then before we do the other side, I'm going to cheat because my...
Use a tape roller.
my glue runner is being a little bit slow today. So I'm going to pop this in here. Straight in there. And then we're just going to fold that again. Now, just to make this a little bit different, I have gone ahead, I have pre-done my back here. Somewhere I've popped out the back, so we're just going to add this last layer on. And you can be a bit more generous with the foam pads, but while I'm in the time, so we are going to add that ready to go in a minute. I'm just going to take a little bit of my red liner over. You think she's gone a bit crazy now.
Thinking, what are you doing?
What I want to do is suspend my decoupage element in the middle here with a little bit of invisible thread.
Oh, clever.
So I am just going, I've popped that there.
Yeah.
Then take, now this is going to be really fun to show on camera because it is invisible
meant to be
thread,
invisible,
but I promise there's a bit of invisible thread in behind there.
So it's like you're just floating your hand
So
around on
I've
screen.
taken a decent stretch there. I think this pretty much does cover the whole, it's only the bit that's peeking over the image, but you could just use a little bit of white or a little bit of ribbon. And we're just going to stick that over that bit of tape that we've got there. And then I'm going to go in and we're going to add a little bit into this line here so we can pop that down.
Yeah.
So let's see. So we're just going over the score line. Over there. And again, it looks like we're being really fancy, but we're just using, apart from a bit of red, what we've got in the kit here.
Yeah, you really don't need anything much, do you?
So now, if we take this, just stretch this out, pop that back through the centre hole there, and pop that over there, and that on there, just so it's going to catch in, and then we just trim that down.
Yep.
Find the end.
Perfect.
This is the only thing about what
when it's invisible.
Now you could go back in and just pop your little bits back on the back just so it's not going to stick to anything that you don't want it to. So sometimes it's useful.
Yeah, clever to have those bits.
Lift this up, something stuck to the front. It's gone a little bit slack there, but you get the idea. You can fix that afterwards. We're going to pop this back on top there, so that's all our work is hidden. Remove this last piece to fold it back up into a box. And we just pop this bit together. We can bend that. Oh no! It's thinking down. Do that there. And then we have him hanging in the middle, coming back round. She says, my thread has just popped out a little bit, but you get the idea.
Exactly,
It just pops in the middle, and then you've got this lovely
lovely.
box. It'll still fall flat.
Yes,
it'll go
and then come
into
back.
the thing,
Really
and then come
good.
back.
And again, you wouldn't look at this kit and then think, I think, automatically you could actually do something like that, but you can. It's absolutely brilliant. So just to show you what you can do that is completely different if you want to as well. So we are now incredibly limited. Well done to Caroline Multi-Buy in there, Pam and Erica and Carol and Janet and Ruth and Sheila and Irene and Christine and all of you that are coming in and buying this. We started with hundreds and hundreds this morning. We are very, very limited now. Now, just to ensure you've got everything that we kind of think you would need to go with this, the red liner tape is something you've used. We've made the construction clue available. So we've got a deal on this as well if you'd like to get it. So we've got the 6mm and the 3mm. I think it's always good to have the different thicknesses, isn't it, really?
Yes, yeah.
5 rolls of each, you're able to get this, and we can give you this for £14.99 today. So we'll do a discount on that for you, and that's for you to be able to get 10 rolls altogether. So it's gonna last you ages, and it's super strong, isn't it?
Absolutely, but it's so useful for all your construction projects. If you've bought those boxes today, this is a must to go with them. It's going to make them so much easier and so much sturdier for you, definitely.
Well, I always think now, whenever you get your Amazon parcels, it has red liner on. So I always think if they're using it, it shows how strong it is as well, because you get everything in them parcels, don't you? So, so there we are. So we're at £14.99 for you to be able to get all 10 of those. Well done. The other thing that we have used as well is foam pads. Now, we have sold out of some varieties of foam pads, but I'll bring you what is available. So we have got the selection of the small foam pads that is available for you to be able to get, which comes in a couple of different sizes, doesn't it? Yes. If I can, I'll try and just pop. Should we try and just sort of show you just like the different sizes? So we've got this size, which is very mini, isn't it? And then we've got the size that is a bit larger, of course, that comes with these as well. So if you can kind of see those that we have just there. But they're super useful, I think, to be able to have this size. We saw you using kind of smaller sizes, haven't we, actually, in those, in those earlier demos as well.
Definitely, for the back of your decoupage, because the nature of it is that they get smaller and smaller. You want that range. Of course, you can cut into these. You've seen us do it time and time before, and that just shows the quality of the Hunkydory foam pads, is that you can cut into them. But if they're already done for you,
it's better.
Just makes life
yeah, exactly, 100%. I think we've got less than 20 chances available on this. So once again, not a lot, but we just wanted to make it available so that you've got your foam pads ready to go with it. The other option that we have is to get your black foam pads. Now, these are a set that's often sold out, to be honest. And it's nice not to always see the workings if you're working with something a little bit darker, isn't it?
Yeah.
So again, different sizes, but if we can show you with those, you can see how they are the black on the back. So really nice to be able to get that. So if you're sort of using those darker colours, then you don't need to, of course, worry about seeing any of that sort of working with that colour that we're actually seeing there as well. So they are £9.99. You're getting 6 sheets of those 2 different sizes that we've got with those as well. So slightly larger, slightly smaller. And then we've also got the circles. I'm impressed these are back in stock, because I've been asking for these loads recently, and they kept being like, no, we've got them back, so that's good. For anybody who's not used circle ones before, why would you say you need these?
So these were originally brought when we brought our first range of like penny slider cards.
Makes
because
sense.
You want a round surface, so
Yeah.
when you stick them between your pennies, it's going to roll naturally and not get caught on the corners. But once we brought them for that, we're like, we love these. And it's not just for the circles, we love, because they are popped onto a full sheet, because we don't want to waste anything. Once you've got all the circles out there, you're left with this really fabulous, like, kind of skeletal foam, which is great for bigger projects. If you've got full toppers you want to stick down, or you can cut into it, you can use it. So you could then take the background, cut into it, and like put glitter or embossing powders over the top of it, and make your own like kind of elements and stuff. There's so many great things.
Yeah, so you literally don't waste any of it, do you, at all?
No.
So they are there at £9.99 for you to be able to get the circles as well. Okay, so massive well done. As I say, all of the other types of foam pads that we have are currently out of stock here at Hobby Maker, but I wanted to give you what was available. Now, a lot of you have come through and taken advantage of the country days. Just to let you know that half of our stock that we had left from after we launched this has gone. I can understand why, can't you? I can see why it's so popular. It's fabulous. I think as well it kind of transports you almost to, certain areas. Like,
It really does, yeah.
I think of places, say, in the Cotswolds or in Surrey or things like that,
Yeah.
you get those lovely...
That's like,
lovely
you either aspire to live somewhere like this, or you know
so
somebody
true.
that lives like this. You want to go on holiday to places like this. It's just got those real feeling vibes.
Yeah,
isn't
it really has. Look at that. I saw somebody actually on my drive into work where they're having their thatch redone. I thought, that is a job, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Wow, I mean, very talented, I have to say, to be able to have that skill. But again, you can see the lovely images that we've got. You can see the beautiful gold foiling that's surrounding all of this, but also the beautiful sort of detailing that's finished, you know, even on where you're just going to write your little note and the colours that go with this as well. So 12 cards, once again, that we've actually got on this one. So you've got all 12 of those cards. You are then getting, of course, the decoupage elements to kind of top up each of these cards as well. So you just pop those out to build up all of these lovely individual elements on the cards. And then it comes, of course, with your inserts and your envelopes to go with it, as well, of course, as getting the instruction guide. So if you are sort of new to doing this or you want to sort of gift it to somebody, then you've got that opportunity. And of course, you've got that lovely, lovely look that, of course, we can see on these couple of samples that we can see as well. So beautiful chances to be able to make something a little bit different, or, of course, just to follow exactly what it kind of says on your instruction manuals. Okay, so over half the stock of that one has gone, so very, very popular. Maureen, Debbie, Grace, Essex, Angela, lots and lots more of you coming in for that one as well. It is an absolutely beautiful kit to be able to get this. So well done if you've got it. A lot of people as well still using their hobby maker discounts if you got that on the birthday from the back of the pin badge.
Yes.
Some people were saying on the other show, they were like, oh, we forgot about this, then you suddenly jump it out. So it's always worth having that. Now, we've also got the delightful birds decoupage kits that we've got just here as well. So this is, which one have I got where? That's the question, isn't it now? Have I put them all together? That's the new season. So I've got the new season there. So are you sure? Okay. Let me come to the new season first and then we'll come across to the other one. I was like, I can see beautiful birds. They're here. Which one's which? So again, we can just flick through these images that we have. My granddad would have loved these. Just love seeing things like this. So £14.99 once again for you to be able to create all 12 of these cards that we've got. Of course, you can see that we've got absolutely lovely, lovely images. It comes, of course, with all your envelopes that perfectly match this. It will come, of course, with your inserts as well, which once again have been, you know, colour matched perfectly. The images have been matched perfectly from that sort of polka dot to the Hessian. It comes with all of your instructions, of course, that go with this. And then on top of that, you are getting all of those decoupage elements to be able to say and to be able to finish off the creations of all of these bits as well. So it's absolutely perfect. And that is once again £14.99 for you to be able to get that. Then we have one other kit as well, which is your delightful bird. Which it's all mixed together, isn't it? Let's be honest. It's all part and parcel of one. Let me show you some of your let me show you some of the samples from this. So this is from your delightful birds collection. So these are the bits that you could create, of course, from this. So pretty, isn't it?
It is so, so stunning. I love that you've got that mixture of the foiling and the lace details and then the decoupage. There's just so much at this. It should be too much, but it's really not. It's absolutely stunning.
It's not at all, is it? All of those different images that you've got. And once again, lovely that some of them are following the kind of initial concept and then others not at all. And that's what's so nice about it, isn't it? But you can really see that layering that we've got, of course, in each of these as well. So with this collection, these are the looks that you would be able to create if you wanted to get it at £14.99. So a fabulous opportunity on that. So well done. Should we do another demo from the new collection? Yes. Okay. So very, very limited. We are coming down to the final few opportunities now of that brand new collection. It's definitely going to sell out. We can see that now with the amount of interest that is by far exceeding the amount of availability that we actually currently have. Claire, what's Claire asked for? Hello, Claire. Hi, both. Loving the show. Fantastic demos, as always, from Kat. Just wondering if there's any chance of clear foam pads. Would that be possible? I suppose, would that be a bit like glue dots? Or...
Yes, yeah, they'd have to be thinking. I can ask.
Let's pass it on. Let's pass it on.
Yeah, it's above my pay grade to give you a yay or an A right now.
but yeah, thank you. It's always worth sending in the availabilities, the questions, because then it can always pass on. So
Absolutely. So with this one, I have chopped my 2 panels in half.
Okay.
And we're going to actually bring in a card blank for this one. It's a slightly bigger one, a 7x7, just so we can show it in a slightly different way.
Yeah.
I absolutely love the border on this one. I think throughout all of the collections that we've showed you, we've not had one quite like this before, and it really gives you some good fussy cut-in examples. So this one, I'm just going to go in with my scissors, and we're going to leave a couple of a mil border, and we're just going to go around, and we are just going to start cutting round all these little details.
Yeah.
And we're really, really going to emphasise this frame. So we're just going to cut round and do all that, and you will work all your way around there, and when you are done, as if by magic, you'll end up with something that looks like this.
Yeah.
So this is now going to be our new centre for our card. We are going to take this back piece here.
Yeah.
And again, I'm going to do what I did before. I can't remember exactly how I did this, but I will thingy. We're going to cut this into 4 so we can spread it out. We can make it a little bit bigger, and we can use this. So I'm just going to use the same technique again. I'm going to pinch that in that direction for halfway and line that little score line up there.
Yep.
I probably measured it much better when I was doing it on Thursday, but Thursday was, I think, 3 sleeps ago, and my brain has gone since
like
then. So we're going to cut this into quarters, and then we're just going to mat and layer it up onto some gold mirror to follow the gold mirror that's in the collection. And so you just add it onto your gold mirror. We are going to take our insert, and again, we're going to mat and layer this. And I'm just using the same technique here that I would have used for them. I'm just going to use my pencil just to mark this out, because it's one of those things, who's got time for measuring when you can just do it like this. And if you've got 2 little marks there, we can make our perfect mat and layer. And we are going to go do this. Again, I'm going to be brave and go in with my tape runner and hope I get this in a decent position. I'm just going to get my borders in place here.
Perfect.
And then my idea is I want to keep the white, because we've got a little bit of like white in the background here and peeking through. So I'm going to place these. I'm going to do it like a little layout first.
Oh, I like this.
I'm going to place these so they're nice and even. And when I'm happy with the placement of them, I can go and add a bit of tape to the back, line them back up. And again, it's just another way of stretching the materials that you've got. Yes, we're adding different things in, but these are things you're going to have in your essentials. You're going to have some mirror, you're going to have a card
it's true,
blank.
isn't it?
I'm not asking you to
go
and get the crown jewels or something. So we're just going to pop these on here. And then I think mixing it by adding that insert layer back over the top is just going to bring that round.
That's really cool.
So we're just going to come round here. And just because it's slightly subtler, I'm going to pick out something that's easy for me to line up at the top. I'm going to go for that rose shape, so then I can line my frame up on the top here. We're going to go in with our strip foam pads. If I've left myself some from this morning. I think we've got quite a chunky border there, so I can go around with the thicker ones of the thinner ones.
Good, you've still got some available, because we haven't in stock. They're always so popular, aren't they, the strips? They're so good.
They're so useful. But I'll try not to sing the praises too much, because I don't want to make people cry.
They'll be back. They're always back. That's what I always think with foam pads.
So now I'm just going to line this up, because we've got the same pattern underneath. So just so we are covering the same areas, and then we pop that on there. And I think having that darker, lighter, darker really makes it pop. I've gone in again and I have layered this bit up for you. And then we pop that
Oh,
back
wow, look at that.
in there.
Again, like so quick to do, but your eye is just drawn, isn't it?
It
So
is,
much
yeah.
to that. It's fabulous. So when you think about it, with this collection, okay, this is what you are making. If you want to follow the kind of instructions step by step, then you're going to be creating something like that, okay? But you've just seen that amazing card that Kat's just created. Across the day, look at all of the different ways that you've actually worked with this as well, because it just means that you can actually create things so different. So you might be wanting to use acetate. You know, you might be wanting to do something like that and shaping it in this way that you can see as well. How about a rocker? You know, the fact that you've actually, if I can just bring that down slightly, then you can just see, of course, you can have a little rocker, so you might want to create that. Or, of course, we've got this one with the invisible thread that's kind of placed there as well. So there's so many different ways that you can actually use this card kit. Or if you just want to simply kind of follow the instructions step by step, then you can do that, of course, as well. There is, of course, 12 cards that you can create within this. There are 6 different images, 2 of each of them. So you've got your lovely, you've got your bunnies, you've got your butterflies that you've got there, you've got your dragonflies, you've also got your lovely birds there, your blue tits, you've got your bees also, and then you've also got the opportunity to get your rabbits, your squirrels, I should say as well. Squirrel's your favourite, is it, Dan? Yeah, that's what I love. I think somebody's going to be sort of drew to each of these. So all of those come to you. You then, of course, get all of your decoupage elements to be able to build these images up and to get that height in each of them as well. So very, very easy to follow. It then comes, of course, with the perfectly matched inserts that we've got as well. So all of them are colour matched, of course, to each of those different images, different cards that we've got. And then your envelopes as well that are perfectly sized for this. So it's just brilliant, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant to be able to get those bits that will just work perfectly, of course, from start to finish to be able to create these cards as well. Should we squeeze in one more demo? Would you like to, yeah?
Okay. So let's do another one with the acetate, a little bit like the one we did before, but just in a different shape.
Oh my, we have 13 chances left. That's it. Right. I cannot believe that. So there was, hundreds and hundreds this morning. There is 13 chances left. So it will be a complete sellout in the next 10 minutes, probably the next 3 or 4 minutes. I don't know, we're going to have a conversation about Tuesday.
You certainly are, yes. So I am taking this now and I'm putting it on the diagonal. I'm putting the top right-hand corner and the bottom left-hand corner along that track line there, and we are just going to cut that off, which now makes it a little bit impossible to stand up, but we are going to do something about that. Let's take our acetate. So this is a little bit like the one that we did earlier today, but it's just playing around with the shapes and doing it slightly differently.
Okay.
So I'm just going to mark out on my acetate so it's the same shape as the front of my cardstock. Make sure that's in place there. And then I can trim that down. I promise there's marks on there, it's just hard to see
you can see them.
acetate. And we are going to line that up like this.
Brilliant.
And the beauty is of everything that I've showed you today, no matter which of the card kits you've gone for, you can use those techniques on all of them because of the same concept. And I love the fact that we have picked up my plastic bag from earlier. I love the fact that you've got 2 of each design, so
great,
you can do one as is, and then maybe have a play with another one.
7 chances left, that's where we are. We have still got over 40 people looking at this, and there's 7 chances, and there's waits on the phone line. So, yeah, I don't know who's going to get them, to be honest.
So we are just going to put our acetate behind that. Again, I've cheated and gone with my tape runner. I do recommend you do it with that. I am going to take the second piece now, and we're just going to cut this a little bit of an angle off again, just so we've got that floating effect. To make sure that you get a nice straight line. Take your 2 ends up until the straight line on your trimmer, and this is why it's so useful. Because you know that you're doing that there. And we can go back in with this. And then we can pop this down and this bottom corner back on the acetate. And we're just creating like this little window. We'll pop our insert back in the middle.
Brilliant. 4 chances left for you to be able to get now. So if it is sitting in your baskets, please do check it out to guarantee it's yours. Hello, Alison. You sent in a message. Fabulous ideas, Kat. I've bought 2 sets and intend to use with my carers craft group. Oh, that's lovely. Some will use as is, but I will show them your ideas too. That's really nice, isn't it?
Absolutely. And it's great if you start off with as is and people start coming up. There'll be so many more.
Yeah.
So I'm just lining this up in the centre of that circle there, and then we're going to bring this layer down on top. And this is going to cover any workings that we've got there. Add a little bit of foam pad back here, bring this back to the front.
Yeah.
And then we will pop this back on the front.
Amazing.
And we'll finish with a couple of little gemstones.
Lovely.
And we have got our... Somewhere we've got our sentiment. Let's put that on before I forget. We'll have that just coming over the little peekaboo window we've created. Let's go into our corners like that. And now we have a diagonal floating element with the card.
Wow, it's fabulous, isn't it? Look at that. So easy, isn't it, to be able to create that as well? And it's just totally different. Yeah, that is going to be sold out. So yeah, if you want one of those final 4 chances, then you've got to take advantage of that. So well done. There's so many of you trying to get that. I don't know who it's going to be. So if it's you, well done. If not, well done, you know, to everybody who's got in quickly. And we'll have to see about, hopefully, maybe we'll be able to get some more stock to be able to do further shows on it. But who knows? So well done. Oops, I hope they're okay. Now, we do, of course, have a few other brilliant things that are, of course, part of the show today. Just to give you a quick reminder, of course, the Country Days has been incredibly popular. So we have got this super chance to be able to get this here. And I think it is just that they're just such lovely images, of course, that we can actually see on this. So all of those decoupage elements, of course, will come with this as well. So it's ready to just kind of build those lovely cards. You can see how some of these have been used as well and popped out, of course, on some demos. And then you get all of your card blanks, of course, that come with this, where you are going to get 2 of each images, and there will be 6 different images, of course, that come with it. You then get the accompanying inserts to perfectly match with it, as well as the perfect envelopes to be able to fit each of these also, as well as the instructions, which is what I absolutely love with this. And you can see you might want to go a little bit off-piste with these, and you can create lovely cards like this as well. My house looks like this. I don't think so. Could you imagine? I would be doing very well in life, wouldn't I, if I was living somewhere like that? I think I'd probably have had my hair cut. I was saying earlier about my hair's just growing because I'm just like, I don't have 80 quid for my hair to be cut, so I don't think I'm owning a house like that. You never know. Maybe next year. No more maternity, so you never know. Honestly, it's coming off maternity. I think most people feel it. It kills you to try and pay it back off. You can cut my hair. Yeah, anyone can. Have a go. Do it. I want it to look like this. So if you could try and style me on Cat, and then, yeah. Okay, Dan's going to have a go. So there you are. You can wait in the green room. Just do it. And Dan will give a bit of a chop, and we'll hope that when I come back on tomorrow, I'll look like this. I don't look really wonky from Dan. Now, the other kit that we've got, of course, is this. Now, this is Delightful Birds that we've got here. So this is the lovely samples that we've got from the Delightful Birds, just to be able to show you the images that, of course, you can create with these.
I tell you why this is my favourite,
Go
because
on.
Dad's babysitting.
Yeah.
This is my favourite
It's
one.
so true, isn't it? Yeah, I like that. Oh, yeah, they're fantastic. You can do it for like Father's Day cards, anything like that.
That's it.
So yeah, you can see it there as well, that image, how it's being used. So really lovely images. Once again, kind of follow the instructions that will come with it if you want to, or don't, and do something completely different. I like the kingfishers as well that come within this one as well. So really lovely images, of course, that we've got on that one for you to be able to get. That will be 12 cards as well. And then there is the other one as well, which is the new season, which we said is a bit fresher. It's kind of like got sort of different colours, different lights that we can see with that as well. And as I say, everything is a bit mixed up, but here's some of the decoupage elements, of course, that we can share with you that is within this collection as well. So you can just see some of the bits that you might want to create, of course, with this. It will come with all those card blanks, of course, as well. And then you will, of course, get the opportunity to get all your envelopes and everything to go with this as well. Not sure if there's any of the boxes left. If there is, they're on the web, they're there, they're available. They were very, very popular as well because, of course, if you are getting these, you might be wanting to pop them into a box because you can get 12 boxes for £6.99. And you saw, of course, how quick it was for Kat just to put one of these together as well, so you can see the depth and everything, and then decorate it in any way, whether that's with your pens, whether you want to use some of these images to do that as well. So that is £6.99 for 12 boxes, which is absolutely brilliant. The new collection has gone. It has completely sold out, so massive, massive well done to the hundreds and hundreds of you that have managed to get that today. And thank you so much for demoing it and showing what we can do, because it's been brilliant.
It's an absolute pleasure. I love that kit.
Yeah, it's really good. And we'll see you in 2 weeks.
You will.
Super duper. So we'll be back with something else then. I'll be back in a moment. We have got the final hour of the day coming up for you. We've got some super bits. We've got a returning bestseller as well, something that completely sold out when we brought it to you before. We have got it back in stock, so we're going to kick off the show with Janie with that. We'll see you in a moment.
Here at Hobbymaker, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and checkout and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
Hi, I'm Beth Kingston from Kingston Crafts, and I'm so excited to be joining the Hobbymaker family. Kingston Crafts is a company made for crafters by crafters, and we've gone back to basics with paper, tools, and embellishments that are affordable, colorful, and fun, so you can make what inspires you. So join me, Beth Kingston, on April 8th and 9th when I will be in person in studio at Hobbymaker to launch Kingston Crafts in the UK. I can't wait to share this with you.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Are you having trouble finding the perfect gift? Then why not treat them to the new gift card from Hobbymaker at hobbymaker.co.uk. Simply scroll down to the bottom where it says gift cards, click and you'll be taken to the right place. Decide between posting the card or delivery by email and then decide how much you want to add. You choose the value. So what do you get the crafter that's got everything? Why not treat yourself or them to the Hobbymaker gift card? Shopping with Hobbymaker couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.hobbymaker.co.uk, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your craft room essentials to paper, tools, cutting machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Hobbymaker app. Simply head over to your app store and search Hobbymaker. Alternatively, you can call our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Hobbymaker.
I always think it, honestly, when I do these Sunday evenings, I'm like, how is it already 7 o'clock?
I know.
It just flies.
My first hour just flew.
It does, doesn't it? And it's, yeah, how's it gone? Or can we just carry on? We were having a joke earlier. We were like, we could just do a 5-hour show with everything we've got to show here. So we were like, we'll just still be here and it'll be Sewing Street coming on, kicking us off. Yeah, so this is Janie from Janie'S Originals, who I know so many of you will have seen the earlier show as well. What's lovely actually with the shows today is we've got something completely different on this show, haven't we, to what you did earlier, which I think's so nice for people to have seen the stamping show and now to get to see something that is, completely different. So for anybody who hasn't met you before, do you want to do just a little intro into yourself and into what you do?
It's where I have to cut it down because I just talk too much.
That's all right.
So, proudly from Somerset, you can probably tell from the accent. We run a small family business. It's just myself and my husband. It started off just me, and then kind of like reined him in. Good. So he's been with me for about a year now.
Yes.
So he does things like laser cutting, the MDF, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I have a passion for bookmaking.
Okay, lovely.
And simplifying it, I suppose, to
that's
bring
important.
it to new crafters because bookbinding can be scary.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, I do everything from designing stamp sets to the
Amazing.
bookmaking kits and kind of everything in between, so that you can piece everything together and it's, you know.
And you mentioned obviously before as well that you do retreats, and if people want to come on the retreats, they can, and you might offer a little discount today as well.
Yeah, so we have a retreat actually at the end of this month. We do 3 a year.
Amazing.
And we've got another one in August, which is totally bookbinding. But the one at the end of this month is a range of different crafts.
lovely.
So you
Yeah.
can dip your toe into different things. And so yeah, if you head to my website and put hobby maker, you get a little surprise at the
there you
end.
go. That's
a little
exciting, isn't it?
discount.
Yeah. So what's your website, just for people to know? Is it just Janie'S Originals?
Just Janie'S Originals,
Perfect. So pop on there, have a look at the retreat, and you'll get a little treat if you do say hobby maker. Now, we're very exciting about this because this is the bookmaking tool.
Yes.
It was on once before. It sold out within a matter of minutes. It's gone. It is back in stock today, okay? But I will let you know that I wish I could say, oh, we've got 100 or something like that. We have a limited amount of stock because this is made by your husband, isn't it?
So known as Mr. B.
Mr.
So
B,
Mr.
I like
B
that.
makes these. So he will be covered in his man glitter, which is his sawdust. Well, I'm covered in actual glitter. So he makes these in-house. He cuts the perspex. He, makes the guides and everything. So it came really from, because I teach a lot of workshops, retreats, that sort of thing. And then you spot kind of what people need to help them.
Yeah, of course.
And this does exactly that. So I'll be using them throughout the show.
Perfect,
so yeah, you'll see what it does.
So if we speak through kind of exactly what you're actually going to get in it a little bit, is that possible?
So what's normally known as a bench hook, and we call it a book hook. So it literally will hook onto the side of your table. You get a self-healing cutting mat. Obviously, it's going to be pink. And it helps you square everything off. It keeps things in place when you're cutting, because a lot of people have issues when they're trying to trim pages. So it you can put it up to the edge and it keeps it in position for you.
Super.
We have a guide.
Let me just pop that just so people can
just
have a little look at that. Is
that unwrap?
That
Unwrap this as well.
Yeah, so let me just spin this around just so you can see exactly what Janie was talking about, so that you can see exactly what you get in there, of course, with that cutting mat, and of course also you've got that there, and it does spin over for you as well, so you can see exactly what you've got just there. Then you get this little parcel.
And we're in, I work in centimetres as well, so no inches where I'm.
Yeah, that's perfect.
So this is how it will come to you in a little bundle like this.
Lovely.
I won't pop it together now because you will see what I'm using, but that pops together as a cradle.
Okay.
So you can put your book
which
pages
you can see
in there.
just over there, can't we?
Yes.
That's the
Yeah.
If you
Do you want me to grab it? Shall I go and grab it?
Yeah, we can, or we can just do a camera little shot of it if you wanted to. You can see the little cradle that's just there, so you can see when you actually pop that together. That's what that's going to create.
Yeah.
Lovely.
So you don't have to glue it. I would say it's better if you do, but if you don't have room on your workspace, you can collapse it again. But it is easier just to keep it.
Super.
This has its protective cover on it, so it is clear.
Okay.
Again, I will show you. This is really handy as a piercing guide. when people want to measure out the holes
Yes,
for their
yeah.
binding, sometimes it gets a bit, you know, maths gets involved and it just
100%.
puts people off. This, you just count the holes, okay?
Yep, super.
We've got a deckled edge as well because we didn't need this edge, so it's like, let's put a deckled edge on because we
it's a
can
good
rip
idea.
our pages as well.
Yeah, definitely.
You have an awl, which is an essential tool.
Yep.
For piercing, and then you have 2 bookbinding needles as well.
Super.
They're also UK made, so we try and keep wherever possible UK made or small businesses.
Yeah, fantastic.
So that is your bundle.
So it's back in stock, so you are going to get all of that today for that incredible price of $39.99. Already 10% of the stock has been allocated on this. So we say it completely sold out. We've been very, very lucky that you've managed to get more, put more together for us, Mr. B has, and we have got them back on the show today for you to be able to actually get these. Did you want to go straight to demo? Did you want to introduce all of the other?
Entirely up to you.
Yeah, should we introduce the
You're the
3
boss.
other kits and then we can pop across them? Because what we are talking, okay, I do just need to really quickly just mention something though. We have weights on the phone lines now for this. So if you do want it, okay, and you've got it in your basket, make sure you're checking out because there are weights there on the phone lines. Now, we have got the vintage scrapbooks and we are going to be...
I was just thinking I could be really mean to
Go
Mr.
on.
B and go, yeah, we'll just put on loads more stock. He can make it. He can work through the night. It's fine.
Wouldn't
I don't think
it?
he'd be happy with that. Sorry.
might just leave you. You might just go home and you'll be like,
Yeah,
oh.
no, don't do that.
You're like, oh no, I'm not getting back to Somerset today. You never know. That would be brilliant, wouldn't it? So we have got the vintage scrapbook that we're going to be talking about today. And we've got different things that we're able to obviously make with this.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to kick off with the lap book, aren't we? And talking through this, what we actually have as well. And what is so brilliant actually about this, and we were talking about it before, is if you're a card maker and you've never thought that you could make things like this, you can, and it's easy, isn't it?
So a lap book is a good transition. So again, we were saying earlier, if you talk about book binding, sometimes it's a bit like, sounds a bit scary, it's not for me. The lap book, there's no binding in it.
Perfect.
It's construction.
Yeah.
And if you've got an eye for card making, you know, you can embellish this to your heart's content. I mean, you can leave it quite simply with the papers and it's just a nice thing. But you can keep going to town and keep adding to it. There's more prints than you need in the pack. And then obviously we've got loads of other items that all coordinate with it as well.
So you've got it over there. Did you want to sort of go through it and just show exactly what we're going to get? Is that okay? Yeah. So so there you go. Janie will just pop over and she'll show you exactly what you can create with this and what you're going to get, of course, in the pack already. It's super. I can't wait for you to have a little look at this, Sam.
We were saying it's easier to do it on the overhead because when you open it out, it gets quite big, isn't it? Quite big, yes. The measurements were on the listing, I think. So it starts off, it's 19 centimetres by 10.
Super.
So it's nice and compact when it's closed. You've got some lovely metal hardware on there. So this is, these are what I call dangles. You'll find out I'm famous for my dangles. And then a lovely metal frame. You have the choice where you put that. You may not want that on the front, you have that choice. It's a magnetic closure, okay, and it's all explained in the instructions. So you open it out, we've got pockets in here, we've got ephemera that's been printed, you can also make your own. This side, I've simply left it as the printed page. You can add whatever you want to it. It opens out again. You have a pocket in here and you've got enough paper to make a simple notebook as well. Okay. A little bit of decoupage on this side. So again, I could have gone completely to town, but I didn't want it to look too scary. It opens out again and you get instructions to make another notebook that just slips into a belly band, just in here. Okay, and then this bit on the end opens all the way out. Like that. So again, it's up to you where you decorate, put in some little tuck spots, but it's a lovely hard case on it, so it's very sturdy. Let's fold it back in like that. So yeah, it's nice and compact when it's closed. But yeah, the nature of a lap book is, I mean, when I was showing you earlier, it was like it literally covering my lap.
All the way across.
But it can be really interactive and it's a project you don't have to complete all in one go.
Yes, definitely.
You can keep dipping in and thinking, oh, I've got this that would look good. So as long as it will still close, you can see you've still got quite a lot of room. So, you know, if you want to do, we've got a pack on here as well with templates, which has got like a waterfall in it. So if you would have that as well, you could open it up and you could have a little waterfall card in here. So that's where it's great for card makers as well, because you know all these different things that can go in there, and you've got the papers.
And it's lovely how you can then, because you've got those kind of instructions to make the pads and everything like that, you can personalise this in any way you want.
Yeah.
So it could be kind of a travel journal, you know, it could be that it's got your recipes in, it could be that you want to sort of make this as a present for you and your partner with all anniversary bits, or put in pictures, or it just, it's almost the world is your oyster, isn't it? In terms
so
of
I mean, you've got the basis with the prints that I give you, but then you could, I mean, you could add in a photo into here if you wanted to. You don't have to stick with what's in the kit. But I don't think any two will look the same, because it's up to you which papers you put on which panel. So I don't think you'll ever get two the same.
Exactly. So many of you coming through. Now, if you have a little look just there, you can see exactly what you're actually going to get within this kit. And I think what is so brilliant as well is that it has got all of the instructions. So it's very easy as well to kind of follow them. You know, you've really simplified it to ensure that everybody can do this. You don't need to have ever made anything like this before. You can do it, because like you say, you don't need to do book binding or anything like that. I think it's quite
fun as well. Obviously, I do the instructions and I put the photos in, but when you see the first photo, which is just your grey board, which I say to you to number, when you see it laid out like that, and then you see the final thing, it's like, how did one thing become the other?
Yeah, exactly. Fabulous. So loads of you coming through. Well done, Kathy, David, Anne, Angela, Alison, Chloe, Sarah, Caroline, everybody who is there. Now, we're looking at almost a quarter of the stock has gone already. That is $29.99 for you to get that. Now, we've got two other things I want to introduce to you as well, because we have got the A6 bookmaking kit as well for you to be able to get this. So it is a completely different look, a completely different size, of course, for us to be able to get that. And that is £15.99 for us to get this. Whereabouts is the A6 one? Is that one? Is that just here? Yes. Shall we have a little flick through that? Yeah.
So there is binding involved in this one.
Okie dokie.
So you can see you've got three. So these are what we call signatures.
Yeah.
So each fold of papers is a signature.
Okay. Yeah.
So we have a 3 signature binding.
Yeah, lovely.
It goes into a soft spine. So again, you have the instructions to tell you how to cover your boards.
Yep.
You have a spacer that shows you basically a printed spine template, which I say to you, put some sticky tape on either side and then you can reuse it if you want to.
Yep.
And then you simply bind them in. It's just 3 holes. But the instructions are in there.
Okay, lovely.
Again, there are far more prints in the kit than I've used in here.
Yes,
There's enough to decorate throughout your pages.
Yep, super.
And again, if you get some of the print packs as well, it's all from the same theme.
Absolutely.
And of course, a dangle.
I really love the dangles. No wonder you're famous for them. They're fantastic, aren't they, as well?
But yeah, so you get a variety of beads.
Yeah.
So again, the colours may vary on the beads.
Yeah, that's fine.
But I do pick everything out myself.
Yes,
so,
perfect.
And again, with the fabric, depending on where it's cut from what we've got, it might look slightly different.
Yes, slightly different image.
But it all tonally works. I won't let anything go out unless I approve it.
Yeah, which is great. And I think that's what, we can see the kit sort of just here, but I think that is what is so super about it being a family-run business, because you know then that you've got insight into everything, you know, rather than, you know, when you don't sort of...
I make all design decisions.
Yeah, which is what you want. So it will come, of course, like this. So once again, as we mentioned, you are going to get all of those instructions that come with this. You can see it's lovely. It's all simplified to make it very easy for you to do. Then you get, like you said, all the beads and all the little kind of extras that we're getting, all your little dangles that you've got. Then you are getting your grey board. So, of course, you know that you're getting that strength with this as well. All your papers are coming to you. Your material is coming with this. As you can see, all of them slightly different with those images. Beautiful, beautiful kind of papers and images that come with it as well. It's just fantastic, isn't it? To actually do this and to make it simple from those instructions to actually be able to create something so amazing as this.
So
are you all right to make and sell as well? That's okay,
Yeah, we've got ladies that buy them because they really enjoy making them, and their collection gets larger, so they're like, oh, I'll sell them.
Yeah. 10% of the stock has gone on this one again already.
I was just going to show you, so I sized the cover papers for you.
Brilliant, okay.
And you have inside, oh, I thought I'd flipped it. Where's that one gone?
There it is. There we go.
And you have your inside papers as well, which are sized for you. That's the printed spine template that I spoke about.
Yep.
However, if you thought, actually, I want that one on the front of my cover,
Yeah.
you know what size it needs to be cut.
Yes,
So
yeah.
you could put that on the front
Okay,
instead.
yeah,
So
yeah,
again,
that's good.
there's always room to personalise it,
Super.
because if you look at how many prints you have in
Yes,
there,
yeah.
yes,
So
you
they're
can do
lovely.
loads.
And they're gorgeous as well. They're so kind of timeless, sort of vintage, epic, aren't they?
They did take me quite a while to design.
Yeah, well, I think it's worth it because that's why we've got such a beautiful sort of look, haven't we? Lots and lots of you with this in your basket. So new crafters, we've got Caroline in Surrey, we've got Carol, sorry, in Surrey, Caroline in Dumfries and Galway, Val and Sarah and Jane and Dawn, Kathy, David, well done to you guys, to Anne. A really, really beautiful project that you get in there for just $15.99. Now, we've also got the folio, haven't we?
Yes.
Would we be able to have a look at this and demo it? Is that a possibility to be able to
Yeah.
demo after we've kind of spoke through it as well?
Yeah.
Super duper. So this one I think is going to be very, very popular. It's a brilliant price at $12.99. I just love it. It's so sweet, isn't it?
It's cute, isn't it?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So normally when I do a folio, it normally has kind of a entomology theme or a
Yes.
museum theme, because it's kind of like that, the traveller's pocket kind of
Yeah, yeah,
folio,
yeah.
you
Yeah,
know, where all the
definitely.
notes go in. And I thought, actually, it will look really pretty
Yeah, it would,
in
wouldn't
this
it?
design. So again, this is just simply folded. So it's great as an introduction. So if you're not interested in doing the actual binding of a book,
Yes, yeah.
this is just folded
Yeah.
and glued,
Oh, it's
basically.
so lovely, isn't it?
So you get the instructions to tell you how to fold it, how it
Perfect.
creates your pocket.
Yeah.
You get all the prints in there, again, more than what you need as
Yeah,
well.
yeah,
You've
yeah.
got some fabrics in there, you've got some lace in there, lots of little embellishments
Yeah.
as well. So again, no two will be the same,
So great,
because
isn't it?
everyone will design them slightly differently.
Yeah, definitely.
And you've got some original book pages as well. So what I've done is I've picked out some of the wording from the
Oh, I
page.
like that.
So again, that
Yeah.
makes it different to what anyone else
personalises it,
has.
doesn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you was that what you would like to do a little bit?
I
of
don't
demo?
mind.
You happy
I
enough
don't
to?
mind,
Yes.
yeah.
So we'll have a little look at kind of a little bit of this, and we'll fit a few other bits of demos in as well. So I will just let Janie set up. But once again, like we said, it will come, of course, with everything that you kind of want. You've got your inspiration in this. You've got your instructions. You can see all of that inspo that's on the back of this, and then of course all of those sort of extra bits to go with it. You're getting your book pages, as we mentioned as well. You're also getting, of course, all of those different parts of your fabrics that kind of can pop with this. And we have, of course, got so many beautiful different parts to kind of work with this as well. If you have any questions, if you've got any sort of messages you want to send in, please do, because obviously while Janie's here, it's the very, very best time to obviously, ask anything that you would like to as well. So yeah, ask anything that you would like to ask, because it's lovely to hear from you. Okie dokie, are you good to go? Yeah, perfect.
Good to go. So in your kit, you get an A3 piece of paper, which looks a bit weird because it's just printed top and bottom. We don't need it to be printed all the way over, so why do that? So it's already folded in the centre when you get it, but I'm just going to make sure, so I would advise just double check that it's lined up exactly and just reinforce that crease. Okay, and then in the instructions it will tell you to score every 5 centimetres away from that centre fold. Okay, but I'm actually going to start it from this end, so I'm going to go 6, 11, like that.
Super.
If you got things rolling all over the place.
I know. Moving those around, it makes some space.
So, like that. Let's move that one out of the way. And then the idea is we are going to concertina fold these, okay?
Okay.
Like so.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Okay. So all I'm doing at the moment is kind of reinforcing those fold lines.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. And then we will pop it back out flat. We need to find the centre point as well. So the easiest way of doing that is just to fold it over and just find that centre point. So again, it's more in detail in the instructions.
Yeah, of course.
And it will tell you to measure up. So basically what I'm going to do, I know I need roughly a centimetre above that centre line, and roughly a centimetre below.
Okay.
Okay. So she says, having marked it on the wrong side, the idea being that the bottom is going to fold up to that top mark. Okay. So again, you'll be a lot more precise than I'm being. And then this one, let's turn it round,
Okay.
will then come down to this mark. Oh, let me push it forward. Like that. So then that is what makes your pocket,
Yes,
basically.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So reinforce these creases again,
Yeah.
like so. And then you'll see, and again it tells you in the instructions, that this end piece is just going to be that little bit longer. Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't need to worry about that just yet. So yeah, all I'm doing is just popping that concertina back in.
Yeah.
So yeah, my advice would be take more time over it at home.
Yeah.
Make sure you've got your creases, you know, nice and sharp
Yes,
and
definitely.
in place. Okay.
Yeah,
So yeah,
perfect.
take longer than I have to do that. But
Yeah.
you can see that that's where your pockets are now.
Yes. Okay.
So obviously this is just kind
yeah.
of flapping in the wind right now. So we need to do something about that. So in your kit, you then have a 250 GSM print,
Okay. Super.
and this is for your cover.
Yeah.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is just trim it down to where it's printed. And then we can get it to the exact size. So again, everyone's might be a slightly different size,
Yep.
depending on how accurate your folds were,
Okay. Yeah.
and how much you've overlapped
Yes.
that
Yeah.
pocket.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's why this is larger than you actually need it to be.
Great.
Right, so we've just trimmed away the white,
Yeah.
and we're ready for our cover now, okay? So I need to know what height it is. Like I said, yours may be very slightly different. Mine
Okay.
is 14.
Yeah.
So let us measure to 14. Like that. Trim off that excess. So even this little bit here
Yeah.
that I'm trimming off, I would keep,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
you never know. So you might want to put a little sentiment in there that you want a little bit of colour around.
definitely.
Because this is a small folio,
Yes. Yeah.
we're like thinking miniature,
Yeah,
all the
yeah,
little
yeah.
scraps, and it makes everything become quite precious. Because also,
Definitely.
if I show you some of the pages,
Yeah.
some of the book pages that you get in, look at how teeny
I
tiny
know
they
they
are.
are. It's so cute.
But you can pick little words out and
Yes.
things
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
that.
Definitely.
So, moving back to this one, where I said you've got that overlap
Yeah, yeah,
there,
yeah,
we want that to match,
Yeah,
okay?
okay.
So the easiest way of doing it, this here, this is going to become your spine,
Okay. Yeah.
okay? So if I draw a line there, I know it's going to match. I
Perfect.
turn it over and draw a line there,
Yeah.
it's going to match, okay? Hopefully I'm making sense.
Yeah. You are. Yeah. Perfectly.
And I'm just
I get
gonna
really
trim that
engrossed
down.
in, demonstrations like this because I'm like seeing it come together. You're like, yeah.
Like that. And then there's one more element of folding we need to do on this. Now we've trimmed that down and we know
Yeah.
it's the right size. What I'm going to do now is just fold in those corners.
Oh, okay.
Again, it's clearer in the instructions because I'm kind of whizzing through this.
Yeah.
But you fold up to that first line.
Okay.
And then what this does is, this is your end page, which our cover is going to slip into.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that comes up like that. We fold it back up.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what our pages are going to
yes. Yeah. Yeah. Got
Okay.
you.
be. Now what I need to do is find the centre point of this, because we need to create our spine. Okay.
Yep.
So I'm actually going to cheat here and use my, she says,
There we go.
use my centre point there. I was trying to be clever and not count, and then it's like, it's been a long day. So I'm just going to mark my centre point.
Yeah.
Now, in the instructions, I say to you, you need to measure your spine. Now, this is
Okay.
quite an important bit, because what some people might do is squash it together and go, well, that's my spine.
Oh,
okay.
I see, yeah.
Now, if you do that and you create your spine
It'll be that thin.
tight,
Yeah.
then when you come to fill things, it's just going to splay out like that.
yeah.
It's not going to work. So what I tend to do is kind of hold it here, which is the opening edge,
Okay.
and then kind of measure. So that would make it 1 centimetre, whereas when I squash it together, it's half.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, it's really
so
good tip.
I'm going to work on a centimetre
Yes,
spine.
okay.
Okay. So just here, because we've found our centre point, 1/2 centimetre either side. Okay. And then what I'm going to do with a little scoring tool is I'm just going to score that spine. Let's take the smaller end, like so. There we go.
Perfect.
Then we'll fold this over. So yeah, this is, I think I said, this is a 250 GSM card. You can also work into it, so if you want to, I mean, I like to distress the edges with some brown ink, that sort of thing, just to age it up a little bit.
Yeah.
So that will wrap around there,
Super.
but then obviously, you know, we don't want all of this.
Okay.
So again, you need to kind of do, rather than completely measuring it, because everyone's will vary, and if like mine, you can see, because I did it so quickly, the folding is slightly off.
Okay.
So we need to go to the, you know, to this end point.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is nestle that into the spine, if you can see just there.
Yeah.
Okay, and then open it out. So I'm keeping this in place, and we're doing that line again.
Okay, I get you.
Keep that in place and turn it over,
Yeah.
and do the same again. Okay, so those again are going to be score lines.
Yes.
She
Yeah.
said, look, that didn't work very well, did it? Drew on the page instead of the board.
Don't take it off. Oh, yeah.
There we go, like that.
Perfect.
And then what I'll do, using a ruler that's got a guideline on it, we can just make sure that that is straight.
Super.
So, just like that. And then again, we will reinforce this crease. And then, so I keep bringing it back in and forwards, but I just want to explain. So that is going to sit into there, but to make it easier, we just want to take these corners off, okay? Otherwise we might be fighting against it.
Right, okay.
So we literally just take off a little chunk up to that fold. Okay, and we do that on both sides. Ooh,
Yeah.
just like that. And then if you feel it's got a direction, make sure that that's in place. So this is the front, and this is the pocket.
Okay.
Okay, so we slide that one in there like that.
Yeah.
And then we, with a bit of jiggery pokery, slide that one in like that.
Oh, wow.
And it then becomes a book.
Oh my gosh. You've done that like
So
in a
that-
matter of minutes. haven't
Like I
you?
said, you will be more precise. It will line up when you
That's
do it,
still
because you'll
super
take more
good.
time.
Yeah.
But that is your basic
Wow.
folio.
That's so,
Okay.
so good. I love
But then if I bring in, oh, could you just pass me the finished one? Is that okay?
Yeah,
Thank
there
you.
you go.
So that's how we
Yeah,
start.
put it together, yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
And then with all of these elements here, that is what it can become.
Yeah, and it becomes, look at that.
So you can see you've got tags printed for you. You can back those if you want to with, you know, different elements. You've got lots of scaled down prints, so it
good,
makes it all miniature. And yeah, it's a really fun thing to make.
Isn't it just?
You can also make more flips and flaps
Yes,
if you
yeah,
want to,
yeah, yeah.
as long as it will fit in and you get this little mini clip to hold it together as
Yeah,
well.
yeah, definitely.
You've also got some sari ribbon, so should you choose, instead of that, you want to wrap it with a bow,
Yeah,
you can
yeah,
do
yeah.
that. So, I mean, you can keep filling it out.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
Fantastic, isn't
you've
it?
got enough in there to make more
Oh,
flips if
just
you want.
honestly, it's brilliant. And it's £12.99. Look how easy that was to be able to do. And then with all of those extra additions that you're getting, you can just make that into the most magical project. And of course, you can take as long or as kind of short time as you want, really. You can really spend a lovely amount of time making this project as well. Great one to gift as well at that price at £12.99, I think. So 30% of the folio has now gone, okay. The A6 bookmaking kit has also been very, very popular. That is where you can create something like this that we can see. So, it's just got a few of the images kind of that have been popped into there as well. So a really, really fabulous opportunity. Once again, it does come, of course, with all of your instructions. It comes with all of the material that we want. It's coming with all of the grey board that we have, all of the lovely images, and that is £15.99 to get it. So lots and lots of you coming through for that one as well. Over a quarter of the stock of that one has gone as well. And then we have that super lap book that we saw at the beginning as well, which is absolutely fantastic. The way that this just unravels and unravels and unravels. Would you be able to just give one last one extra look just at the lap book? Is that possible? So we've got that one, just that side just there, so you can just have another look at what you could create here. It's fabulous, isn't it?
Oh, and there's a little MDF button that comes with it as well. So you can, I would suggest stitching it through.
Yes, okay.
Because where you keep opening it out, if you stick it might come off. So I just put a simple stitch there. But I thought this one was nice because you've got the metal wear with it as well.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's your first opening. Again, if I had more time, I would decorate this spine as well, and put some ephemera and things like that. Opens out again with a pocket, and the pockets are pre-printed for you with your scoring lines as well, so you know that they're the correct size.
Can't go wrong, can you?
More pockets over here. Opens out again. You've got your notebook, so that just slips in and out.
Lovely.
So obviously this is another project in itself. You can decorate your notebook and then pop it back in. I'll move it across because it opens out again, and obviously that is double-sided.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it?
And then to see the size of it like that, it's quite chunky, but it folds down.
I just think if you make it for yourself, you make it for a friend, that's a forever piece you're going to be.
But they're really fun to make. I would suggest don't think about sitting down and making the whole thing in one go.
Yes, do it.
It's fun to keep adding to it and finding other things.
I'm going to pop that in. I'm going to do definitely. And that's £29.99 for you to be able to get that whole project, all of the instructions and everything to create it as well. Now, we do also have this vintage scrapbook, which is the A4 print pack that we've got here. This is brilliant, isn't it? I mean, there's just so many beautiful images that are actually in this.
Yeah, I get a bit carried away when I'm designing.
I love it. I really do. I just think they all are very sort of timeless, very classic as well for these sort of projects.
The idea behind it was, so anyone that knows me knows that I love going to museums and galleries, that sort of thing. And beginning of the year I went to Barcelona, and there's a lovely museum that I like. It's full of just a random collection of things. And I went into one of the rooms and it had some of the vintage scrapbooks. So Victorian scrapbooks. And some of them, they'd literally fussy cut, I don't know how many things, and layered and layered and layered them. And I thought that would look really nice as a collection. So I've digitally done all the layering for you, but you've still got room to work into it, to fussy cut, to, to embellish as you wish.
Yeah, definitely.
So there's 40 different pages there.
So good, isn't it? 40 different. I mean, I love that you've got, almost labels, you've got toppers, you've got full A4 sheets as well. There's just everything really that you'd sort of want, isn't there, within this, with the 40 sheets that you've got. Beautiful, as you can see, kind of feminine sort of colours, but then something for the males. It crosses over for me, like all occasions, all kind of different things that you might be making, whether you want to use this for your books or whether you want to do it for card making. It's sort of up to you, really, isn't it? So amazing opportunity to be able to get all 40 of these at $14.99. You do also offer this in digital, don't you, as well? So if you do want to get this as digital, then you can have that. Of course, if it's the only thing that you do buy today, then you won't obviously pay your postage and packaging, with us not obviously sending anything directly out. This is an instant purchase, so it will come directly, of course, to your Hobbymaker account. And what I love about a digital download is the fact that it's forever, isn't it? You can print print these off. You might like that one. That might be a favourite, for example, and you might want this 100 times.
Yeah.
You might have a printer where you know that you want it on a certain type of cardstock or a certain paper or fabric, or it's, you know, it's completely up to you. You can make it into different sizes, can't you?
Yeah, exactly.
So
as long as you don't, I do ask people to not digitally alter the images. I've kind of done enough of that for you.
I get
But
that.
yeah, you're only restricted by your printer and your imagination. So whatever will go through your printer.
Super.
Obviously, there's some really good ones
There is,
now
isn't there?
on the market.
Yeah, brilliant ones.
You put in fabrics through, you can make your own stickers. You know,
I've seen it on cakes. That's really cool.
Yeah,
People
yeah.
put them on top of cakes and
yeah,
things.
so yeah, if your printer will print it,
Yeah,
it just gives you, and like you said, you can print it whatever size. So if you're lucky enough to have an A3 printer, one of these just in a frame would look really cool.
Definitely.
But yeah, it just gives you that scope where it's not just me saying, here's the A4 prints for you.
Yeah.
And I know, so I've recently gained some Janie'S Originals ambassadors.
Okay.
And so when I was saying, oh, you know, what would you like to play with? And some of them were going, I want the digi download rather than the prints.
Yeah, because
then they
everyone's
can pick what they
different,
want.
aren't they? And some people haven't got storage space, so it's nice to be able to sometimes print
yeah.
them off. We also have opportunities in different sizes, of course, as well, don't we? So we've got the A5 opportunity for you to be able to get this. So this is your A5 designer card pack that we've got.
It's in front of me, the A5
There
one.
it is, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, just in front of Janie, you can see just there that A5 card packs that we've got. The images again, I mean, just beautiful, stunning, isn't it?
So in the A5, they're all landscape.
Okay,
and
lovely.
you have 20 in there.
Super.
Whereas the A6, they're all portrait.
Yeah.
So they're kind of cropped down. But they're 350 GSM on like a rough card. Really good quality. And if you want to ink up on them, ink the back of them, they take Distress Oxides is my ink of choice. And they take those really, really well.
Perfect. So that is the A5 collection if you want that. So 20 sheets of that, 350 GSM, as you can see, wonderful images. The A6 is next to me, isn't it? Yeah. I'm just making sure. I know we went over it just before. So I can show you these. Again, you can feel that quality, of course, of the card that we've got here. So another 20 sheets of this in the A6. I mean, people love this kind of size at the moment. It's very popular, isn't it? On cards, for example, or as little notelets, things like that.
Yeah, so last month when we had our launch with Hobby Maker, we'd never brought these cards before.
Okay.
And each month I try and bring out a new design range, and they flew.
Yeah, I'm
so
not
we
surprised.
put a lot of extra stock on them.
Amazing. Yes, yeah.
Because like you said, you can use them as simple card toppers if you want to.
100%, yeah.
The earlier show, I had some stamps which you can replicate postcards. So you could put those on the back and turn them into your own postcards.
Yeah.
You can fussy cut, you can layer, you know, whatever you fancy.
Yeah, and there's something for absolutely everybody here. And just remember as well, it's the quality of that cardstock as well, being that 350 GSM. So you've really got that fabulous sort of strength with these as well. I mean, on top of boxes, things like that as well, they'd look lovely. So $5.99 for 20 sheets. As Janie said, very, very popular, of course, when you're seeing images like this and in these sizes as well. So do, of course, take advantage. Then there's also the A7 cabinet card pack that we've got the chance to be able to get as well. So you've got those just across here, of course, that we can see with those as well. I really like these. These are very different, aren't they? They just look like they've absolutely captured that sort of photographic moment.
So I've got my own growing collection at home of vintage curiosities, and I have lots of cabinet cards. So these have been scanned in from genuine cabinet cards.
Oh, really?
So I thought we'll print them at roughly the size that they would be. Again, they're on the lovely 350 GSM.
Yes, yeah.
So, but they go across so many projects because literally there isn't a theme to them. They go with anything. So you can put them in journals, in books, on cards.
Definitely.
You've got some, I think it's 10 images which are like the backs of cabinet cards.
Okay, yeah.
And 30 which are your portraits. So you can
I
back
love
them.
that. Oh my gosh, that makes me smile.
So you can put the backs on them.
Yes, yeah.
I love that hairdo. I mean, that's just something else.
Yeah, super, isn't it? So they are there, and that is 40 sheets. So we're going to go into another demo. Did you want to do something with the lap book? Did you want to do something alongside that? Or what did you want to do?
Have we still got the...
We have. Did you want to show how you're using that?
I thought I would do a simple demo.
Yeah, of course,
just to show you. So anyone that's not sure
how
what
to
these
do
bits
it.
are
Yeah, that'd be
and
perfect.
how to use them. So all I've done in preparation
Yes,
is just
perfect.
pre-scored. So this is one of the A5 cards, and I've just pre-scored it down the middle.
Okay,
so
lovely.
rather than just folding these,
Yes, yeah.
I would advise pre-score them because it is
Okay.
the 350 GSM. Okay,
Yeah.
so you want a nice sharp crease.
Definitely.
So all I've done is
Okay,
fold that down
super.
the middle.
Yeah.
So I'll bring in my book hook. Now, I might need to bring it forward for you to see.
Yeah, okay.
But what I would do, obviously, is hook it onto my bench, my table.
Yeah, okay.
So this is just tea-stained paper,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
You
yeah.
can do it with whatever paper you want.
Uh-huh.
But this aids you already in folding these. So instead of being here and kind of like lining it up, push it to the edge, push that one to the edge, and you know
Yes, yeah,
it's
okay.
even, okay? So we will do that on a few pages. It just makes things quicker,
Yeah.
and if, like me, you wear varifocals and sometimes they just don't want to focus,
Right, yeah.
it makes it easier to line things up,
Yeah, which is great.
okay? So they would sit in together like that.
Okay. Yeah.
Push it up to the edge and reinforce it. Now, I'm not going to bother trimming the edge because it's like tea-stained paper. I want that kind of aged
Yes,
kind of look.
Yeah, I get that.
If I was doing that with just a neat kind of white paper, then what I would do is then trim that edge down, okay?
yeah.
So I'll show you in principle. Pop that up to the edge. Obviously, like I said, yours will be hooked onto your
Yeah.
table so it's more secure. Because the thing that a lot of people have an issue with,
Yeah.
I say I'm not going to trim it, I'm going to end up trimming just to show you. So as long as you've got that up to that edge,
Yeah.
my ruler of choice is a clear ruler with a grid line on it and a
Yeah.
metal edge.
Yes,
okay?
yeah, okay.
So if your page is lined up to your vertical and your ruler is lined up to the horizontal, wherever you go, it will be straight.
Got you. Yes.
Okay, in theory, it will be straight.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm not going to cut it because I say I'll do one thing and then I do something else. So I'm going to stick by it. But yeah, so you would put your pressure on the ruler.
Okay.
That is up to the edge. That is up to the edge. You can slice it down through,
Yeah.
and it's just like another hand for you. It
Brilliant.
just helps you.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, if you're card making and things like that, if you want to square things off, it just helps with that. If you happen to do lino cutting,
Yes.
that can push up so that when you're carving, as long as
Yeah.
you try not to go into here because
Yeah,
you want to
of
keep
course.
it a nice crisp edge.
Yeah.
Okay? So that's kind of the basics of
Okay.
that one.
Brilliant.
So then we can bring in the cradle
Okay.
because when we stitch, we want to make some guide holes first. Okay.
Yeah.
So again, what I used to do is have it on the bench here, and you would pierce your hole in, and
Yeah.
people were having trouble doing that. You can also have a bit of packing foam and pop it there
Okay.
and push in.
Yeah.
This is just easier and more
Yeah.
accurate. We've put one closed end on it and one open end.
Yeah, yeah.
The reason being, some people like to push it up to the edge,
Yes.
but if you are making a particularly long book,
course.
you want that side open.
Yeah, you don't
so
need to be
it
limited
gives
to
you that
sizes.
room.
Yeah.
I very often literally just pop it in the centre. It's this bit that helps you. So you've got that little gap there,
Open,
which
yeah.
is what the awl is going to go into.
Okay.
Okay, so you've got that provided as well. When you take the protective film
Yeah.
off of your Perspex ruler, it will be clear. I put a little bit of tape either end just because it helps me see it on my desk.
Yeah,
Okay?
I get that.
So the idea being, you know, when we were saying about, you know, if you've got to divide numbers and work it all
Yeah,
out, I
yeah,
mean,
yeah.
I like it to be quite accurate rather than
Okay.
just stabbing it by eye and just hoping it's in
Yes,
the centre.
yeah.
But on here, the idea would be, and if I was, is it easier that way or that way?
Either,
That way
it's
probably,
fine,
isn't it? If I was batch making quite a few, what I would do is get a dry white marker.
Okay.
So what I'm doing is kind of lining up these notches
Yeah.
either end, okay? So you're kind of like centering it. So if I was batch making, I would pop a line either side
I see,
so that I know when I drop another one in,
Yeah. Same.
that's, you know, that's pretty much my guideline. And then I would just make sure that these are
Yeah.
level, okay? And then once I decide where I want to pierce, so I wouldn't go, I mean, the way I've lined it up, there isn't a notch closer to the end anyway. So that would be the end ones, and then I would need to find my centre hole.
Okay.
So rather than standing here counting it, I'm just going to say it's there, okay? But again, you would count it in.
Yes, to make sure it's,
But with those lines there, it means, you know, if I was doing a multi-signature book, I know, looking at those lines, level that up, and these are the holes it's going to be, okay? So forgive the fact that I do it quickly and it's not actually as accurate as it should be. But you can see that I just push that in.
Pop them straight through. Yeah, that's
In
brilliant.
actual fact, do you want to have a go pushing the hole in? Just because I think a lot of people think they have to put a lot more pressure in than they do.
Yeah, go on.
So if you, it doesn't matter where you put it, because this is just an example.
I'm not going to ruin your piece.
So all you're aiming for is for the end of that awl to come out of the bottom. You don't need to stab it all the way through. There you go.
Oh, it's really easy.
And that's it.
It's literally like barely any pressure, is it, at all? I was ready to think that you're going to have to push. And,
exactly. So when I've done workshops and the retreats and everything, and I'm introducing this to people, they think they're going to have to push. But I kind of say to people, when you push it in, as long as
it goes straight through.
It's coming out by that
Yes,
much.
yeah.
So you're not aiming to go all the way through, because the further you go through, the more pressure you've got to use, which kind of takes away the reason for having something to help you. It also makes the hole in your book a lot bigger.
Yeah, okay, got you.
And you want to keep it as small as you can, then your binding will be tighter.
Okay.
So that's the principle
behind
the toolkit.
Okay.
And then you would simply bind that together.
So good, isn't it? It really is. It's absolutely brilliant.
You
so
look scared then.
I was thinking, oh gosh, what are you going to ask me to do? So it is, but I could do it. I mean, it's amazing. Didn't go wrong for change. So it's £39.99 for you to be able to get this today. As we say, when it was first on the other show, it completely sold out. We've managed to get it back in stock for you to be able to get this, okay? Now, as you can see with this, what is so brilliant is it's all been so thought out. So you can see how it goes on that slant, because that will just pop over the end, so you know it's safe, it's secure, of course. And then it comes with absolutely everything you need as well, because it's so clever, isn't it, to be able to actually make that up, the cradles. That all comes there. You make that up very easy. You have, of course, got your ruler guide that you will need, of course, to create that. You've got the awl that we can see. You've also got your binding needles. And then, of course, it is coming as well with all of that, where you've got your centimetres all lined on as well. So it's absolutely brilliant at a fabulous price of £39.99. We have more of you currently looking at this than we have availability. So again, make sure you're checking out, because so many people with it in their baskets. So good luck. Now, we've also got the template set, this as well. So shall we just have a little chat through this as well? Is that possible?
I might grab as well
a
couple of examples, especially for waterfall, because it's easier.
Shall
I come to you?
Yeah, you can do. Yeah, perfect. If you would like to.
Step off my little,
little
stool.
Get smaller. I know. I always have to have that behind the steppers, because you can't see me, you know, over the steppers when things put on it. So it's £19.99 for this, and you're getting 20 pieces actually included in it. So you're getting a lot, aren't you?
Yeah, so you can see on the front there all the elements that you get. The reason I did this was because a lot of book kits I was kind of putting in printed envelopes and things like that, and I thought actually if we do a template, people can then take it from whatever prints they want. So you get in there, you only really need basic instructions.
Okay, brilliant.
Most of which is for the waterfall element. So again, that came about because I put one in a lap book and I was explaining how to do it, and I thought, just make a template.
Just do a template and then it's done. People love a waterfall, don't they, generally? So
yeah, the template for the waterfall is, that's your main element there.
Super.
There we go. Put it in front of my dress, it's easier to see. And then you get two little rectangles, which both say ×4, which I've got the wrong way around for you, don't I?
And that's okay.
Both say ×4, so it's kind of, you know. So this is like, obviously you would decorate it.
But it shows what you're actually creating.
Just to show you how it, it works. It flips.
Brilliant.
Oh, might have stuck that one together. There we go.
Super.
So so if you imagine that in your lap book as well,
little photos and everything like that kind of popped into it, or any decorations.
So that's that one.
Super.
Then you have little things like, so you know, I'm basically thinking of elements that you can add into your books because
definitely.
you've got extra prints in there. So that's kind of like a little
that's
petal,
lovely, isn't it?
and you also get the template for that one, so that you know it's going to fit. So, but you can pop lots of different ephemera and things.
Really nice.
So that just tucks back in there like that.
Brilliant.
So that is basically that template.
Okay.
So
all explained.
basically draw and cut around the outside, and then this is where you score. Okay. Lovely little little envelope with a little notch in there. Which is that template. So you don't have to cut the little notch out if you don't want to. You know, you could leave it that it sits over the top.
Perfect.
But it is lined up that will just simply go in there. Another one here, which is like a wage packet or a seed packet, and again you get the square so that you know it's going to fit. Which is that one.
Yeah, super.
And then this one, so it's a tag. But it's also a pocket.
Oh, yes, I see. Okay.
Hang on, will that go? I just wanted to show that pocket element there. So you've got a pocket in there as well. And that is that strange looking template there.
Lovely.
So yeah, it's all things like that.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
And this template was actually taken from a vintage envelope. So you know, it's got the slightly kind of curvaceous lines on it. But also, don't forget when you pop them out, I keep this element from it as well.
Okay.
Because should you lose a piece,
then you've got,
because there are small pieces, you've got that to draw around as well.
Fantastic. We've only got 3 minutes left of the show, so I just want to really quickly squeeze these in so you can see how much is in that. I'd love us to have the time to be able to kind of demonstrate it and everything, but I know how popular these have been, which are the transfer sheets that we've got. So this is volume 1. Now, half the stock of this has already, I know, been allocated, so we do just want to get this onto the show as well. These are brilliant, aren't they? There's so much included in this.
They're already in mirror image for you.
Yeah, I can see that.
So if you didn't see the show earlier with me and Dave, if you watch that back, it shows you how to do the transferring.
Okay,
so basically the transfer medium, paint it on the top of the image.
Okay.
Pop it face down onto fabric or MDF.
Oh, yes.
Burnish it down. Allow it to dry, and then you literally spray the back of the paper with water. Rub it away and you're left with the image.
Oh, how brilliant is that? That's so clever, isn't it?
Yeah, so again you can coordinate things and make fabric ephemera.
So that's the 3 o'clock show, so I just wanted to get them live for you. So if you watch that back, then you'll be able to show you exactly how to do these, but we are limited on availability. We also have volume 2 as well, so I will just get those live for you as well. Again, over half the stock of this has gone as well. They're just gorgeous images, and you can just imagine those transferred onto, you know, bags or pencil cases or anything that you want, really.
And again, you can layer up. So this sort of thing, if you were to transfer this, fray the edge of your fabric, and then you could be putting some of the images from one of your print packs, the cabinet cards over the top, and it's just texture. It's it just looks
My
really
batteries have just gone just at that second, so I don't know when you want me to call to a break because I can't hear you, which is super when we come into the end of a show. But
that's the idea. We just keep going.
Yeah, we did say that we might do 5 hours, so you know, I can't hear. This is always my worry on radio. When I used to do local radio, you used to have to join like 5 Live, and if you missed it by a second, you were going to be either cut off or you're going to kind of get it wrong. And this would be a point I wouldn't have a clue when I was meant to be pressing.
It's a real talent to, you know, to be talking
to the
get it just that
Thank you so much. Right, Levi's there. He's like, I've sorted you out. There we are. We're back. We can hear you. I can pop it back onto my dress. So do look back at the 3 o'clock hour and take advantage of that. We just wanted to make sure that they were live for you. Of course, we've got the amazing books that we've showed you in this. The lap book has been very, very popular. The folio, of course, has been incredibly popular as well. You did that lovely demonstration on, and it's such a good price at £12.99 for you to be able to get that as well, which is absolutely super. And thank you so much. I've loved this show because I feel like I've learnt a lot as well, which is always really nice. Yeah,
it goes so quickly.
It does.
Like, you know, I'm always rushing.
Yeah, it does feel like we definitely needed at least 2 hours. I know we wanted 5, but you know, at least 2.
So I'm speaking to the bosses tomorrow. We'll sort something
out. There you go. Get in touch with Andy. Be like, hey up. So So loads of you still with this in your baskets as well. Well over half the stock of this has gone. Remember, of course, that fantastic tool as well that's going to make your bookmaking, your binding very, very easy as well. So it's completely jam-packed. I am back with you tomorrow. I'm here at 1 o'clock. We have got a brand new supplier that is joining us tomorrow, so very excited about that. So Andy will be on at 1 o'clock, welcoming them, of course, across to Hobby Maker. I'll then be joining you from 2 o'clock as well. So we've got Kingston Crafts joining us tomorrow, and then we've got Crafter's Companion. We've got a lovely, lovely show coming up for you. So do please join us at 1 o'clock tomorrow, and we'll be seeing you again, I'm sure, very soon.
7th
as well.
of next month.
7th of next month.
Generally the 7th of every month. Yeah,
Oh,
two
okay.
shows.
Oh, my lucky number 7. So
Me
that's
too.
nice. Oh, there we are. Have a lovely rest of your evening. I'll see you tomorrow.